All right, I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Welcome to your weekend. Hope you're having an amazing evening or morning if you are on the other side of the planet. As always, we're excited, see what Spirit's going to bring in. But before we get into all that, we do like to get out of the chaos, out of the future, out of the past, come back to the now. And we do that by taking a big deep breath in, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slow exhale out brings us back to the moment. Then we'll bring in the singing bowl here, move some energy, and bring in that love energy before we get into all the reading. So if you want to join me, let's begin there. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Wonderful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as we do that, we can just imagine that beautiful love energy that's flowing through us is opening us up into our mind and all of our stories, into our heart and all of our emotions, to our physical body and every single cell, and also through our energetic body, all through our chakras, our energetic meridians, out to our auras, and then flowing to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there, whatever way it wants to do it, to help raise the vibration of the planet and bring us more closer to what we want as a collective, right? So I'll do that. And then on the third one, I will bring in this beautiful feather. We'll move some emotional, mental, physical, spiritual energies. So if you're looking for any kind of energetic movement, any of those parts of your body to raise the vibration in it, just zero in on it and accept that like a giant hug from the spirit world, and they will just bring it in, and your higher self will use it the way that is in the utmost alignment with what they're wanting for you as well. And of course, anything we can do to help raise our vibration, one of the big things is gratitude. And if throughout this process, if listening to the singing bowl, you focus in on just one little thing that you're grateful for right here, right now in this moment, or that you're grateful that you have had in your life, that immediately begins to raise our vibration, opens us up to this wonderful energy from above, opens us up to hearing messages from spirit, and also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So as we say, it's always a win-win, 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 win-win-win all the way around, right? All right, so that's what we're gonna do. So let's jump in, and we're starting already. And remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Oh, such beautiful energy. It definitely started to flow. I got all warm. Woo! All right, let me just put all of our little stuff over here, put our little feather over there. Nice little safe spot. So welcome everybody. How exciting. Always a joy. Channeling spirit and spirit's energy. And so grateful to have you here. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN, and we are here to spill the tea from spirit, find out what they want us to know about situations and what messages come through for our growth and for our transformation. So we're always open for that. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thank God, because we love to laugh and we love to of course, have that love energy flow, and we're all supportive of one another. And I'm so grateful, and there's always room for more Zen friends. Excuse me. So, welcome. If you want to know how the whole reading process works, it's all detailed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. We dive deeper in those, meaning we spill more tea, pull more cards. If your donation is $5 or more, or your donations add up to $5 or more, at least one of your fortune cookies, we will be the soul coaching from Denise Lynn. We'll probably use those up tonight. I have a backup deck just in case. And then everyone will also get the Healing Spirits Oracle for a donation if you're not getting one of the soul coaching ones. So those are beautiful little extra fortune cookies, extra little message to round out your reading. Tonight, we're going to be using the tarot. I've got 3 decks of the Light Seers Tarot. Excuse me. Got all choked up over that. I have 3 decks. One I bought for myself a long time ago. One was gifted to me from a friend of mine, and then my host also gifted me one. They're like, "I saw these, I thought you would love them." I go, "I do." So now I have all 3 decks all shuffled together, and then I've split them out into 3 different stacks, and so sometimes you'll get 2, sometimes 3 of the same card, and that's a special message when it comes through with those 2, so I'm excited. I always love doing it's like the 3 sisters. I've got 3 decks, and then you can see their little faces because they're like this. And so you see 3 of them stacked up. It's like the 3 sisters of fate. Um, and then, so that's donations. Also, I do get to free readings every session at some point. And at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you have your question out there, and you need to go live life and do things, feel free to do that. And of course, I'm not going to hold you hostage or anything, but you can come back and after the session is done and see that pinned comment, find your name, click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. It's very fancy, so we like that. I think that's how the whole reading process works. I also have a free podcast that comes out every 2 weeks, sometimes every 3 weeks, depending what's going on in my life. But the last one that came out is we're going through 4 phases of expanding our empathic and spiritual gifts. Stage 1 was learning the language of emotion, and phase 2 will be coming out. But if you want to catch up on that one or any of the others, the playlist down in the description area has my the Easier Path podcast link for all the playlist for all the adventures. Or if you click on my name and you go to my main YouTube channel page, all the playlists are at the top. You'll see Easier Path up there as well. So that's the skinny on all the blah, blah, blah. So that's what we have. We'll do some shout outs here. Make sure I have everybody on the list. We'll get into readings. Are you guys enjoying that Sagittarius full moon energy that's coming up on Sunday? It's a blue moon, 2 full moons in a month, on the 1st and on the 31st. So exciting times. All right, let's dive in here. So we've got Snow Nareen. I was going to say, is that Snow White? Snow. I love it. I love snow anyway. But what a great name. So welcome, welcome. I got you on the free list for later. And we got Nicola Jackson as well. Hey, Nicola, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list as well. And we got Leslie in the house. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. I got your donation and your question, so you are on that list there. We got Maria M9P. Hello, good to see you. We have you on the free reading list here. And we have Marissa. Thank you, Marissa. I did get your email. I did update your question. And so you'll be up first. Yours, I got your donation late last night after the session had ended. I was like, I hope I didn't miss you. But you'll be up first, and perfect timing, right? Because now we can adjust your question. Always works out, don't it? And then we've got also Lauren Smith. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. I do have your donation. And so you're on that list there. Good to see you. We've got Ruby Camellia. I think that's correct. Camellia. And I got you on the free list as well. So good to see you. And we got you there. We have also Maria P. So Maria P, I've got you on the free reading list. And then thank you for your 3 donations via PayPal. So you're on that list there. We also have Ascending Butterfly. Shout out to our resident sharer of knowledge of all things on the bruddaZEN channel. Thank you so much for sharing all that. And I did have a good day. Hope you had a good day. And I got you on the free list, so we will circle around for that. And then it looks like we've got, is that Asura? I'm probably not saying that correctly. My apologies, but hello. I do got you on the free list as well. Then I have Sudeshna Ghosh. So Sudeshna, thank you so much. I think, let me make sure I've got all of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. So thank you for all of those donations. And let me see here. I'm gonna, oops. It only lets me give a little heart on them. Now I'm going to give these a like, just so I know I have them all on my list as well. So we've got you on there. So thank you, thank you. And we got Minnie Heel from earlier. So Minnie Heel, hello. We got you on the free list. And we also have Star Ruby Guidance. Hello, hello. Been a while. Good to see you. Got your donation and your questions there. So we'll dive into those as well. Give that a like. Boom, boom. And then I think we just have Sworoot Bobby from earlier, way earlier, like minutes after I posted this morning. So you're probably asleep. But I got you. You'll be up first for the free readings when we circle back around eventually for that. So boom, boom, boom. You're so sweet, Butterfly. Good to see you. All right. So I think, let me just check my emails. And I think we are good to go there. Sorry, I got distracted by this little flame back here. I was like, is my incense on fire? And then I forgot, oh, it's a candle. It's just so clear. It looked like it was on fire. So crisis avoided. We're good. All right, so we've got a little list for the donations going. So what that looks like for tonight, and this is where we'll start. We'll have Marissa Smith up first, and then Star Ruby, you're up after that, and then Sudeshna times 4, and then Maria P times 3, yes, and then Lauren Smith, and then Leslie, and that's where we're at for donations right now. So we will dive in just a moment. Hey, Plate of Spaghetti, we'll get you on the list for the free readings too. Since I haven't, we'll make sure we got that on there. There we go. So you are set there. So let's do a little sip, a little cheers, everybody. I'm so happy to be on this path with you. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. And you are part of the Love Tsunami. So whenever you like the videos, watch it, attend all these, comment on any of the videos, all of those things are things you do for free. That does help out my channel, and I am grateful for that. So cheers, everybody. Oh, and I got my little old mug I busted out here. It's good morning in all these other languages. See if I can do it without spilling. But we got all these languages. It's one of my favorite old mugs. I've never gotten rid of it. All right. So let us dive in, see what spirit has for us. So, Marissa, you're at 15:39 is your timestamp. We'll start off there. Boom, boom. All right. So, you got an update on why you were not getting approved for homes. And so, wow, even though you've completed it all and lived up to it all, it still shows up and people are still denying you there, huh? Well. Let's take a look here. You go, now that you know the reasons, what are your chances of finding a new place, or will you have to stay in public housing? All right, let's take a look here. I also kept your original question, when will you get approved for a new place to live? So we'll still dive into that. All right. So now that you know, what are the chances of finding a new place? And then let's see what else they want you to know here too with all this here. Okay. All right. I think I got it all scooched in here. All right. So let's see here. So, what are your chances of finding a new place? Yep, you have the Five of Swords. There's a little bit of conflict energy there. Bottom of the deck, you did have the Eight of Cups, which they wanted me to wait for that until we saw the Five of Swords here, which this is about walking away from emotions that don't serve anymore. And it's interesting is underneath there, they're really pressing on me to look at this Seven of Swords, along with underneath that, the Ace of Swords. All of this thinking energy below the Eight of Cups, it just feels like there's, you know, it's just some beliefs that we have that, we can release. It's like, even though they said this is, you know, well, we, um, we can't approve that. We can't let you in there because of this. It's all their rules, all their stuff. And some do. But in this day and age, especially after the plague and everything, there are opportunities out there, they're saying, that people are a little more lenient, especially with the state of the economy and all this kind of fun stuff. That there are individuals out there, and though individuals are telling you no, and that this is the reason, that's the human reason, but there's always a higher reason, right? I feel like one side of that is for us to be able to look at any beliefs we might have below the surface that we're so connected with that, oh, because of these things, it's going to be hard. That's a human belief. And if we want it to be hard, we can continue still believing that. But when we really, and this is the Eight of Cups, is leaving behind emotions and all these that don't serve, it's like, all right, people are telling me no because I'm not supposed to be in those places. I'm, and there might be, we'll look at these other cards here. I feel like there's, a stillness of, is it here that I want to live? Or am I being drawn somewhere else even? Because sometimes we'll have, no, 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 because we're supposed to, our not, there's not really supposed to, but our heart is drawing us in a different direction for something in more alignment with our higher self. So I don't know if you're been starting to get a little nudge in the quietness to move to a different city or somewhere else. There um, might be something there. But we'll see what these cards say here. But the other thing is, when we let go of these thoughts and we realize it's the creator, the universe that is for us, they can open up doors where we think as a human there aren't any. So I feel like there is all of this thinking and shaking energy is to allow you to see something to release it as well. But let's see what else comes in here. Yeah, you have the Three of Pentacles. There's something about getting support here. You have the Four of Swords, which is a peace of mind and a rest of mind. And you do have the King of Cups, which is a balanced emotional energy, but it's also that there's something very compatible for you somewhere. Um, so let's see what else we have here because I feel like you got the Four of Wands too. There's this joy, celebration, gathering energy as well. I don't know if you have a wedding or some sort of big thing that you're um, being invited to and that you're going to. It just feels like there's something here with this Three of Pentacles, feels like getting support from others. And while you're at this celebration, someone's asking, "Well, how you doing?" You're like, "Well, I'm I'm trucking along. I'm doing my best. I'm just hitting some obstacles." "Oh, what? Like what?" And it's like there's this energy of, um, that you just kinda share, "Oh, there was this thing that happened that's there, and now it's a d oh, I know someone." I kind of feel like whatever this gathering is that you're being drawn to, but I also feel like I don't know why this is somewhere else, like moving somewhere else. Wow. Hey, and then so this is why I have 3 decks going here of the same one. You had the Four of Wands, and then you got the Four of Wands again with the Two of Cups. Again, whatever gathering this is, it does feel like there is an important relationship that's built. Not like, oh, you meet someone and you run off and get married. Run off to Vegas and get married, right? Problem solved. But, let's see what's underneath that too. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. So there is abundance, there is fullness here. So I do feel like there still are chances here for you, and I do feel like there are some answers that come through some sort of gathering that you attend, that you're invited to soon. If you like you said, you haven't got invited yet, but it with it appearing twice, they really are reinforcing that there is some joyful celebration, a gathering that comes in, and it's someone else that is able to put you in touch with someone because even though, if it's like renting a house or renting, there's, you know, um, sometimes when it's corporations that have all their rules and they're all about the risk and blah, 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 they're turning people down, turning people down, turning people down everywhere, right? Because it's all about the numbers and their process, right? But when it's an individual person, a homeowner that's renting out a home or gonna put up, a rent to own situation or whatever, they are more, um, they take more risks usually, and they are not as, like corporations and stuff are. So it might even be that if you're going through a different, type of scenario, than you had planned, that could also be opened here. So I do feel, that there is, you're not stuck in public housing, that there are opportunities, but a big piece of that is, we're doing that. Oh, perfect. I love that. So you're actually looking at rent to own, and that's good. It just will be, more of individual, person, not through a company, kind of thing, because they've got all their roles and, like I said, and all that stuff. So I feel like stepping back and seeing if it's a certain area you wanted to live in, maybe you're not supposed to live in that area, right? Oh, you thought it was a scam. Well, definitely read all the paperwork and do all that if you have someone who is a lawyer or in the legal trade, can always have them look over the application, make sure it looks good, because you don't want to get into a scam. But definitely do your due diligence as you do, and find out because there are those, and it's kind of the, you know, because you're renting. and they're putting, a certain amount towards the house, but some of it's still rent. You don't, it's not like you're buying the house, like everything is not going to your principal when you're purchasing a house. It's takes a little longer and unfolds. And if you end up bailing, then you end up losing, it, kind of if you break the contract, then they just get all the money kind of stuff. So it is this trust, right? Trust in both ways kind of thing. Let's take a look here. When will you get approved for a new place to live based on new energy, current energy? And you've got July 22nd to August 1st. I like that. You got the 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands energy means that it can be sooner too, because Wands energy, especially the 5, is the change of energy, which means we can, the more we focus in on the gratitude, the high vibration, joy, laughter, celebration, those types of things, then, that moves things faster. If we're focusing on the fear and the and we can get caught up in the why is this happening to me and why conflict, that slows things down. But the more we can release it and kind of go, all right, this was for me in some way, somehow, and I trust that I'm going to be in a better situation because of what I've experienced. But it looks good. I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too from the healing spirits. See what we have for this here. And you have send out help to others. Yeah, and I feel like you're getting help sent to you. So I do feel like, again, with all that, helpers, someone that you meet at some sort of joyful gathering, is, um, it puts it in touch as well with someone. Or they know a person, "Oh, I have a friend, that they are wanting to rent to own their home. Here, let me just give you their information, I'll let them know," kind of thing. It says, "You can feel vulnerable when those you know and love are in trouble or need help that seems beyond your abilities. This is the time to call on spirit healers and helpers and ask them to send love and compassion to those you cannot reach or feel you don't have the power to fix. Spirit healers and helpers work on different level, so trust them with this one. Neither distance nor time nor space can create a boundary when it comes to sending the healing power of love. And remember, every prayer for others is blessed by healing spirits." So I love that, especially if you know of someone that's going through a tough time, sending them help actually energizes, like when you're carrying that other people. And if you don't know of anyone that's going through a situation like you can even just trust that there's other people out there. You can send love and support from your heart going, "Spirit, send help to all these individuals, that they can find somewhere to live." Because when you're putting out that energy, you're also drawing that energy for you too, right? It's like if you want help, help others. If you want love, love others. If you want friends, be a friend, all that stuff that we hear. It's true because that's energy. It's how it works. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. Many blessings to you. Yeah. And if you have something in writing, even showing that you did pay everything and that if you got anything from them saying that it's paid in full, we're good. Um, that could be a good, thing to have ready to provide as well. Just as a side note. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful. All right. So I think that's good there. All right. So let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive in and continue here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Star Ruby Guidance. Hello, hello. So good to see you. Thank you again for your donation. And Let's take a look here. It's good to hear your calming voice once again. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Hopefully, we'll not be too calm where you'll stay awake, right? You're like, "Huh, what?" All right, so let's take a look here. So, hey, good. Hello, hello. Oh, so good. You're so sweet. All right. So you want to know here first, what is the future for pH and U? So based on current energies, what does your future look like here? Okay, went to those two. And then will he overcome his fear to love again? Okay, again, based on current energies. Anything we can know about that? And maybe I'll just do these so that I can seem easier. All right. So you're so close and you care deeply. Oh, yeah, right. He's still carrying wounds from his divorce a year ago. Yeah. So will he overcome this in time? Okay, let me put that as a question there. Let's see. Okay, so that's all one question there. All right. So will he overcome this trauma from his divorce and previous relationship? And he says he's still attracted to you and that you checked all his boxes except the divorce screwed him up, right? And he's worried he's wasting your time because he knows you eventually want to share life with him. Aw. He says he doesn't understand why he can't overcome it and thought he'd be further along now, but I believe down he will overcome. And he wanted to see what the cards say. Okay, so pretty much all of that is all of that together there. So we'll take a look here, see what they want. We'll see what advice they have, that what he can do to help that if he's interested. And you can be the deliverer of the message if it resonates. All right. So, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 7 of cups here, which is a lot of emotional confusion and there's a lot of it feels like I can't figure out what emotion, not what I wanna choose, but more so how I can learn to choose my emotions, right? So, you have the Queen of Cups underneath that, which is the master of emotion, which I feel like is the big crux of things is that, we learn a lot about people can't make us feel a certain way. I'm choosing to feel a certain way about something that's happening in the outside world. We can't control what other people are feeling. We can only control what we're feeling. But we're taught differently growing up because, we're taught, you made mom mad. Ooh, how powerful you are. You made dad sad. Ooh, look how powerful you are. You are responsible for other people's emotions. That's what we're taught as children because adults want to use that to manipulate us to make sure we do what they want us to do, right? It's a manipulation tactic. It's not true because then we think, oh, well, then my feelings are everyone else's responsibility. Um, and that's not true. So we all feel out of control because we think other people are supposed to make us happy and stop making us sad or angry, and vice versa. When we realize, wait a minute, if you're driving my car and I'm driving your car, and none of us really, I'm not in your car driving it, and that's why you're ending up in a ditch. And I think someone else is driving my car while I'm in it, and I'm not grabbing the steering wheel. I end up in a ditch too. That's what happens with humanity. When we realize, oh, I'm the one driving, then we can grab a hold of our vehicle, our emotional vehicle, our mental vehicle, our energetic and physical vehicle, and I'm the one that gets to choose. But it is about taking responsibility for our own emotions and not blaming it on anyone else because there's no one to blame. It's just an emotional choice, and there's no right or wrong emotional choice, just higher vibration or lower vibration emotional choices, and they're different. higher vibration emotional choices like unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude and play, that is wonderful. Like we are like, ooh, it grows, it expands, we feel powerful. When we're in the lower vibration, which is rooted in fear, which is expressed usually through some sort of anger or sadness, those are like the two core emotions that spawn all the other emotions. Those are restrictive and feeling they heavy, and they make us feel powerless and limited, right? And when we realize, there is no wrong choice, just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences, that I can change it when I want to, then that's when we take our power back. So I like that kind of emotional empowerment is the underlying energy of the entire reading, right? So let me just scooch back here. I'm falling off my seat. All right. I'm on the edge. So let's take a look here. So first, what is the future based on current energy between the two of you? Yeah. There is wonderful possibilities. You got the 9 of cups, which is like an emotional dream come true, and the Queen of Wands. She's all about, it's kind of like we were talking about. And both of these really are kind of reinforcing that message because the 9 of cups, even though it's emotional dream come true, the 9 is the hermit's energy, and the emotional dream comes true when we turn inward and find our self-love. Then we fill up and overflow. When we're looking to the outside world to fill us up emotionally, that's why we feel so empty, because they can't give us what we're looking for. Only we can give that to ourselves. That Queen of Wands is then I take the power. Whatever I focus on is what I draw in. So as I'm focusing in on the higher vibrational things, I draw in higher vibration. If I'm focusing in on lower vibrational things, then I draw in lower vibrational stuff. And so if I'm rehearsing and nursing the old wounds, I'll keep it growing. You know, and that's kind of what we might fall back into. And we'll see here with these other cards, because sometimes the pain, we got so used to it being a part of us that it's difficult for us to see the part of us that needs to be let go because we feel like it's part of us. And so something subconsciously within us doesn't want us to let go because we're like, no, that's mine. And when we realize, this, I'm releasing this, I'm transmuting it so I can bring it back into me, right? So I feel like all that to say that there is possibilities. The Queen of Wands is possibilities if that happens, because that is what will be needed to happen there. And when we're looking at, the future is so changeable. Any changes we're making in each moment alter our futures. So the future is so flexible and so altering, that when a wand's energy comes in, it's a great reminder that it depends on what happens in my life is the choices I make and what I draw in for me, right? Let's see here. What will he overcome his fear to love again? All right. Yeah, we've got the little hermit energy. Yep, he can with the Page of Pentacles, but it's gonna take some alone time with that hermit, which is what he's doing. It's just more deeper reflection, more clarity needs to come in here. So they do have that. Yeah, and then the energy underneath that is also the hermit, the underlying energy. So we definitely have this alone energy. Even that 9 of cups, right? That's the 9 hermity, that he has to do it on his own, that you can't do anything to change that for them. They have to do their work. They have to do their freedom work. I've changed it from shadow work to freedom work because it's setting ourselves free, um, from those restrictions. So will he overcome this in time? Time for for what? But we have the 9 of Pentacles, another hermit energy, with the 7 of Wands, which is this, beautiful bubble, um, which is their learning in this solitude like, kind of that they're needing to cocoon, they're needing to transform these things so that they can get into the 7 of Wands, which is, you know, not dimming their light, not asking permission to shine, not, defending who they are, but allowing themselves to be true to themselves and shine bright. So it does feel like it's the cocooning and this energy of the hermit that they're going through is an important part of their process. Yeah, and then they do have balance is achieved here, underneath the surface of those. So it just takes time. And the more, the timing thing is important because when whether it's you or him or any of us, this is how time and patience works. If we feel I should be further along than I am now, that is lack energy, right? Because I'm not looking at my progress. I'm looking at my lack of progress, which is lack energy. And when I focus in on that, I draw in more lack. It slows me down. It's another anchor that slows the process. So when any of us change to focus on, I'm so grateful. Look at the progress I've made. Look at what I've let go of. Look how I've expanded in these areas. Wow. And then when we're grateful for that, we get more expanse. When I'm focusing in on what's not happening, I get more of that, kind of energy that comes in. So what else they have here too regarding all of this letting go. Yep, I feel here with the 10 of swords, this is, you know, this energy of walking away from all the mindsets, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. And with that, then with the new knowledge, we change directions. So if he's headed this direction, he has all these expectations, a lot of and this is where our pain and suffering comes from, right? Is that we believe that they shouldn't do this and they should do that. They should say this and they shouldn't say that. With his ex and all that. And the it's like the freedom comes because we're trapping ourselves, right? All these swords are all these thoughts and these beliefs that are constricting us. And if we have other people under constriction, then we have ourselves under constriction. And so we have a belief in this is the troublemaker, right? When we have this belief that all this stuff should or shouldn't have happened, should have been said, shouldn't have been said, you know, then we have all these judgments against ourselves and against other people. And while we have this resentment, that's what keeps it in place. And so I feel like once they get to that point where they're letting go and it's like a forgiveness. And I know that's, not a fun thing to think about when we feel we've been wronged and that, people have abused us or in verbally, physically, other ways. But the forgiveness is for us. I love the one of the most purest way I've heard forgiveness mentioned is I'm refusing to be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. I'm pouring out the wrath. I'm pouring out my resentments and I'm washing it out really good. And then I'm becoming a vessel of love because I'm not going to let that impact me anymore. So I'm choosing to release that. And I'm not going to forget where I'm going to let other people do it to me ever again. But I'm like, the past is the past. I'm going to release it. And for my sake and for my love's sake. Right. Um, and so when there's that choice that's made here, then things move forward. Yeah. You can't make this up. I mean, so you got both of these cards, both of these walking away 10 of swords with the heartbreak and disappointment card and the changing of direction. So it's letting the walking away from the heartbreak and you know moving, and I do feel like there is all this. I just feel like they have to go about it in a different way than they have been if they want more change with it. Um, and I feel like it has to do here with realizing that the pain they felt wasn't their heart breaking. It was their heart going into fight or flight mode because they felt unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable. And when they realize the pain in their heart is that fear, it's not so much processing everything that happened, but it's getting to the root of what was I fearing during those? What was I feel I was failing at? Or what's the fear at the root? Because when you get to the root of that fear, and then we can release it, and then we don't it doesn't have power over us anymore. But it's getting to the fear. And I'm not sure if he's going to counseling or doing that kind of thing. But if he's trying to do it on his own and he's unprocessing it, it's like, it doesn't hurt to go to counseling. I mean, they provide tools. They're not going to do the work for us, but they do give us tools to help us process things. Or some good books, if he doesn't want to go to counseling and he's like that. There's a great book called The Presence Process by Michael Brown. Not presents like Christmas presents, but like being present. Presence by Michael Brown. And it's a wonderful life transforming book that helps us take charged emotions and integrate them so that they're not these things anymore. So, hopefully that helps. Timing, sure. I'll take a look here based on current energy. Any idea of when, based on their current choices and based on what they're currently headed on their path? Let's take a look here. Oh, this one here. That is the one. So let's take a look. You do have the Queen of Cups. That was the underlying energy, right? So we do have the Queen of Cups, and this is like June 11th to July 11th is a huge transformative time. So here coming up in this next period, I feel like there's great release energy, but maybe it's possible, that something that even if you just share the book name you know, or if they're going to counseling, there's a great release, emotional release energy that comes with that. So I like that. And let's see your fortune cookie here. Since you did have a $5 or more donation, you do get the soul coaching from Denise Lynn. All right, here we go. And this one is Radiance. Oh, look at that. Phoenix rising from the ashes. Dun da da da. What a beautiful card. And we got card number 42. So let's see what we got here. Your radiance acts as a beacon, pulling the bounty of the universe to you. Your heart is open, your spirit glows, and your connection to the source is strong. Your soul wants you to know when you live in a state of radiance, you don't need to struggle for things to happen. You shine so brightly that opportunities are drawn to you. Even if you're feeling dull and lethargic, you can transform your state by acting as if you're feeling expansive, content, and luminous. This might sound like you're pretending, but in fact, when you act as if, this sends a powerful signal to your subconscious mind to uplift your emotional state. Additionally, doing things such as taking a refreshing shower, putting on clean clothes, going for a walk in nature, or listening to soothing music while acting as if you're a radiant reflection of the Creator's light can actually catapult you into a joyous state of radiance. I like that. Kind of goes back to that energy of, am I focusing in on that I'm broken and I'm so broken, I'm working on it, to go, no, you're not. You just were in fear. Focus on gratitude, focus on what you do have, grow what you want, not focus on what you don't want to be there, right? The affirmation is, "I am a radiant reflection of the creator's light." So, I love that. Right, I love that Phoenix, such a beautiful, bright card. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you so much. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Send love, and well, that's all we can do is we can't we can't um make other people's emotional choices for them. We can make it easier or harder, right? The more love and light, and we just, like be that radiant being, helps them choose higher. Or if we're being a jerk to someone, it makes it easier for them to choose lower vibration too, right? So, but ultimately, you can give someone the world, they could still choose lower vibration. So, we spend most of our energy focusing in on raising our own, vibration, our own love. So I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again. And let me grab some more shout outs here before we jump in here. All right, let's see here. So we got Cat Mia in the house. Hey, Cat Mia. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And that second part there, too. Boom, boom. All right. And we got Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea. Good to see you. All right. Okay, we'll look into that there for you. Get you on the free list here. We got CJ and the cats in the house too. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. Whoops, wrong place. There we go. All right. And Olivier Vagara. Hello, hello, my friend. Hello. Good to see you. All right. So we'll take a quick sip here. And then, so up next, we've got 4 for Sudeshna, 3 for Maria P. And then we've got hot coffee in the wrong hand, Lauren Smith, and then Leslie after that. I forgot. This is a thin cup, so it's very hot. So cheers, everybody. All right. So Sudeshna for number 1. Here is your timestamp. And this is for Sumita. So we'll step into her energy with Soham. You want to arrange marriage match. So can we check the matching? So how's the match? What kind of energy is around this? Okay. Put those under there. And then will this move forward based on current energies? None of those. Will that move forward? And will it progress to marriage? All right. So what this is about. They just want that top one. All right. Wow. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Lovers card here, which is a positive energy underneath here. It's an important relationship for sure. So let's take a look here. What tells about this relationship here? Yeah, we do have the Knight of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. So I feel like it's something that's moves a little bit slowly here. But what's underneath here too? We got the Six of Pentacles, which is this beautiful balanced energy that comes in because it feels very all this Pentacles energy, it feels and all of these, well, the King of Pentacles and the Six of Pentacles is an energy of abundance and balance. The Knight of Pentacles it's the slowest moving knight out of them all, but I don't feel like a patience energy around it. Pardon me. It feels um like the abundance, the feeling of abundance grows and grows and grows and grows over time as well. So I feel like in the beginning, like from Sumita's standpoint, it's like, oh, it's a good match and everything's going good, but then it grows, feels more abundant, it feels more abundant, it feels more abundant over time as well. So I like that. Um, and that was how the match. Will this move forward? Okay, we got the Knight of Cups, emotional movement. We've got the Knight of Swords as well. So that's movement. We also have the Death and the Rebirth card here that comes in here. So we'll find out if it moves on to marriage here, but it with that death card being thrown in there with this action movement of emotion in mind, I feel like it might be like we're heading down, everything kind of comes to a halt, and then it starts back up again, kind of energy. Um, do we end up married based on current energies? You got the Two of Pentacles, you got the King of Wands, and the Star card here. So it definitely has the possibilities with the King of Wands here for it to go there. This Two of Pentacles feels like choices again coming in where there's, a couple different choices that, can be made. Um, like maybe there's two people that are, possibilities and for marriage. So I feel like they're one of the possibilities of it, but that King of Wands is all about the choices and the things that are made, along the little pathway to see if that ends up being the one that's chosen. And it all comes down to Samita's energy, if she's focusing in on gratitude for what is and not focusing on and I can imagine because I think you mentioned they were been trying for a couple of years and it's like getting to the point where it's like, oh God, I'm afraid that they're not going to find anyone for me, you know. And when we get caught up in that, we just push things further away. But if we can be, you know, I don't know if you're able to kind of share a little bit of, um, a little bit of this encouragement that, we can trust the creator in the universe that when things don't work out, we're being saved from things that wouldn't have been the best for us. And that whenever there's obstacles, a lot of that helps us, realize um, that there's something more in alignment for us further down kind of the road, right? Um, and if you want to share the my podcast abundance where it be, that's a good energy because that can help her realize her energy that she's focusing on each day and look at any obstacles that are in her child, like that out of balance, where she feels she has to do so much to deserve so little. That can also help her draw things in and allow them into her life. So she can do that to make sure there's nothing she's doing to pushing against the universe too, right? But I like that. So I feel like they're one of two possibilities right now um, on that. So, oh, and then your fortune cookie here. Let's see what we got here. And yeah, trust in the wise spirits and your prayer will be answered. So that's putting the trust in there, right? So card number 33, power number 33. The spirit masters always hear your prayers and want to help you when they can. Even when you believe that your path is blocked and a sense of helplessness takes over, offer up your prayers to them. You only have to ask once. Repetition makes you doubtful, right? As I say that a lot, right? Where spirit has a great memory. We just ask them once for what we want because the more we ask, it feels like lack. Um, and instead we have gratitude for what we have and what we have had. Then we just kind of surrender it over to the spirit world. The spirit masters will give you a sign that they have heard your prayer, and you must leave it in their kind and safe hands. Allow them to guide you appropriately when you need a light on the path. And when it does appear, follow it and let it lead you to the next level of your life. Remember, trust is its own reward. And when you trust in the spirit sages and masters, there will always be a light to show you the way. I love that. All right. So that is for number one there. So we'll circle back around here for the others here in a momentito. Let me just do a couple more shout outs here. Yep, so Olivier, I got your free reading request here. Let's get that on the list here. Boom, boom. All right. Very good. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, good to see you. I just have to say it always that way. And thank you. I got your 2 donations via Zcash app. So I got you on the list here. Just to make sure we got all these here. Let me just mark these as that way I know I have them on the list. And we have Moonlight just came in. Hey, Moonlight, good to see you. Long time. Been on your little adventures, I'm sure. We'll find out here in a minute. Good to see you. I got you on the list, and I'll add your questions when we see those. So where we're at right now, we got 3 more for Sudeshna, then 3 for Maria P, and then Lauren Smith, Leslie, and then 2 for Sean G. And then Moonlight will be up after that. All right, so let's dive back in. So Sudeshna number 2 is 101.49. So here's for your 2 here. And for this one for you, the upcoming week for you, love, career, health, and guidance. All right, let's take a look here. Let me switch out decks here. All right. So what about love for next week for Sudeshna? Okay. 3. All right. Boom, boom, boom. And then career. All right. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. And then what about health? These here. Okay. And then guidance. What's the overall guidance for the week too? Okay. Well, I like it. You got the Emperor energy as your overall energy for your entire week. Emperor, we talk about that a lot with the King of Wands and the Emperor energy, where this is, you deciding, well, first of all, clearing the throne room of all the noise and all the self-appointed advisors in your life telling you who you should be and what you should be doing and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, right? And you're getting out of your head of all those stories, all of their advice and information. You're like, just put it over there on the shelf on your guys' way out. I need to sit with myself, go into my heart, right? And see what it is that I want to do. And then I make a plan and then I put energy behind it. But there is this sense of freedom that comes in with that, because it's like you exert the authority over your own life because everyone's trying to control your kingdom. And they have their own kingdom. They rule over their own lives. It's go rule over your kingdom, but out. Get your nose out of my business, back in your own. I'm gonna take my nose out of everyone else's business and bring it back into my own. Go, what do I want? Kind of energy, right? The other guidance for the week. And you've got the Temperance card here. So the slow movement of things, and things have been moving slow here for you on all fronts, kind of feels like, right? Because of the 7 of Swords. It's given you the opportunity to see your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have been cheating you out of opportunities. And that's the revelation that comes in, with those combined, because the Temperance card is things slow down and things don't feel like they're moving very fast, and that's on purpose so that you can let go and find some freedom from these thoughts and beliefs that don't serve, so that you can, that paths will be open instead of you putting chains across it where I can't go through there, but the only chain is here, not from spirit. Spirit's like, no, you can go down that path. No, you know, there's this, um, gate. It's keeping me out. You're like, oh, that must be on your glasses, that the gate is there. Because in reality, if you take off those glasses of belief, you're like, no, there's no gate there. Oh, wow, it's actually etched into my glasses. So we get to switch out lenses and see things differently. Interesting. All right. So for love for you next week, yeah, we got the Page of Cups. So I feel like this is a continuing, you're focusing on your self love and really determining in your heart what you want. This Two of Wands is what comes in when we're talking about once you know what you want in your heart, not your mind, then you make plans and then you can move towards what a relationship would be. But right now, this Page of Cups energy, this feels like you're, learning about your self love. And that's the important thing, right? Because once you focus in on that, then that's what opens up your ability to draw in different types of relationships instead of doing what we've always done and getting what we've always gotten, which is a reflection of our low self-love and low self-worth that we had in our past. We're like, I'm growing my self-love and my self-worth. That's why things slow down. So we stop bringing in the old stuff and distracting us, and we're focusing on raising our love, our self-love, our self-worth. Then we draw in someone that matches that. So for right now, next week, it's more of the internal search. For career, I think was next. Yep, career. Yeah, you got the Empress. I like this. This is that, birthing something new from your heart. And let's look at all the cards here. You got the Queen of Wands. Wow, two powerful feminine energies. The Queen of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. And then the Queen of Cups. So I feel like next week you have such an opportunity. I mean, you've got all of this powerful energy. It's like you're stepping into what's the only one that's missing is the Queen of Swords so far, which would be the balance between the head and the heart. But you got the Empress, which embodies all four queens. Then you've got three more queens. So there's a lot of emotional energy flowing next week because you've got 5 parts emotion with the Empress, and then the Queen of Cups is 2 more, and then the Queen of Wands also gives another cup, and the Queen of Pentacles. That's 9 I had to look, 9 parts water, emotional energy, and 2 parts fire, 2 parts, earth energy, and 1 part mental energy. So it feels like you're really in your heart next week. And so it's important to ground yourself, with the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress. This is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself. Try to get out into nature as much as you can to help balance and ground you, even if it's just walking out in a park, somewhere where you can just get outside and away from all the stuff, right? But very much it's a week of stepping into your power, which makes sense with the Emperor on the bottom of the deck for your energy, especially around work. You're stepping into this authority of who I am and how you're able to, focus your energy with the Queen of Wands, your action energy in the physical world, and nurturing yourself with the Pentacles, and then intuitively understanding your emotions. And I feel like it's a week of being compassionate to others at work as well, understanding that, you know, everyone wants to live their dream, and a lot of people feel like they're not. And then when you understand where people are coming from their heart, you understand why they're acting the way they are or reacting the way they are. And you can speak to calmness. You can bring in calmness there as well. So I like that. Um, and with all that heart energy, you might be getting clarity around what it is your heart wants to take you to and where you're being drawn to. You might have clarity come in with that. And then health. Wow, you got the Empress again and the Two of Pentacles. So it's important to balance your health. Balance will help you balance your health. And again, that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, just so you see that you got her twice, we do have it here. So it's important to nurture yourself and to rest and not to overburden yourself and find a wonderful balance between your head and your heart. because I feel like you might be feeling a bit lopsided and feeling a lot of the emotions next week. So anything you can do to calm yourself, and like I said, meditation is great, of course, but getting out into nature, just naturally grounding and just right. So hopefully that helps. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So for this one, you've got natural healing power. I like it. Nature's healing power in a way, right? So again, really encouraging you to get out into nature if you can safely. Don't go out to hug lions or anything. So the best way to bring healing and balance back into a life that is out of sorts is to spend a day in nature. Well, there you go. Healing spirits and helpers work hand in hand with Mother Nature, and the goodness and compassion they share is in everything she has to offer. Beauty can be found in everything that is natural, and everything that is natural has the power to heal. Spirit healers and helpers can get closer to you when your mind is open to the natural world. And this is why you must allow yourself to wander in a place where your mind can relax and the healing spirits can fill you with much needed peace. Rejoice in nature's vast garden. There you go. Boom, boom. So that is what they have for you. It's thinking of nature, making my nose itch, right? Pollen. I love nature. I went out walking today. I got out into my nature today. All right, so that was for number 2. We'll circle back for 3 and 4 here in a moment. Let me just do a couple more shout outs, and we will get back into those readings here. So let's see. Here's some moonlight. Thank you for your donations. I see your question here. So here is the first one. Boom, boom. Right. Very good. And then boom, boom. For number 2, we've got up here. All right. Oh, I think I put it 3 times. There we go. Come on. There it goes. So I got your questions here, and you're on the donation list. So good to see you. And then we also have Against All Odds. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we will get you on the free list here as well. All right. And let me just make sure nothing else came in over Z emails. Oops, I think we're good. All right. And let me check something really quick here. I just wanted to make sure. Saw my phone going off over here. Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't my host. I heard some bumping and falling down things upstairs, and I'm like, I think she's okay. All right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. And let's dive back in. So Sudeshna for number 3, we got 113.50. There you are. And we'll pull from this deck here. All right. So we've got, let me just move this over just a little closer. There we go. Should you apply for jobs at Naukri or LinkedIn or through each other company's website? Should you take paid subscription for those for better visibility? All right. So, of course, we always talk about shoulds, right? That there's no shoulds from spirit. We'll just see what energy is in, and you get to decide what matches your energy here. So let's take it for around the job of Naukri. What kind of energy is around that one? I'm probably mispronouncing that. And then LinkedIn. All right. So those are the energy of those. And then what's the energy if you choose to apply through their websites? Not that much for those, huh? All right. They're going to give you some detail tonight on these. And And then, oh, because they're also gonna talk about the paid subscriptions at the same time, they said. So, okay, we'll take a look at those. See what we have. So first, the Nakri, if I'm the N, I guess I don't wanna say the N word, that's bad in the United States. So the Nakri.com one. What's the energy around applying for them? Whoa, alright. So you do have here, well, you got the King of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, and the Seven of Cups. Like, that's one choice. You know, there is some benefit that can come from that here with that company. Um, yeah, because that's beneficial energy there. But that 7 of Cups is like it's almost like they're saying, "Well, that's one choice you could do." I'm not feeling like, "Woo, woo, woo, woo," excited about it, but I'm like, "Yeah, that's a choice," you know? It's not a bad choice. It's not the "woo, woo, woo," choice, like I said, but I'm not mad at it. Um, and then, uh apply through their website or and take paid subscription there. I feel like I wouldn't here with the 10 of swords. That's like releasing all the expectations. Um, I would just go through your regular channels because the full card here is like a big both of these 10 of swords and the full card are a journey without expectations of doing it any kind of specific way. So I wouldn't pay a subscription based on that. And um, you know, you could, if your process is, you know what? I like to go through the company's website, then do it there, not through like a hunter, finder, whatever. I feel like, you know, uh, if that, that feels like less people involved, it's like possibilities here. I'm just going to apply there. So I feel apply at their website, but don't do a paid subscription kind of energy that's there. So that's for that, and then for LinkedIn, got 5 cards for them. Wow. I just have to show you. So 2 of the cards so far, the 2 that you just had down below. Come on, here we go. So, oh my gosh, I'm sometimes I'm talented and sometimes I'm not. But yeah, so you got the same cards twice here, but this is on applying for LinkedIn. Um, You've got you've got the Knight of Pentacles as well. You had 5 cards that came out. So you have the Knight of Pentacles, the Devil card, and the Sun card. So there is something that can come about in that, with the Sun card, but with that Knight in Pentacles, it feels like it takes a while, a long while for something to come through with them, and the Devil card is you have to kinda let go of some of the things that you're wanting with your mind. Again, all this letting go of expectations around these 2, it's like, well, I'll try it. But I kind of feel here that I don't know. I mean, I feel with LinkedIn, asking about should I go on their website? Should I pay for a subscription? There's a lot of hidden things here with the moon. We've got the 9 of wands, which is like a block, something keeping you from going forward, and the 5 of cups. It's like I feel like it would be too much of a having to let go of too many things that you're wanting from a company, um, with LinkedIn, with all that energy. That one doesn't feel as it's like it's a choice. It's something that in the long run it can bring you something, but I kind of feel like it would take too long. I feel like the first one that begins with an N, I feel like that one is, you know, a choice to do. But that other energy, it doesn't feel as exciting as the others. You, of course, get to do whatever you want to do. If you're like, you can just try it. See, it's good practice submitting applications, right? But I just feel like they wouldn't bring in the what you're looking for there. You'd have to release too many uh, of your desires for them. And why do that? We're in the journey of going in upward, not kind of lateral, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with these. All right, and you got when it feels right, do it. Yeah. So do they feel right? Then do it. So 32. So many people overthink their life, and in doing so, miss much of what could bring them joy and adventure. The wise old spirit sages may have sat and meditated in their lives, but whenever they were moved to act, they did so without hesitation, because they felt it more than thought it. Right, the heart, not the head. They trusted their inner selves, so when your inner self is shouting at you to act, don't sit back. Your instinct is telling you that it is time to take your life to a whole new level now. So believe in what you're doing and remember to enjoy it too. I like that. Right. So that is for number 3 there. And we will circle back around for number 4 here. We just have some more wonderful Zen friends coming in. Let me do a couple shout outs and we will get back into it here. So we got Debbie O, my tech Zen friend. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I got your free reading request here. We'll get you on there. Boom, boom. And we got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We got Divine Soul in the house. Hey, good to see you as well. We got you on the free list. I see your request here. Oh, and we got Debbie. Hey, good to see you. Love and light to you, my friend. Good to see you. All right. So I think that is all the stuff. So we will get back into it here. So Sudeshna for number 4, 12233. Look at those repeating numbers for your last question here. Boom, boom. And so the energy around applying for jobs in Kolkata location. All right, let's take a look here. So what's the energy around that? Or any other city? What about remote jobs? Okay. And so what is there or where there is good energy, high chance of you getting a job? Okay, yes, that's the focus we have. It's funny, the bottom of the deck. Well, you got all these options to choose from, right? The 7 of cups. There's all these options that are out there, right? So, what about jobs in Kolkata location? You have the 9 of Pentacles, which is a self-sufficiency. There is that's an abundance card kind of energy that comes in here. So I do feel like you have success in finding actual jobs in Kolkata, if I'm saying that correctly. Because it's almost like a financial, abundant, physical dream come true kind of energy. So that seems positive there, about, high energy. And then any other cities, yeah, the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And feel like if you chose other cities, once you started getting the fruit of having it in another city, it wouldn't be, it take too long where you're like, I don't really feel like I want to do that. Cause I feel like you would have to relocate or travel a lot. And you're like, no, I don't. I feel like in the long run, it wouldn't here work out for you. I feel like you would become dissatisfied with them. And then what about remote jobs? You do have the 6 of Swords coming in here, and the 3 of Wands, and the Sun card here. So these are positive energies here. I feel like, especially with the Sun card is a beautiful, bright, sunshiny card bringing success here. So remote jobs seem to work very well for you here because the Six of Swords is changing your mindset about some things and seeing things from a higher perspective, which allows you to change course and go in a different direction than you normally would. So I feel like you have more flexibility with the remote and that you just have to kind of get out of your head some small T truths for it to be successful because it's Six of Swords is about changing mindsets and then going and and then changing direction slightly. It's not a doing a 180 and going the other opposite direction. It's just altering course a little bit in what you were wanting to do to get that success with the remote. So might be working for someone that you were not too excited about or something along those lines. So um I feel like that is what they have for those. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. And let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is here. All right. And for this one, you've got heal yourself to heal the world. Ooh, I like that. Card number 9. There's that remote hermit 9 energy. A heart that is filled with kindness can sometimes want to take on too much. The world is a big place for one person to heal, so it's best to heal your own world first, and then you'll see the bigger picture. I'm sorry, then you will see the bigger things that concern you from a higher perspective. Spirit healers and helpers are always working to heal the world that we live in, and they're proud of you for reaching this point in your development where your compassion, I know how to read. It's not very well tonight, it seems. But let me restart that here. So, spirit healers and helpers are always working to heal the world that we live in, and they are proud of you for reaching this point in your development where your compassion for others has grown so much. But now you must work with them and not on your own. Bigger problems require teamwork, and they are your team now. Wow, I love that. Your spiritual posse is supporting you. So I love that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Sudeshnik. Thank you again so much for your multiple donations there. Very grateful. All right, let's see. Jojo. Oh, you like my shirt? Yeah, I don't know if you see that it says love is all you need. I love it. So thank you. It's one of my favorite shirts. I'm glad I have good taste because if you like it, that means it's good. All right. And then Debbie O, thank you so much for your donation. All right. More deets, please. And I did get your email. So it's a waiting here when we get to you there. All right. So I think I have everything. So where we're at, we've got next coming up, I've got 3 for Maria P, and then we have Lauren Smith, and then Leslie, and then 2 for Sean G, and then 2 for Summer or Moonlight, and then Debbie O. You'll be up after that. All right. I know we'll see. Well, it is Friday. You might be able to pry your eye open, right, Debbie? All right. You're like, or I'll catch you in the morning. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Maria P, we're at 129.19 for your first one here. And I do have those right up here. You're welcome, Jojo. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's see what's going on with the mister, and then what's going on with him. He seems so upset and stressed. And then the dark side. All right, what's coming for you guys on Sunday? Should you go to that work function? Well, if you go to that work function, what energy will you get? It's up to you, right? Or just meet up with Wally afterwards. Okay. And if you just meet up with him afterwards, what kind of energy is there, and then a message from spirit. All right. So let's zip through these here. We got Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, he's kind of feeling a little this fear of being abandoned, being left behind out in the cold. It's kind of feeling a bit down and feel like kind of low energy, low kind of lack energy. So I feel like they're in that um and again, we'll find out here. You said he feels upset and stressed. Well, that's kind of this energy. I feel like he's feeling very um unappreciated by a lot of people. And um so I feel like he's just in this place, and I feel like that's why I feel like it's just those are the glasses that he has on today. He just feels that way, and so it applies to everything, including your guys' relationship, because they're in that frame of mind, right? So what's going on with him? He seems upset and stressed. Yeah, we do have this death and rebirth energy and this Ace of Cups energy. And it does feel here, whatever, I feel like there's a significant ending and beginning energy that's coming into their life right now. The Ace of Cups isn't about a relationship and those kind of things in this scenario, because I'm feeling an energy of this has to do with like, um, I'm not feeling happy because there's a lot of stuff that's changing, endings and beginnings, and a lot of stuff that feels like out of their control at work and with their son and their family. His mom, dad, siblings, all this. Just feel like there's a lot of stuff happening that's going on. And I also feel like there's something about, I don't know if they got news that a grandparent is sick or that they are dying. It just feels like there's something within their family, just some bad news. Excuse me, that just adds on top of all that too. So I just feel like they're just feeling like out of control. The dark side, yeah, we got the Knight of Cups and the Judgment card. So the Judgment card is them being pulled away from that, and the Knight of Cups, is this energy of the movement of their heart that, their heart wants to go somewhere else and get out of there. But I just feel like it almost feels like every time they feel like they're making progress to head towards that, something comes in and rattles his life in some way. And I feel like that's, kind of adds into all of this feelings that they have going on here too. What's coming for you guys this Sunday? You got the Knight of Swords, some good communication, seeking clarity, but it feels like some good needed conversation happens for you guys on Sunday. If you go to the work function, oh, you have the Two of Cups. Um, so there is, this important relationship kind of energy. I feel like you get to hang with them. Um, if you just meet with them afterwards, you got the Hanged Man. It just kind of brings things to it puts a pause on things. Um, yeah. So I feel like there's growth in both of them. You know, if you go, there's growth towards kind of, you know, you guys being able to hang out together and feeling that support for one another. Whereas I feel like if you wait and just meet with them afterwards, there's kind of this alone feeling with the Hanged Man. It's you're over there and I'm in a cocoon and we're separate, kind of energy. I feel like it's not as bonding, if that makes sense. So whatever you prefer in this moment, you're like, I don't care. And then a message from spirit. Yeah, you got the Wheel of Fortune, the Ace of Pentacles. Everything that is unfolding in your life is for you with the Wheel of Fortune. It's the tune of for you. And the Ace of Pentacles is this energy around your discovering a lot about your self-worth as these challenges to these things in the outside world that you've been taught to define your worth by, right? Relationships with people, job, education, um, your body, your bank account, possessions, all those things kind of are being challenged, but it's all for you to point you back to yourself because there's instability when you define yourself by those outside world things. And so when you do that, you feel shaky, shaky, bakey, bakey, right? So, um, basically, everything that's unfolding is pointing you back to you to discover where am I placing the foundation of my worth? Is it relationship situations or things? Or is it by my connection to who I really am, this powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, right? So, that is what they have for that one. Your first fortune cookie is you came to serve and serve you will. Gonna serve some tea like me? Look out, world. So let's see what we have here. Hey, Crystal. No, it's not too late to donate. You can definitely still do that. Yeah, we're only an hour and a half in, so we are good, good, good. Thank you for asking. So you came to serve Maria. It says, in your life, you have come through dark times and have experienced enough to be able to choose whether to offer your gift to others. In your heart, you know that everything you have overcome has been part of your journey that has brought you to this very moment. That's it. The Wheel of Fortune, right? The tuna for you. Your spirit guide has watched over you and is telling you that you are now ready to use your gifts and share them with the world. For everything you have come through has taught you grace and wisdom that you must share. Remember, the one who serves others is served by the highest spirit of all. Wow, I love that. So that is your wonderful. Can you see the little? I guess you can see it further away here, pretty much more clearly. That's that's you and your higher support team. I like it. Right. So that is for the first one there. Let's look back for number 2 here. Let me just see here. And we got Tim, brother Tim in the house too. Hey, good to see you. Greetings, brother Tim. You're waiting on a call tonight. Will this be the call that all of us waiting were wanting? What does Spirit say? All right. Did you ever watch um, Sister Act? When they go, when she was dressed as a nun, when did you get the call? The call? Yeah, the call. Oh, the call. That's what played in my head just now. I like it. All right. So, we will continue down the list here. All right, Crystal, thank you. I'll keep an eye out for the PayPal coming through here as well. All right. So, Maria, for number 2, we got 138.39 coming in here. So here is the timestamp for those 2. So you want to know work for you next week. All right. So Dr. Laura, Dr. Bob, 2 for Dr. Bob. What's coming for you at work? Oh, right. Boom, boom. And then the ladies are making drama at work, and you feel something that they're up to something. What should you know? All right. That, all right. And then a message from Spirit on work. All right. All right. So let's see here. What is Dr. Laura? So Dr. Laura, she's a bit distracted. We got the 2 of Pentacles. It feels like she's kind of split in 2. It's like she needs to be cloned because I feel like she's very, very busy. And this energy coming in here, just like she's distracted. She's not really focused in on you. She's got like too much on her plate. She's like torn in 2 places right now. Feels like she's very much in that. Um, it's almost like 2 different locations almost. Like I'm managing this and this. I'm trying to, you know, be be in between 2 places. I can't be 2 places at once, but I have to be. So I'm trying to be 2 places at once. So I feel like she's very distracted for you next week. So she might even be less in the office, like half the time because she's somewhere else. Let's see here. Dr. Bob, of course, Dr. Bob is always going to be a little happy, happy, joy, joy, 3 of cups, joy energy, the Ace of Pentacles, energy coming in here, which is new opportunities. And I feel like, you know, the 3 of Cups is tribe energy and it's about groups. So it feels like here there's an opportunity. And I feel like he sees an opportunity this next week for you regarding groups because, and it's funny because you're talking about, that the ladies are making drama at work and are up to something. What should I know? It's like I feel like from Dr. Bob's perspective, he kind of sees that all the little upheaval that's going on in the office right now, that this is an opportunity because this is one of the big things that he wanted to see from you, right? This is one of those things we talked about how you communicate, how you work with others. Are you gonna be part of the drama? Are you gonna be part of the solution, right? And I feel like that's kinda what he's looking for. So what should you know about all this stuff here? Yeah, I feel like what you should know, I mean, you've got, let's see if I could do this without dropping them all. Here we go. So you've got the King of Pentacles, which is all about abundance. You got the 10 of Pentacles, which is also about abundance and kind of what people think success is. And then you have the Death card, which is, I feel like with all this, that people are afraid, right? People are afraid of losing their abundance, losing money, losing jobs, losing family, losing stuff. So I feel like there's a lot of fear that's running wild, and that's what happens. So, when you said the word drama, the first thing that they brought to my mind was they're reminding me because I read somewhere about there is no drama. People are not being dramatic. People are expressing perfectly what they're feeling on the inside. And that just fits so much in here because, when a human is feeling unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, that fear has ignited them into being like a child. And so they're acting like children because they're in fear. And when they're acting out of fear, if we're like, "Oh, are they gonna try to do something to me?" That's your inner child that's starting to react, feeling unsafe, right? Out of control or uncomfortable. So your inner child's starting to go, and if you fall into that, you'll end up being childish along with the rest of them and being part of the drama. But instead, if you can breathe and step back and try to see it from a perspective of, that they are going through it, and they're in fear. What was this? They're telling me I wrote something down. What did I write down? Oh, yeah, this is so perfect. Because they said, and it was, from, Jefferson Fisher on Instagram. He said, Using the word maybe changes our life." Like, maybe they are going through something. Maybe they're in fear. Maybe this, maybe that. Because he said something about the amount of benefit of a doubt that we give other people is a good measure of the grace that we're able to give to others. And where what kind of grace that we're in. And so, when we're like, "Oh, they're treating me this way, so I'm gonna, retaliate." That's childish, right? That's thinking they're doing something purposely against us when they're just reacting from a place of fear. So I feel like that's important for you to know that their actions have nothing to do with you. It's all reactive. They have their dreams, they have their fears, their hopes, things that they want, goals and stuff they want to have come true. So they're focusing on that. and their reactive state is from a place of fear, not from, you know, um, that's why I say we give them the benefit of a doubt. They don't have a motive of "I'm gonna get Maria," it's "I'm freaking out, and this is how I react when I'm freaking out." And so I feel like that's helpful to know. Um, yeah, that's what you should know. Let's see, did we do everything? We got Dr. Laura, Dr. Bob. Oh, we skipped over what's coming for you at work. I feel like that's gonna be the last one here. So what's the message from spirit for you here? Yeah, I feel like, we've got the power of emotional choice that's coming in here for you for work because the 5 of cups is when we choose, and even the 5 of cups is the 2 of cups emotional choice because usually we have 3 spilt cups that we're crying over or upset with. There's poison. There's all this symbology in the 3 of cups. But the 2 of cups behind us is the power of emotional choice, which says that there's no wrong choice of emotions, right? But no one makes us feel any particular way. Our story we choose to put to a situation activates the emotional soundtrack we've assigned to those kind of stories. So they're attacking me, then I'm going to go into mad energy instead of changing that to when I feel someone's attacking me, I'm going to go into compassion and go, what's going on with them? Because they're doing that for a reason. It's not personal. They're upset. They're in fear. So what's going on? Are they okay? We can activate a different emotion instead of a defensive one. We can have a compassionate emotion that can indicate here. But this is what you need to know is that you're the one in charge of your emotions. You can't control other people's emotions. You can make it easier or harder for them to choose higher or lower vibration, right? If they're already in lower vibration and then you're, going, "What are you witches?" I said witch. "What are you witches doing? Blah, blah, blah," being so dramatic. Is that gonna help? No, it's gonna add fuel to the flame, right? But instead, if it's like, "Are you guys okay? Are you guys not, are you guys okay?" I go like, "Are you guys okay?" Um, and, it's bringing in, if you can bring in muffins or cookies or do something, go, "Hey, I made some cookies for everyone just because I'm so glad that, you know, we all have each other," um, you know, or whatever. You don't have to make stuff up. Be sincere in whatever you say, but I feel like that's important for you to know. And then work for you next week. Yeah, we got the King of Cups. You have a great opportunity to balance your head and heart and to balance your emotions. So it's a great opportunity to step into your emotional power. So I like that. All right. Let me put all these cards back in here and we'll see what your fortune cookie is. Come on, come on. There we go. All right. And then let's see what else we got here. So for this one, you've got the light in you can lead the way. Ooh, I like that. So that's kind of that leadership energy that Dr. Bob is looking for is, are you going to help lead everyone from their lower vibration and make it easier for them to choose higher vibration? Or are you going to be part of the problem? I like it. So, all of us will have to walk through times of shadow in this world if we live long enough. But you have the power to light up even the darkest corners of your mind. You are part of the universal light that casts out shadows. And because of this, the guardian spirits of the universe will always give you their strength when you need it. Even when your light burns low, you can turn to them, and all that is good and true will shine through your being. Day always follows night and removes the shadows of yesterday. Light up light up the new day for someone who needs it. There you go. There's that energy. So I like that for you. So that was number 2 for you, Maria. So thank you very much for that. All right. Very good. I did get your donation that came through there, Crystal. Thank you so much. I see your questions are in the PayPal thing there, the 3 questions. So we will hit that here in a momentito, just so everyone knows where we're at. I got one more for Maria. Then we have Lauren, and then Leslie, and then 2 for Shanji, 2 for Summer slash Moonlight, and then Debbie O, and then Crystal. You'll be up after that. All right. So boom, boom, boom. All right, let me just take another quick sip here. Thirsty. Cheers, cheers, everybody. I got my mushroom coffee tonight because I didn't drink it earlier. So I got mushroom coffee and with some 0 sugar caramel macchiato creamer. Yum, yum. It's not quite as sweet as the others, but it's all right. I'll accept it. It's good. All right, Maria, 151.24 is for your third one here. Boom. All right. And for this one, you have a curiosity around Dr. David. Oh, so when you first started at the district, kind of grew a crush. Oh, yeah, I had a crush on him before Wally. Yeah, of course, before Wally. So can we dive into his thoughts? All right. So let's take a look here. What are his thoughts towards you right now? Okay, got those. Did he ever or has a crush on you? Did he? Does he? All right. Let me just move like that. All right. And then you're curious because you find him looking at you. Why is he looking at you? And he parks next to you. All right. I'll take a look here. So, they got the bottom of the deck. We have the 5 of cups and then the 4 of wands. There's a little bit of energy under here that I feel like one of the big one of the big, I wouldn't say attractions, that's not the word they wanna use, but one of the things that they really like about your impact on them is what I wanna say, was when they feel down, you would do things that, made them feel, a little brighter, in their life. So they like the little things that you would have done to, just help turn their frown upside down. So I like that. So what are their thoughts on you right now? Yeah, they got the 7 of wands energy here, which, they see you as this bright light, this fiery person that doesn't ask permission to shine, doesn't dim your light, doesn't um feel like you have to defend who you are kind of energy, that you just are yourself. And I like that about you, that this fieriness of I'm going to be me kind of energy. They have the 10 of pentacles too. So their thoughts here around this abundance, this fullness. And there's something about they see you with your children and all this that you're trying to accomplish. And there's a little bit of, um, I don't wanna say concern because they know that, you take care of yourself and, you do whatever you need to do, and you're a fighter. But they have, like, kind of this and they're not feeling sorry for you, anything like that either. But they're just, like, compassion. They're just like, "Wow, you're such a, um" you've been through a lot and you've gone through a lot, and I don't know how much they know about what you've gone through, but they kind of feel like you've gone through so much and look how strong you are. Like I feel like that's the kind of thinking they have towards you, this fire, this strong overcomer fire kind of person. Did he ever have a crush on you? I feel like he was focused on work in the past with the 8 of pentacles. doing the work, all that kind of energy. Does he have a crush on you now? No, he likes talking to you though with the Knight of Swords. He's curious about who you are and he likes chatting um, when you guys do have a chance to chat, but I don't feel like there's a crush kind of energy in there. I feel like I don't know why he feels like he's too mature to have crushes on people. Ooh. All right. And then, yeah, why is he always looking at you, right? He wants to murder you. No, I was kidding. The death card. um, yeah, what is this? We got the death card. We have the Page of Cups, and we have the Six of Swords. Um, Man, I mean, the Page of Cups is an energy of happiness and joy, and I feel like, um, again, going back to those original cards where you always made him laugh or made him feel good, and so whenever he's feeling down, I feel like, he just looks over to see what you're doing because I feel like you crack him up sometimes. But he just likes your energy just makes him feel better. It's just easier. Like you're a little bright light in his life. Um, and there is something about this death card in the Six of Swords. Did we used to get this on them before that they always think that you're gonna be looking to go somewhere else? Um, and I feel like that's the Six of Swords, that they're always just kind of seeing what they can pick up to see if you're wanting to go and move to a different company or go somewhere else because he's got this inkling that you're not happy and that you wanna go somewhere else energy. So, I kind of feel like that's about there. I don't feel like I feel like they're really consumed in their job right now, and trying to make it all work, and I do feel like there's something busier coming down the pike for them too, but I don't feel like there's, you know, something crush like, that's there. So, I mean, you are attractive too. So, I mean, but I feel like it's beyond that. I feel like it's just like you're a bright light for them. So, I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie says around this too. You've got go within, inward, not outward, right? Number 48. So, no matter how much you have learned or how much you are seen to be the trusted one that others go to for help and guidance, you must always remember to give something back to yourself. Guardian spirits are telling you that you are also a sentient being, and as such, you will at times require regeneration from the healing powers of the universe. Meditation is good for mind and soul, and allowing yourself to be still when required will bring balance and contentment, which in turn will create clarity and peace. So, the inner you is your environment. So, remember to treat yourself well. I feel like they're saying, you know, if you're not content, with Wally and you're starting to look around, don't look at someone else, look in here, because otherwise you're just going to keep repeating and the same thing over and over and over again, right? So don't, if your eyes start to wander, let them wander within, not somewhere else. That's funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. And we'll get around for your free reading eventually as well. All right. So, Lauren, you're up 159.30. So, Lauren Smith. All right. So, thank you for your donation. We're starting back over here. And you want to know the last time F and you were in person, you had just left dinner with the girls, and had a martini. Whoa. So you were just a little more giggly than normal. That's funny. Did he think that you had been drinking, or did he not notice? Oh, all right, let's take a look here. So did he uh, think you had been drinking? Did he notice? We'll take a look here. Okay, is that it? All right. So did he notice? It doesn't seem here. The Eight of Swords is almost like this mirror, and the Five of Pentacles. It I don't feel like he noticed here that you were drinking, because I feel like he was really focused in on, what do you think about me? Am I going to be enough? This Five of Pentacles is like the fear of being abandoned, left behind, out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And the Eight of Swords is letting go of my mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So I feel like this energy of really being focused on me and super thinking about, what are you thinking of me, and you know what's going on. You got the Four of Wands and the Ten of Pentacles. So here's your little joy and giddiness with the Four of Wands. They actually liked it with the Ten of Pentacles. They didn't think anything of it, other than they like that you were happy, because they were taking that as feedback that you were enjoying being around them and hanging out with them. So I like that. I like that energy there. I'm just gonna, since that was a very fast one, I want to just ask here too: would he have cared had you been drinking? I just want to see what to put that, at ease here too. I feel like the Queen of Pentacles. I feel like they're like, as long as you're taking care of yourself, that's their big concern. And the Five of the Hierophant is about seeing things from a different perspective, and I feel like they don't I don't feel like they would, like, judge. I feel like they would wanna understand, and, you know of course, if you're always tipsy around them, they would wonder if you're an alcoholic, or something like that, where they're like, "Are you okay? Are you taking care of yourself? Do you need an intervention?" And I don't feel like that's, the case at all, but I feel like they would wanna see it from a different perspective, and that they wouldn't judge. It would be out of compassion and care that they would care, not out of, "Oh, I can't believe you had a martini," kind of energy. I feel like they're pretty lenient. If they have any kind of beliefs that where they don't drink, or whatever, they don't expect everyone else to do what they do. I feel like they're kind of open-minded with all of that. So, um, I feel like that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too here. This one here, boom, boom. And there says here, happiness is freedom from fear. Yeah, I like that. That kind of isn't a message in itself, right? That your happiness helped them feel less fearful. So even if it was martini induced, they put them at ease because you were laughing a lot. It says, I am happy because I know that I am guided by a spirit who has watched over me all my life. I am happy because I know that as a spirit, I can never die. I am happy because I know that love is growing in my life and I've overcome all my fears. I was able to do this because I asked my spirit guide to teach me to be like them. Spirit guides can only work with what they are given, and you are a worthy student who has risen to every task you've been presented with. When you meet your challenges with dignity and honor, you grow spiritually. Every moment is now a blessing. I love that. And it's true. Everything is. And what if they got upset? What if they were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you had a martini." Well, thank you for showing me who you are, and that I do not want to be around you anymore. Bye. you know, Instead of it being a rejection toward us, it's clarity and information about who people are. Because if someone gets all judgy over something, then you're like, that's okay. I don't need to be in a relationship with this type of person. That's like, I give myself enough of a hard time. I don't need an assist. I don't need an assistant, right? You're fired. All right. So hopefully that helps, Lauren. That is what we have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. If I can get, oh my gosh. If I can learn how to use a mouse, I think we'll all be okay. There we go. All right. There we go. Excuse me. So, Leslie, you're up 205.26. Leslie, thank you for your donation. And you would want to know, tell me about Gary F., another Gemini. That's funny. All right. So, what can you know about them? All right. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. That it? All right. Yeah. It makes sense, of course, them being a Gemini, that they're big thinkers. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Six of Swords, which is about, process of letting go of old ways of thinking, trying to see things from a bigger perspective, and then they bring change out in their world. So they're open-minded with that, being the underlying energy of it. And then also the first card in your reading is the Eight of Swords. More thinking energy, more reflection energy, more flow of thought energy. I like these being the big energies in the beginning here because, even numbered minor arcana are about flow. It's like, Six of Swords is three on each side, Eight of Swords is four on each side. So there's this wonderful flow. When you get like a 5 or a 7, 9, or whatever energy, that means there's a block in the middle. There's an obstacle that they're hitting. But these are flowing thoughts, open-minded, flowing kind of energy. So I like that. So what else? These 4 cards came out together. We got more thinking energy. We got the Three of Swords along with the Devil card, more thinking energy. Well, obviously, big thinker. And the Eight of Swords again, and the Temperance card too. So all of these 4 coming out together is, they really been evaluating and trying to get into their head around their past, heart the feelings of heartbreak, the disappointments that they had. The Devil card, Saturn, Capricorn energy, they're really it's the card that I'm calling the freedom fighter now, because 'cause they're the ones that are, they introduce us to our shadow work, which I call freedom work now, and it's to show us the stuff, show us the pain, the suffering that comes with our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are rooted in small t truths, right? Rooted in fear that helps set us free, and so they are in this reflective period of, you know, letting thoughts go that don't serve anymore and looking beyond those things and changing the story of what things mean. So a lot of growth energy. The Temperance card is an energy of alchemy, something that's been moving slow, that they've been slowly doing over a while here now. And that's good. They still might be in kind of a slow-mo energy, I'm kind of feeling, that they're not fast moving on things. So if they feel like they're Boop a doop a doop boo doo doo doo. That's the old from Bugs Bunny cartoons. They're like taking their good old time, just going along the little slow moving river, kind of energy that's coming in here. And I feel like that's important to know. And then you got these two. Yeah, you got the Knight of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. So again, slow moving energy with the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight. But they do want this groundedness. They're not rushing into anything. Something I feel like they have something slowly built lasts longer than something quickly built falls apart quick. So I feel like they're trying a different approach of trying to take things slow. Um, yeah, period. All right. I was like, what else? That's it. Yeah. And they have been. I feel like they've been maybe alone for a little bit with the hermit energy. And the Four of Cups, because they were tired of having the same old type of relationships before they'd reached, like, an emotional stagnancy with relationships. So they've been spending a lot of me time, and that makes sense with all of the swords energy where they've been, working on themselves. So this is good. I feel like they're ready to start, you know, testing the grounds, and I feel like that's why they're kind of out just saying, "All right, have I learned?" Um, and I'm just gonna take it slow. I'm not gonna rush. It's like, I don't know why there's someone coming back from a sports wound. I'm not gonna just, go all gung ho. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna take it easy. Not gonna try to be MVP and move fast. I'm gonna take it slow so that I can see if things are broken or not, if they've healed or are they still sore or whatever, emotionally, of course. So hopefully that helps. Leslie, your fortune cookie here. You've got your soul will find those you are meant to experience life with. Well, there you go. Everyone for a reason, even if it's a season, if it's a stepping stone, but we do find them. It's not by accident. You are never alone in this world or the universe itself. Even if you feel that you are waiting for another person to come into your life to complete you, the wise old spirit sages are reminding you that the human journey is short and impermanent compared with your spirit life. When you find contentment in yourself, a light will shine in the universe and it will be noticed by those who are naturally attracted to you. Be at peace with yourself now, and the right connections will join you soon. Remember, on your personal journey through each life, many individuals will cross your path, some good for you, and others bringing difficulties for you to overcome. This part of your journey is about lessons, not right or wrong. Look closely at the people you have attracted thus far and learn to accept your life lessons and grow because of them. All true, right? Ding, ding, ding. So, I do feel an energy of, you know, not really this is going to be your long-term, soul partner. I feel like they are a stepping stone that you'll learn through. Um, yeah. So I know, but that's what they have for you, Leslie. So you are very welcome. And thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. So cheers, cheers. I'm going to take another sip here. So we've got up next Sean G times two, Summer, Moonlight times two, then Debbie O, and then Crystal. We'll be up after that. All right. So Sean G for the number one, we got 21319 for your first one. So thank you again for your donations via Zcash app. So you sent the artwork. Woo woo. I'm so proud. Yeah, I know I asked yesterday, but now that I sent it, what will Kay think of the art and the email? All right, let's take a look here. So, what will they think of the art and the email? Will we be able to close the deal? Okay, and I got those there. You're excited but nervous at the same time. I know, right? Always fun, always fun. Bottom of the deck, you do have this wonderful judgment card, which is the calling card, right? Which is an energy of you're following your calling, you're doing what you love to do. That's the reward in itself, right? And I feel like that remembering your why is kind of this for me, it's like an anchor. If I start to, get, you know, nervous, I can be excited, but when I start to get nervous, which is like fearful, right? When fear starts to try to enter into things, then it's like I'm doing what I love, and that's the important thing, you know? Just it helps ground me, and I feel that kind of energy with that card coming in. What will Kay think of the art and the email? All right. You are magical, the magician. Didn't we get that before? We have the 9 of wands. Excuse me, got 2 more. You've got the King of Swords and the Ace of Swords. So I feel like the first 2 are about the art and the other 2 is about communication, the email because those are, swords, communication energies. So I so for what does he think of the art? I like the magician, again, it's like, wow, you have the talent, you have everything that we're looking for because the magician does have, the air and the water and the, you know, earth and the fire energy. And the 9 of wands, I feel like you're at the threshold. I don't feel like this is a block energy. I feel like you're at a threshold and it's like they're ready for you to, like, lift this up, and then the little block falls away. So, I feel like they really like it. I feel like they might feel like you're holding back a little bit. Like, I feel like, they're gonna sense that, "I love everything you did," but I feel it's almost intuitive that and maybe they're an artist, as well, but because I feel like they're like, I feel like there was more you wanted to do, but you held back because you wanted to not give everything up front. You wanted to say, "What do you think of this?" And then you're really gonna you're already I feel like you're knocking my one of my socks off, and they're like I feel like they're feeling like you're holding back a little bit, and then you're gonna knock the other sock off because I feel like you're not just giving it all. You gave a good representation of stuff, but then you have, more to give. I feel like that's how they feel, and they can sense that. They're like, "I love what you did, but I feel like there's more that you're gonna bring," and I like that. The King of Swords and the Ace of Swords, master of communication, the Ace of Swords, I feel like they're gonna ask for clarity around the email, um, and I feel like they'll wanna talk. I feel like they're a big, talking in person kind of energy. So I feel like they'll read the email, but then they'll, just be prepared that they're gonna say, "Yeah, I read your email. So, on da 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 da," and you're gonna be like, hold back from going, "Yeah, it's in the email." No one likes to hear that. I know. I was the master communicator at work, and I was always sending out important information, and I was always so surprised at how many people didn't read my emails because they knew that I was sending out the important stuff, and they'd be like, "Oh, well, aren't we supposed to what are we supposed to do with that?" And I go, "Have you checked your emails today?" And they're like, "Yeah." I go, "Did you read the one for me?" "Yeah." And I go, "Well, it's all in there." And that didn't work very well with a lot of people. I would be would answer their questions, and then people would sometimes later realize and go, "Oh my god, it was in the email you sent." "Oh, yeah, it was, wasn't it?" Because people don't like to hear, "Did you read the whole email?" So, I feel like they'll follow up, and ask you stuff in person or on the phone at least, and some of it's gonna be things you talked about in your email, but I feel like they kind of skimmed it, and then they wanted to call you, kind of energy. Will you be able to close the deal? Let's take a look here. The tower, suddenly, sudden energy. Don't get upset yet. We got the 9 of swords. You got your fears here. I like it. Your fears are blasted out of the water because you have the star card, the dream come true energy. I like this because they kind of it's like your spirit guides kinda teased you a little bit. I mean, because when you see the Tower card, it's, "Oh, no," and then you have the Nine of Swords, all your fears, nightmare and insomnia, and they're all that's what was being blasted out of there by the lightning of the tower was your fears are being moved to make space for your dream come true. So, it feels positive here that you're able to make a deal and able to close the deal here. Um, if for some reason, it's always a good reminder that if a deal couldn't have been made, that we could always trust that it's for us, and that if something gets blasted out of the way, that means there's something even bigger coming for us. to fill that space. And so that helps us kind of it's another thing with the calling and the tower card. It's a reminder that we're not on an out of control drama train. Things are unfolding perfectly for us, and if something doesn't work out the way the picture in our mind says it's supposed to, just means that there's something more coming in that it's always an upgrade. It's never a downgrade, right? So I feel like they wanted to show you that, but I feel like it's very positive with that with the star card there. So let's see what your fortune cookie also brings in here from the Healing Spirits Oracle. And you got your life plan is unfolding as it should. As we were saying, it's unfolding perfectly, right? And if something doesn't unfold, that means that wasn't for us. And we can trust that. And then we're not so because the nervousness, the fear is, oh, what if they say no? What if they do? That just means, oh, okay, that wasn't for me. Thank you for letting me know. I'm not going to invest my energy in something that's not for me because there's something bigger for me, right? Um, anyway, it says there is no such thing as coincidence. And when you know this, you're ready to look more closely at your life plan. Your spirit guide has already opened the way for you and will give you confirmation that you truly are on that path. Synchronicities are the way of attracting your attention and giving you confirmation that you are close to a great understanding. Very soon, you will know your true purpose. I love that. So, looking good there for that one. All right. So, thank you again for your dual donations. For your number two, we've got 22201. So, there is your timestamp there. And let's see. Oh, we're starting back over here. So, why did TL call you? You haven't spoken to her going on 2 years, and you're very content with that. All right, let's take a look here. So, why did TL call you? That, and that, and that, and that. Yeah, that was it. All right. Interesting that we've got, the Justice card on the bottom and also the Two of Pentacles. There's this balancing energy. We also got this Two of Cups. So it's all this two energy. And it's funny, the 222, I was like, we're just one short of 22202. And so there's all this 22222 energy that's coming in here. But there's this balancing energy. Maybe they finally got diagnosed and they're taking their balancing medication. Maybe. I don't know. Let's take a look here though. Why did TL call you? So we've got the seven of the Chariot card coming in here, and the Empress energy that's coming in here too. You always get the Empress some point, don't you? But it's the power of choice. It's this Mother Moon energy, the Sagittarius full moon. I feel because we even got the Chariot is ruled by the moon, but we've also got the moon up here in the corner of the Empress. So something about this Sagittarius full moon has activated something in here because action, action, action energy of this Chariot with all the four horses and the Empress is about comfort in this birthing energy. And it's interesting because I'm like, all this balancing energy, I feel like when I talked about the four horses of the night, what I heard were the four horses of the apocalypse. I feel like they're going through a lot. And I feel like you always were this balancing energy for them. And I feel like this mothering, nurturing energy with this Empress and the Cancer Mother Moon energy. There's something about seeking comfort from you, because it feels like their life is in chaos, kind of what's coming in here. What else do we have here? I have the 8 of Pentacles along with the wheel, not the wheel, the world. Um, so significant endings, new beginnings. The 8 of Pentacles too is about transformation, right? Like they feel like they've changed, and maybe that's this balancing energy. Um, and but I do feel like they're seeking balance from you, but also they feel like they've changed, so they feel like now's the time to reach out to you. Um, but the 8 of Pentacles is like a caterpillar that's gone through a cocoon and it's come out the other end as a butterfly. I've changed. I've changed. I'm not who I was. We'll see about that, right? Yeah, and then the Empress card again came out there. So I mean, there's a big, this abundance feeling, this nurturing feeling, wanting to create something with you, kind of energy. Um, but I do feel like they think they've changed, and that um, but I don't know. I almost feel like it's a caterpillar that just put on some of those little kids' fairy wings. "Look, I'm a butterfly now," and you're like, "Alright, oh, isn't that cute? You can stay out there on the playground. You're not coming in here." 'Cause I feel like they're in that energy of need and want, but they feel like they've changed, but and they think they've balanced, but I don't feel like they have an accurate picture of their progress. Um Sure, they've changed a little bit in 2 years, but not significant, energy there. But I do feel like they're wanting comfort, wanting balance, wanting, I don't know if they ever wanted money or anything from you before, um, but if they did, then there's kind of that need and want energy that's kinda kicking in there. So you're like, "I'm blocking that number." Like you said, don't ruin your contentment. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Oh, okay, I get it. Universal love is true love, so love all. Well, you can love someone from a distance. Doesn't mean I have to be a mat. The love you have for yourself and others is to be appreciated, enjoyed, and shared whenever possible. It is only when tested that you doubt the true power of love. The guardian spirits are telling you that love isn't something you will fall in and out of, but become part of. They are saying that when you truly become love, you expand in a spiritual way and reawaken your soul. After this, nothing is ever the same again. You are open to giving love and being loved in return. I like that, and that's true. I mean, even though if we're content, if we can be a bright light and a source of love for others, it's a good it's a good, like, test. I mean, as I'm cracking my back, um, it's a good test of our boundaries, right? About, am I gonna fall back into my own habits, or am I gonna step into my power of emotional choice, and can I interact with someone and go, "Hey, what's going on?" And they're like, their old selves and everything, and you're like, "Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate the call, but I don't think I can, uh, be there for you at this time, but, I'll send you love from a distance. Bye." Doesn't have to be like that, but you know what I'm saying. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have so up next we have 2 for Moonlight, and then Debbie O, and then Crystal will be up after that. So Moonlight 229. 31 is for your first one. Hello, hello. I am good. I hope you're good as well. I guess we'll find out here in a sec, right? Life is a journey, it sure is, ain't it? What a wonderful adventure. Um, these days the energies are crazy, or maybe it's just you. Well, there's a lot going on in the astrological world and the world with everything else. It's so important to build as much of a empathic bubble as we can and hedge ourselves, um, and sage ourselves, daily. All right. So you want to know what's coming for you the next 2 weeks. Feels like a shift is on its way. So dig deep. Any changes on the way? What, where, if anything else branch, All right. Very good. Let's take a look here. So over the next 2 weeks, what changes? Any changes coming? And what else you can know here? I want those. This one here. All right. Oh, wow. Yeah, you do have on the bottom of the deck here, you do have the devil card, the shaker and the rattler. I've been calling them now as of today, and as I was out for my walk, because, we're talking about shadow work. I'm replacing that with freedom work. And because what the devil card does, Saturn, Capricorn energy, they're our freedom fighter. They come in to show us what we can be set free from so that we can flow more, right? And so their purpose, is different. It's a higher vibrational. It's freedom, not shadow work, which has taken on a kind of a lower vibrational feel to it, right? Now it's freedom. They're our freedom fighter coming in to shake our cage to see what we can be set free from. So I feel like that's, you got this kind of energy that's flowing in your life here. Saturn return energy, I'm not sure, you know, Saturn every 29 years, it returns back to where we were when we were born. So the first one, and it impacts us like 3 to 5 years before and after, because it's kind of a further out planet. So it starts impacting us long time before that. So anywhere between, let's see. So the first one would be what, 23? Wait, 29, it would be 34, 24 to 34, sorry. And then the next one is around 58, and so that would be, 53 to 63, and then, after that, so if you're in any of those Saturn return energies, then, there's a expanded, or there could even be any kind of, um, aspects with your Saturn and where it is in your chart can be where, wherever Saturn is flowing in the house, it's bringing some rattling in there to set us free from things. And it goes through, all of them. So, um, all the houses, travels through those for us, right? So I feel like that's some, energy just to know that that's what's going on right now. You have a lot of freedom work going on. But let's see here. Over the next 2 weeks, any changes coming your way? You got the Page of Wands. There is an action energy coming in here with the Page of Wands. You have the Fool card and the World card. Well, there you go. So, an ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So, you definitely have this um significant change coming over the next 2 weeks. So you're picking up on it. It's coming here. Let's see if they'll tell us what area it is here for you. Something with the 7 of Pentacles that's been slow, really slow coming in. It's been this um something that like you were hoping, like, come on, let's speed things up here, right? And yeah, blue moon May 31st, right? Um, so, there is this, that energy with the magician, along with the 7 of Pentacles. It's, you know, this, it's a new beginning. It's time that you're stepping into your power here, too. So I feel like it's something that has been slow going and something hasn't been unfolding This is you going, "You know what? This fruit that I'm getting from this isn't what I want." And I feel like whatever this is that's been feeling like it's been drawn out for a very long time, you're like, "I'm ready to put an end to that so I can start a new adventure ahead." And it is you with this magician card, I feel, is deciding here with this energy. And it could be the, like you said, the full moon energy, which is this, release, release kind of energy. Let's see here. Yeah. Again, let's see what this is about because you got the slowest moving knight out of them all and the nine of wands, which feels like a block, right? But I feel here with both the magician and the page of wands, you see how she's, let me see, make sure I dropped the right one. Yep. Okay. See how her ace of wands is what's holding this gate all together. All she has to do is lift that up and the thing falls, the block falls away. And I feel like that's what you're doing here. Yeah, and even underneath that, you got the Queen of Cups, which is your empathic abilities. It really has a lot to do around your emotional center that's coming in here. So I do feel like your patience has run out in a situation that feels like it's been drug out again for a very long time. And you're just like, I'm done. I feel like that's what happens in these 2 weeks. You're just finished with all that. Um, and it's good because I feel like you're letting go of a supposed to be, a should be, a need to be, a have to be, letting go of some expectations that are coming in around this situation. Kind of getting an inkling it has to do with a relationship with someone um, that's, kind of been this little bit of flow close and flow out. And then, but I feel like they flow away more than they flow in these days. Used to be, psh, 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 now it's, I'm here and then I'm way out. And then you're like, "Oh, okay, well, they're not coming. Oh, here they come," and then they're like, and then they go further away. And I feel like it's just been like, weighing on your patience. So hopefully that resonates here. But that's the big thing that I feel here. I feel like you're just like releasing, going, I'm done and I'm done. Your fortune cookie says your spirit guide can lead you, but can't do it for you. Yeah. So you're the one that's gonna be taking action with all this, and look, giant full moon, card number 17, which says, "There will be many times in this life when you would love to know the outcome of something before stepping forward. Your spirit guide will lead you to each important moment in your life, but only you are able to step up to the experience. Whatever happens, be assured your guide will be there at the end of every challenging episode to support you. They are urging you to trust your instincts at pivotal moments, and when it feels right inside, it's okay to leap forward." So there you go. They're like, "We got you." And even with that Queen of Cups, that's like, trust your intuition, and you're doing that, right? Oh, so this sounds like it's absolutely spot on. Well, I love that. Perfect. All right. So I feel like that's what they have for your first one there. And we'll go into your second one here in a sec. Let me just do some shout outs here. We got Jamie G in the house. Hey, Jamie. Oh, I know this is silly. Oh, well, then it's not. Are you sure it's silly? Said you have a mole and now you're paranoid that he thought you looked ugly. Oh, we'll take a look here. All right. So I got you on the list here, Jamie. So we'll circle back around eventually for that. All right. I think I'm caught up. So we'll continue on here. So we've got Moonlight 239.39 for your second donation. So thank you for that. Here's your timestamps. So you want to know what's up with HR? Human resources? Did you get in trouble again? Oops. Let's see here. I gotta. All right. Let go and let God. All right. And thank you, Michelle Smith, for your donation that just came through. Just because. Thank you so much for those donations. They mean a lot, and I'm so grateful. You're so sweet. All right. So let's see here. What's up with HR? So we got there. Is it, are they going through something? All right. So any changes in them? Why did they reach out? Those really. How about their feelings and thoughts about them, me, us? Are they interested? Will they make a move? Dig deep. Right, right. Dig deep. So let's see here. What are their feelings and thoughts? And are they interested? Will they make a move? All right. Well, we got the bottom of the deck. We've got the lovers card. So there's something there, evidently. We'll see what this is all about here. So, what's up with them? We got the Four of Pentacles energy. With underneath that, we have the Magician energy. So, there is a little bit of looking for security with this Four of Pentacles on the surface, because that's about defining themselves by the outside world. You know, I believe there is some trouble over there. Yes, right. And the magician underneath is they don't know yet their own power. And I feel like they, are kind of giving their power away, trying to define themselves like we all do in the beginning, define ourselves by, you know, relationships and situations and things. And I just feel like this energy that's here, isn't um it's not happy energy. It's, I'm kind of feeling a little uh, I don't want to say desperate in trying to find my stability because I have attached myself so much to the unstable things of the outside world that I'm like desperately seeking stability, kind of energy. Are they going through something? Yeah, only, mental and emotional confusion. Five of Swords, mental conflict. Uh, Seven of Cups, a lot of mixed emotions and emotional confusion. So they definitely have conflict going in their life, and that makes sense with all this instability. It just feels like things are falling apart a little bit here and there. Any changes they have going on here? I feel like with this King of Swords, and the Ace of Cups, and underneath it all, we have the Star card too. It's like I'm looking for a dream come true, and I feel like they're looking for love with that Ace of Cups, kind of energy that's coming in there. But the King of Swords is they're really caught up in their head. So they're trying to have this mental dream come true, and they feel like in order for me to be stable, I need all this stuff. I need all these things. I need all these boxes checked. So it does feel like they're, have they changed? Doesn't sound like it, does it? Sounds like they're just even more, you know, um, like they're how you double down on something, how you go to extremes with it. Well, if that's not working, if 1,000 volts doesn't work, let's try 100,000 volts. You're like, no, here it goes. So I just feel this. Let's see what we got on here. Why did they reach out? Right. Let's take a look here. These are the why did they reach out? Yep. Trying to get love. Page of Cups. Ten of Swords, but without expectations. So it's like I want to have these emotions and these relationships, but I don't want to have intentions and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's kind of energy. Yeah, 10 of Cups, relationship energy coming in. And but we got the 3 of Cups. That's coming in here too, which tells me that you're one of an option of 3 cups that they are contemplating. Again, people who match up to these, with the King of Swords, here's this list. Who are the applicants that could fill this position in my life? So we'll see what these other cards are here, but I feel like that energy they're bringing in about what are their feelings and thoughts about them and me and us. And it's like, y- we've talked about how, like, if I feel like in order for me to feel fulfilled in my life, I need to have a partner in my life, spouse, whatever. And um, if I feel there's a position in my life that needs to be filled, it's almost like I'm like that's a job, and I'm putting out applications to accept, people who are interested in interviewing for this position, which is like dating, right? Um, Background checks is checking their social media, looking into things and, whatever. Um, and trying to see who's the best person. And then when we feel we have the best person, then we, hire them and find out they lied on their resume. And then that we have to fire him and then fill a new one versus like you're an applicant, one of a few people, right? Versus, um, meeting someone and having a spark and being, um, you know, of, you know, sparks happen and, "Oh my god, and I love hanging around with you," and we just spend a lot of time together, and then it just grows and grows and grows, and it organically grows into, "I want to be with you all the time," not, "Okay, here's the position, it feels like here, this is what I can offer, do you accept the job offer?" It feels like work versus like an adventure, right? You said sounds like the person you know. Alright, so that's kinda what's going on there, I feel. Are they interested? Are they gonna make a move? I feel like we have the 5 of Cups, and we have the 4 of Swords. 4 of Swords is more of, like, I'm gonna try to put the expectations aside and see things more clearly, which so that piece is based on their current, energy, I feel like they're just kinda going to, um, "I wanna know where you're coming from, I wanna understand things first." Again, I wanna interview you, right? And the 5 of Cups, I don't know, I feel like they're stuck in lower vibrational emotional energy, and I don't feel like this is gonna get there because I feel like, they want this, but you're not you're not a pushover, you're not, um y I don't know if you guys have the same thing in where you live, but we have what's called minimum wage, which is the very basic by law that you have to pay, and it's like, I'm not gonna go into a position of any kind for minimum wage, and I kind of feel like that's what they offer, is the low energy, right? Burned child smells like fire. Yeah. So it's like, okay, yeah, they're just seeing, you know, so I feel like that's what's coming in there and that's like maybe years ago you might have thought, like we all do in the beginning when we have our lower self-worth, we think minimum wage, yay, I'll take it. Thank you for thinking that I'm worth minimum wage. I didn't think I was worth minimum wage, you know? I'd have done it for free, self-sacrifice and everything. Now you're like, "I value myself too much." Hell no. I reject your offer even before you offer it. So let's see what your fortune cookie comes in with this one here. And your path may be bumpy, but this will alter soon. I like it. Beautiful card here. Number 29. So all human life must know highs and lows in order to grow. Life may appear difficult at times, but this is a part of the bigger plan, and now is the time to stop and ponder. As big decisions should be avoided when the mind is clouded by indecision and the path ahead seems blocked. The wise spirit sages teach caution and patience when the road isn't smooth, and also remind us that lows are followed by highs and questions by answers. The answers are often the signs that show you when to take the next step at the crossroads and which direction to take. Nothing much can come from rushing. It's best to wait for a while before pushing forward with your plans. There you go. Don't act on that. Learned my lesson. Shazam. All right. So hopefully that helps there. And like I said, I are they interested? Will they make a move? I feel like they're more gonna kind of scout things out first, and then, I just feel like it don't go that far because I feel like, boundaries are in place, and they can't make it across the border. You're like, "Sh sh may I see your passport, please?" "Denied." Right. So, hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. So good to see you. All right, let's take a look here. So we got Jojo. Hey, Jojo. I see your question. We'll get you added on to the free list here. And then Divine Lovely. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your dual donations. We'll get you on the list here. So here's the first one. And after today's meeting, we'll add that in here. All right, I got that one. We'll give that a love and a like so I know I have it on my list. And then for number two. All right. Oh, oops. Try that again there. All right. All right, I got that all in there. Okay. All right, I think I got you all on there, Divine Lovely. And let me just double check here. Let's see. Oh, something popped in right when I clicked the wrong thing. All right. You're very welcome. Hang in there, my dear. Hang in there. All right. So we have Debbie O up next, and then Crystal, and then Divine Lovely. You will be up after those. Ooh, let me give that a little bit of like. I know I forgot to do something. There we go. All right. So Debbie O, 25410. You are up. Hey, woohoo! And it's almost 10 o'clock where you're at. No, it's almost 8 here. So almost 9. Still, that's late. For you. I'm so glad you like yesterday's reading. Okay, let me pull up your email here. Oh, okay, very good. 8:54. That's right. Let me take a quick sip here while I'm reading your email here. Cheers, cheers, everyone. All right. So you want to know, will your future husband go on this journey with you, or are you going to date someone before you meet your husband? All right. Based on current energies, I was laughing at. I hope I don't have more stepping stones, which we don't have to take stepping stones. We can do independent study, but it's like learning something, reading it in a book instead of being in lab and blowing up stuff, right? Um, so, there is that kind of energy that's there. But let's take a look here. Um, what does spirit have here for you? We have the 7 of cups. Yeah. So it does feel here, you know, like here's like this would kind of represent the different emotional choices that we have to make here. So I feel like there's a little bit of, possibilities, and it doesn't have to even be um romantic. This is when it's about self-love and release and transformation. It can be family, and we know there's some stepping stones there. Um, it can be with friends, it can be with coworkers, it can be, um, the cashier at the grocery store. There can be different people that are helping us see those things, and I feel like that's what they're kinda clarifying with the 7 of cups there. Um, yeah, I don't feel like this big piece of your journey, I don't feel like your husband's along with you. I feel like this is kind of you achieving it yourself before you guys meet. And I feel like they're also doing their work, on there. Because you got the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between your head and your heart with the 10 of Wands. And I kind of feel like this is kind of you on this journey here. And also the 2 of Wands, which is you're learning your power of where your focus is at. And that's why I kind of feel like you're adjusting your energy through this, and because of this kind of independent study or learning it through these other people kind of energy before you get to them, this is you. It allows you to see the choices more clearly because you're not kind of drawn in by the distraction of a relationship, to that level, you know, and it's like you're doing all this stuff prior so that it can be a fresh start with someone where rather than having any ammunition between one another, that um there's this um you know because if you get in an argument and you guys have some difficult things, right, that you're like, when we're in our fight or flight mode, we bring it up and we, bring it psh, psh, psh kind of energy forward, right? So I feel like this, um, um, I feel like this is this big higher self and releasing that they're not on this with you here, as well, right? Well, there are possibilities for that. That can be in the 7 of Cups energy. But if you're saying, "I don't want any stepping stones," then your energy can push it away until you draw in the relationship with just your husband. But just, like I said, it's if you if you realize stepping stones are for you and they're not a punishment, then, you can, move forward faster. Because if you're trying to build up your leg strength to jump over the entire river, and avoid all the stepping stones, that's some big Olympic training leaping skills, right? So it can take time, but you're instead of going, you know, to this stepping stone and learning fast through that, and then going to the next stepping stone, learning fast through that, you know, if we sit and do independent study without those, it takes longer, to do that. When we realize that stepping stones are for us to ignite change and transformation, then instead of looking at it as something awful and a punishment and I hate this, um, then we can look at it as, oh, this is for me, and this is helping me make fast work across the river instead of sitting over there for a very long time till I'm strong enough to leap over the entire river or grow wings to fly over it, right? But it's the we grow through the stepping stones, and that's what sets us free, which allows us forward movement, right? So, you know, I know that in the beginning, stepping stones feel like punishment, but when we look back on it, we can do that, right? Let me step on all those stories, right? Let's go. Let me step on all those stones. Let's do it. Um, let's see what else you got here too. Yeah, because we've got temperance and we've got the justice card. This is that both of these balancing energies. The temperance card can be a patience balance energy, and the justice card is the clarity of mind too. But I feel like, you're going to meet them in the perfect timing. And even the bottom of the deck, because you got the Queen of Swords over here, you got this here, which, the underlying energy is you're learning balance between your head and your heart. So when you meet them and go with them, you know, we're not so emotional that we seem emotionally unstable, or we're not so much in our head that we feel like we don't know what an emotion is, which can be the opposites. I feel like maybe they might be so much in their head, they're learning about emotion, and you, of course, huge emotions, right? You're learning to balance that out, and that's what you've been doing, and that way you guys feel balanced and a great fit when you meet. If you meet them too early, then it's like a fish falling in love with a bird, and they're like, "What? I can't go in there, I'll die," and you're like, "I can't go there, I'll die." Instead, you become these, you know, the fish that can breathe air and the bird that can breathe water, and you guys can go together up and down into each other's worlds, and it's, you know yeah, you're like mutants. Mutants who've fallen in love. Oh, let's see what else they have here too. Yep, and the Page of Swords. How funny that you're learning to what and you're walking across the divide. So it's all the clarity is what you're learning here, right? Gonna tap, tap, tap on the stones. Let's go. Tee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Yeah, it's almost like you're tiptoeing across all the stones, right? But they are bringing you the wisdom and the knowledge. And again, it doesn't, I mean, you meet someone and you learn through your interactions with them, you don't have to, but you can, and it just helps you solidify what you're learning. And then, and again, it can be family that you're learning to, changing my stories, writing new stories with my old family members that I haven't talked with. I'm learning how to build bridges, and I'm learning to change my stories, and I'm learning to not be as impacted by, people's actions or non-actions, words or silence. And then when you meet, you guys are on a higher vibration level, right? So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps. So I don't, so I guess I answered your question there. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too with the soul coaching here. I'm walking across the stones, walking, walking. All right. So we've got yeah, miracles. You're boarding a ship. Number 34. I love it. And look at it's like they're flying across the water. You're sailing across the water. How perfect is that? Let's see what this brings in here. Miracles occur in your life every day. Watch for and embrace them. As you notice and accept the small wonders in your life, greater gifts will grow in abundance all around you. And your soul wants you to know expect miracles. Praise and celebrate them when they appear, no matter how small. Be open to allowing the Creator to solve challenges for you in mysterious and wondrous ways. Trust that everything is unfolding graciously and perfectly in your life, and let go of fear and doubt. Don't limit the way that miracles can appear in your life by having expectations. Be open for them to appear from sources beyond your imagination. And your affirmation is, my life is a miracle. And I like that. That's what you're learning is that so many beautiful, it's our story about what things are or aren't, those expectations. And that's a lot of, I feel like, what you're setting yourself free from that story, well, you know, my brother did this, my sister did that, this jerk did this, that jerk did that. It's, is that true? Maybe they were just acting out of fear, and I can change the story of what that means, and then I'm set free. That's a lot of what the work that you've been doing, right, is transforming emotions. So I like that. So I gotta plug in my little uh, pad here. The power was getting low. So hopefully that helps Debbie, my tech Zen friend. But I like it for you. And it's good, I feel like it's important to embrace our stepping stones because they're not shoving us onto the stepping stones. We've asked for them to come into our life so we can get where we want to go. So fun, fun. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So up next we've got Crystal, and then after that we got Divine Lovely coming in. All right, let me just add real quick here. If I can type. You guys like hearing me type? No, I just erased something. Stop. Okay, there we go. All right. So up next, we do have Crystal Ray. Crystal 30839 is your timestamp. Here you go. Boom, boom, boom. And then yours is over here in the PayPal. So thank you for your donation. Greetings. I love that. So you have 3 questions. All right. Thank you so much. Let's take another quick sip here. Okay. So for your first question, you want to know, is the ritual that you purchased working? She said she did it the other day. All right, let's see. Based on current energies. What you know about that? All right, and then number 2, when will your finances improve? Let's take a look here. look at that. What else they want you to know about that? And then Corey's thoughts. Oh, you miss them. Let's take a look here. And do you want that one, and that one? All right. So, is the ritual that you purchased working? All right, let's see. We got the judgment card coming in here. We also have the 9 of Pentacles. Okay. And we've got the Tower card and the Justice card as well. So, one of the energies that they're wanting to have here is there is this, the 9 of Pentacles is about you and, your independence, your self-sufficiency with the 9 of Pentacles with spirit, right? Because they're alone in this garden all by themselves, and then they got spirit that's in here, right? And though individuals like I do energetic hedges and things like that. And what I do is I connect with your higher self, which I feel is here. If they're connecting with your higher self and asking permission to do energy work for you, whatever the ritual is, then it they become a conduit to allow energy to come through and surround you to have things um, be available for you. But it's like blessings and curses, rituals and different things. When we're doing them for other people, we're being more of a conduit of the energy to help the spiritual energy get into the physical world. But the rest of it's up to you, and that's the whole thing is it working? I feel like there's a balance that's coming in, and the more because your intentions, your choices of your story you're putting to things, your emotion, your energy you're putting out, and your physical actions, all of that is what draws things in. So, like if someone says, "I'm gonna put a curse on you," and you're like, "Oh no," and they're like, "You're gonna get sick," and you're like, "No, no, I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna get sick." It's not their energy that's gonna bring the experience of sickness into our life. It's our energy believing it and focusing on it is what we draw to us. If you don't like, whatever, nothing's gonna happen, right? So your energy, like if you are like, okay, they're doing the ritual and your energy is what's powering the change in your life. So you are the one. We don't need anyone else. Just sometimes in our life, someone who has their connection at a higher vibrational energy, we can allow them to send energy to surround us, and then we'll take that energy and do something with it ourselves. But they can't do it for you. They can just deliver it and say, okay, I've done the ritual. The energy is yours. Now, what are you going to do with it? Right. Which is this justice card. I feel like you're getting clarity around what you want in your life and what you don't. And that tower card is you removing something out of your life that's an obstacle. Because I feel like what is changing is your mindset about something. When you change your story about it, then you see it change in the outside world because that's your mental energy. That's followed by your emotional soundtrack that goes with that. And then your belief around it, the focus you're putting it. And then you start acting like it in the physical world, and your physical action energy starts kicking in more and more energy to help you toward that thing that you're focusing on. Whether it's higher vibration or lower vibration, whatever you're focusing on is drawing it towards you. So, roundabout way, is the ritual working? Um, it is working because the energy's around you, but how it's working is going to be dependent upon what you're doing with that energy. So, hopefully that makes sense. And then number 2 is when will your finances improve? You have the Queen of Cups. You got June 11th to July 11th currently. Wow, next month. Woo woo. So you got the Queen of Cups. She's the ruler of emotions. Not the ruler, but the master of emotions that comes in. So a lot of this has to do with again your emotional choice energy, right? If you are focusing on what you're grateful for, what you do have and what you have had, that's that energy you're drawing in more to be grateful for and the stuff you're grateful for. So, like, I'm remembering abundance when it came in, a bonus, when you had extra money coming in, and grateful for what you do have. All of that just brings it in. If I'm focusing on lack, if I'm focusing in on what I don't have and the fear of not having, then I'm pushing it further away. That's how powerful we are, right? So I feel like based on current energies, you're looking at June 11th to July 11th with that changing. Can be sooner if you focus on gratitude. Could be later if we end up falling into our fears and consistently focusing on our fears around finances, right? So I like that. And then Corey's thoughts. Let's see what's going on with Corey here. Well, we got the 10 of Pentacles. And I got the Death card here too. And we've got the 9 of Wands. So 10 of Pentacles is a relationship energy, but the Death card, of course, is about the ending of it. And they also are thinking about, a rebirth of a relationship, but that 9 of Wands too is an energy of I'm holding back from acting on anything like that. Um, it just feels like they're really zeroed in on the ending that the relationship has ended. And then they like, well, what if I try to, and then there's this block, nope, don't, kind of energy that I feel like is going on with them. Underneath that, we got 3 more cards, which are yeah, they've got the Queen of Swords, along with the 2 of Cups, and the Knight of Wands. Yeah. So, it's there is this, the underlying energy is like the Queen of Swords is like, I'm looking for a perfect compatible person that, you know, we're balanced between our head and our hearts, and we come through so, so close, like fitting like a glove. And I'm looking for someone that in the 2 of Cups, and I want a relationship like that. But the Knight of Wands is the nemesis, right? That's I got this passion that needs to be expressed, and it's the only way that I feel I can express my emotions is through that fire, is through that stuff, and that's kind of the crux of it, right? Um, so, there is this, um, that's what's holding him back with this 9 of Wands is I know that you would be a great fit for me, but I don't know if I'm a great fit for you because of my troubles, because of, that I can't express love like you need, um, and that a healthy relationship well, that's healthy is in the eye of the beholder because, there are people who want open relationships, right? There's people that want, you know, these, they don't want they both wanna be able to have an open relationship where we come home to one another, we love one another, but we also if I'm attracted to somebody, I can go have fun, I can go experience passion, but, safely and come back. There's all different types of relationships, and as long as both people are consenting and that's what they both want, then that's when it works, right? When someone is doing it and that's not the agreement, that's where the trouble starts, right? And I feel like that's the kind of energy that's here is, I can't express emotion and I have a great need for passion um and I feel like they have a hard time filling themselves up with passion because it doesn't fill them up enough and that's why they kind of start wandering kind of energy, right? So I feel like that's what's the big thing on their mind, that's coming in with all that. So hopefully that brings a little clarity, and it's good for us to know too. It's like, yeah, it's feels like it's we learn a lot about ourselves through situations by what we're feeling and what are bouncing up within us. But I don't feel like there's an energy of that they're feel like they can do anything about that. It's not, how can I, you know, take that nemesis and defeat it in a way or transform it, turn down the fire of it. How, what can I do? Um, to have it where we can do this. No, it's, I need to find someone that, is a good fit for me with that, not change. Just, well, that won't work between us. So I need to find somewhere that works between. And it's like, okay. And that's where someone's at. We can't, you know, change anyone, right? They have to be wanting to transform and to be something different. But I know I used to fall for, the possibilities of who someone could be instead of who they were and who they were showing me they were, and, that was my cross to bear until I learned to, you know, see myself for who I am and transform myself, and then, um, and then see people who they are in the moment, not who I think they should be, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You got impeccability. Let's see what this brings in. What's this? Number 28. So now is the time to be impeccable in your responsibilities, your relationships, and home environment. Gather your discipline and integrity around you like a sacred cloak. No matter what it takes, maintain your power, your intent, and focus. Pay attention to details. Your soul wants you to know this isn't the time to be lackadaisical or whimsical. This calls for discipline, focus, truthfulness, and certitude. Hone your skills, don't speak unnecessarily, and pay great attention to details. See what needs to be done and do it effectively, swiftly, and with a nobility of heart. You'll reap uh, immense rewards for doing this now. And your affirmation is, I am impeccable in my thought, word, and deed. And I like that because that's in a way saying you what you're wanting, you know, for the important things in your relationship, like your deal breakers, are important to you. And when we understand why they are, and that's our journey to see if we keep them all. But it's like saying, don't feel like you have to throw out, your um, what you're wanting for the sake to be with someone else. You're like, no, if that's not who I am right now, then I need someone who honors that right now. Or I need to be alone until I, transform things, um, which can be either way, whatever we're wanting, right? But so hopefully that helps. You're very welcome. That's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And again, thank you so much for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So let's say a couple more shout outs here. We'll get back into the readings here. So, Plate of Spaghetti, you're here. Hey, I have you on the list, I do believe. Let's see. I'll just confirm here real quick. Yeah, I do have you on the list from earlier on the free list. So we'll be heading there in a little bit. Right now I have 2 donations left for Divine Lovely, which will be up, and if I don't have any other donations, then I'll be heading into some free readings here. And we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. And I see your free question. We'll get you, whoops, on the list there as well. And we have Prathy. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too. All right. And is that oh, little bit. Hey, little bit. It's been a little bit since I've seen you. Hello, good to see you. So we'll get you on the free list here too. Oh, yep. And you like the number 18. 818. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. All right. So I think that is everything in my emails. So I think we are good. Just take one more quick sip here. I think I'm almost done with this coffee. Yeah, I am. Let me turn this thing off. It's becoming a little bizarre here. It's got a little film, like when milk gets on the top after it gets too hot. That's where we're at. So I think I'm done with that. I got water here though, so we're good. All right. So divine lovely, we're at 32534 for your first one here. Thank you so much for your dual donations. And you want to know, how do people on your team feel about you after today's meeting? Uh-oh. All right. So we'll take a look here now. When we're looking about how other people feel about us, there's always a good reminder for all of us that everyone is gonna think differently about us. There's not like a consensus that everyone thinks the exact same thing about us, because none of us see the world clearly. We see the world as we are, not as it is. So I see through my dirty glasses of all my past experiences and traumas and dramas and all those opinions and everything. So I'm gonna see the world differently than everyone else sees it differently, and so we don't see people clearly for who they are. We see a mirror. So you're a mirror walking around, and anyone who looks in it is going to see something different, right? So we're like, what do people see when they look at me? Um, it's going to be, well, it depends. If it's a giraffe looking in the mirror, they're going to see a giraffe. If it's a lion, they're going to see a lion. If it's a weasel, they're going to see a weasel, whatever it may be that comes in. So we'll get the general consensus of what's important for you to know about how other people are seeing you. But I feel like it's more to reinforce realizing everyone sees you differently depending on how they're feeling in the moment and by their entire life that they've lived, and that none of it means anything about you because you're a mirror. So if someone points at you and says, "You're mean," then they recognize the meanness inside of them that's being reflected in the mirror because they can't see something in you that they don't have in themselves. Same with us. We can't see it. So also the nice stuff, like I can't see it. Someone's beautiful unless I recognize beauty inside of me. Also, I can't realize how much someone's a jerk unless somewhere inside of me, I recognize the jerkiness of who I am in some ways, right? It doesn't have to be the exact same, but that emotion exists within us toward ourself too, right? So, and it can be like, I'm just looking at your second question because it popped out where like they were very nasty. So if I recognize that they're being nasty, then I have nasty thoughts in my head, meaning, I have accusing, unloving, uncompassionate, judging thoughts toward myself and towards others because I see it in others too. And that mirror is showing us how we can grow through this situation, right? It's like, oh, wow. So, because if someone comes up to me and says, um, I don't like the horns on your head, and I'm like, nope, they haven't grown yet. I'm like, uh, okay, I'm not gonna be offended by it because I don't have horns. But if someone comes up and says, "I hate your black shirt," and we're like, "What?" Or, "You're unlovable." If there's anything within me that I believe that I'm unlovable, then that's gonna hurt, that's gonna sting. Because wherever I feel that sting in me is where I have more work I can do to set myself free from those beliefs. So a lot of stuff that happens is for us, right? All right. So all of that introduction to your reading, which is good for all of us to remember. Yeah, everyone is worried about themselves, and it's a projection of what's going on inside of them. Anything we see in other people is a reflection of ourselves. So, what's the consensus? What does spirit want you to know about how people on your team feel about you after today's meeting? All right. So we've got like two, and one. So we've got like kind of like three camps of belief here. Your underlying energy, is the temperance card. And you also have the Five of Pentacles with the Ace of Cups. The underlying energy of this experience is, this is part of transformation. And the Five of Pentacles is it's a energy talking about our fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, lack energy. The Ace of Cups is pointing towards our self love. And I like this transformation that we all get to go through. It's part of our journey and adventure is we're taught to define ourselves by the outside world. People's opinions, right, is one of those. Our relationships with individuals. And we realize that they're unstable, like everything we talked about, because, people change, people walk away, people pass away. They also, look at life through the lens of their own world. And so because they don't see us clearly, we're gonna be a disappointment and their actions are gonna be a disappointment. And then but everything points us inward and upward to our self-worth, which, you know, the external world is unstable. So when we define ourselves by those, we feel unstable because all that's unstable, right? But when we go inward and upward, we find that stability in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. And we realize we're priceless. And when that becomes our foundation, then we're not on shaky ground anymore. We're stable. Then the instability of the outside world isn't scary because we're on stable ground, even if all that's shaking out there, because we're not being dragged around by it, because we're not attaching our worth to it anymore. So that's the underlying energy, kind of reinforcing what we did, a little more extra. It's like the cherry on top of that there. So the three little groups. Yep, you've got the King of Cups here, energy, like this balance between head and heart. And and then the Seven of Swords is lies and deceit and not telling the truth or being deceptive. Cause it's like whatever this little group of people are, it's like you present yourself. This is their belief now. Now I realize they're talking a lot about themselves as you as we see this, right? That's the whole thing is when you realize they're looking in a mirror, it's like walking into someone in like a big restroom, right? And they have those big long mirrors and they're standing there talking what an idiot this person is that they're talking to, and they're in the mirror pointing at themselves. And you're like, oh, wow, they think they're an idiot. So keep that in mind as we're talking about each of these, because they're like, this little group of people are like, well, you present yourself as so balanced between your head and your heart, and you know, and you're so you're able to control your emotions, but that's a lie. It's all a facade. It's a mask. You're wearing masks. This isn't really who you are, right? And it's like, well, touche, mirror. How were you guys wearing masks and pretending you're being someone, and then you're really not? You're like, they're backstabbing people and talking about people and whatever, but they have this, oh no, everything is good. I'm the perfect employee. And then behind the scenes, rah, 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 rah. And no, when the management isn't around, blah, 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 blah. When management is around, then I put on a different mask. That's what they feel about you, but that is a reflection of themselves, right? Mhm. And then this other one here. Wow. So again, got the King of Cups again, just for reference, I have 3 decks that I have all meshed together, so you can get the same card more than once, and so there's another group that feels, you know, here again, that you wear masks and there's this balancing, but then that, you lose your temper, with this sudden strike of the tower, um, kind of energy that comes in here. And there is some, along this little group here. It doesn't feel like there's a large amount of people within these groups, but it feels this way where they're like, they wish that you'd get fired. They wish that you'd get removed away. And that happens because if you're a mirror showing me my ugliness, I don't want you to be around either, right? Because I don't want to see it. But they have that kind of idea that you're quick to want people to be gone and strike, when you lose your temper, and that this serene calmness is a facade. You're like, wow, that tells them a lot about them, right? And then the third one, I got the King of Swords. And those other individuals, the King of Swords is a master of communication, a master of thought, intelligent, and so there is a group of people that are just like, wow, you get in, it's like you're an air sign kind of energy where you get into your head and you're very knowledgeable, you're very wise, you know what you're doing, you know your stuff, and you're a resource. So it's like you've got these little people, and then again, that tells you about these people, like, okay, these are the people that you would also kinda look at it and go, they're they know what they're doing, they know how to communicate, they know this, they know that, and so the ones who are, but you recognize those things in them because they're in you too. Which also, we're not all perfect, we still, these people that, we feel are backstabbers and that, then how do we mentally backstab? It doesn't mean we do it in the physical realm. My thoughts could be backstabbing people, wanting to fire people, wanting to do this. Um, when I'm in fear, we do, and that's the difference I feel like between these two groups and this other one is these people don't go into fear, so they're in their intelligent mind. These other people go into fear and then they act like children, right? Because that's what we do. And we either do it through, through anger or through sadness. So there's people that withdraw, like fight or flight, right? The people who flee will pull back and be quiet and just talk about behind people's back. Other people in anger will lash out, right? So we understand, where they're coming from with that as well. So let's see what your fortune cookie for that one is. Hopefully that helps a little bit, but you know, it's like when we realize so much about what other people think is about them and not about us, and what I think about everyone else is about me and not everyone else, then I spend more time on what I'm thinking about other people because that's telling me where I can change and transform if I want to. And the other people, it's like, well, they're gonna think what they're gonna think anyway. Oh, wow, I love it. So you have the ability to affect your own destiny. Yeah, and you're the one that decides your destiny, not anyone else. You get to decide your power of story, and so does everyone else, and that's okay. They can have all sorts of stories. There was something in my life where there was something I did something totally by our guidelines, and I did everything the way that the company would. And someone was like, "No, you did it wrong." And so you erred. You did it wrong, and I'm like, "Well show me where I did it wrong." "Well, you just did it wrong." And I'm like, "Well, let's look over the guideline, and I wanna see where I did it wrong because I knew I didn't do it wrong." So I wanted to prove it to them, and they were like, "No, you did it wrong. I don't need to look over the guideline." And I'm like, What but da 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 da," and like, "It doesn't matter what you tell me, you're never gonna convince me that you didn't do it wrong." And in that moment, it was like that feeling of helplessness, of trying to control someone else's opinion of me, that I realized it doesn't matter because they're determined to have this opinion about me, and that's alright. I don't have to worry about it, and it was in that big aha in that moment. Um, and then I buried their bodies. No, I'm just kidding. And I never had to deal with them ever again. No, that's just a joke. All right. It says, "Only those who have overcome life's hurdles can order their own life with skill. But when you reach a certain point in life, you know that you can make appropriate changes when required. Guardian spirits have led you to this very moment when you feel equipped to take responsibility for your own actions. You are where you're supposed to be. The next step on the path is yours. And mighty guardian spirits are telling you that you're ready to handle this situation. This is an important, blah, blah, blah. This is an important moment in your life. So own it. I love it. So empowering. And what a beautiful card. Shazam. There you are, that walking over there. Beautiful. All right. So that is for your first one there. We'll go to your second one here in a moment. Let me just do a couple shout outs here. See, that was right here, right? Yeah. And we got Ruby. Hey, Ruby. Good to see you. Yes, we'll get you on the free reading list here. Boom, boom, boom. And then also, thank you for your donation. And we'll get you on the donation list here too. Oops. There we go. Right. And we got JV. Hey, JV. Good to see you. Welcome. Welcome. Like the story, huh? All right. And then Divine Lovely for number 2, we're at 3:41:24. So there's your timestamp there. And you want to know, what is Spirit's advice about what happened at your job with the nurses? All right. They were very nasty. Yay. So, of course, everything we already talked about in your first reading. See, so what's Spirit's advice about what happened at your job with the nurses? So we got that. Got that. These two here. This one right here. All right. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Cups, which the Page of Cups is about your self-love energy. And underneath that, you have the Two of Cups too, which, with this combination, the Two of Cups is about important relationships. And, of course, a big important relationship is the one we have with ourselves, right? Because, and I feel like they're saying here that every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of our self-love. And the more we raise our love vibration, the more we raise our self-love and our self-worth, then the more our relationships with people in the outside world change as well. And we've been talking about mirrors, right? And so it is that, even with this Two of Pentacles underneath, it's um, everyone is a mirror in the outside world, reflecting what we want to see back to us until we see it. And that's what's wonderful. And we have no idea, of course, what we're reflecting back to other people. We have no idea what they're seeing. We have an idea of what they should see, but that doesn't mean that's what they're seeing, right? Because we didn't live their life and they're all their experiences. So we have no idea if they're a porcupine looking into a mirror and getting pricked by their own porcupine quills, right? So I feel like the advice is realizing every relationship that we have is for us in some way. All right. And then these 3 cards came out together. Yeah, we got the Justice card. So here is this, you know, gift of being able to see things from a different perspective. You have the Emperor card and the Queen of Cups as well. Very powerful energies, these 3 coming in, because there's such a difference here where the Queen of Cups is the ruler of the master of the heart, and because she rolls over the uh, emotional suit of cups with the king, but all queens get a second portion of cups, which makes her the master because she's double water. So she understands her emotions. It's also a very empathic card coming in, which I feel is telling you that you have a huge heart with uh, huge empathic abilities. Excuse me, where you feel a lot of people's emotions and you feel everything huge as well, especially around a full moon, which is on Sunday. Expansive, expansive, expansive emotions. So your heart hears everything at a volume max of 10 instead of everyone else normally, hearing it maybe around a 5 max, right? So you hear and feel everything big through your heart. The justice card is like the situation is bringing a lot of clarity in for you. This is the Ace of Swords. So the situation is allowing a trigger to come up so that you can know that this is running on autopilot below the surface. So you can see it, question it, and transform it. A small t truth rooted in fear, seen from a higher place of unconditional love, allows you to see, like in the case we were talking about, when someone's in fear, they do stupid shit. I gotta say how they said it to me. They didn't, I was gonna say stuff. They're like, no, it's stupid shit. Because when we're feeling like uh unsafe, out of control, uncomfortable, fear energy, when our little inner child ignites, it boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and we act the age of when we had our trauma that's triggering that, um, emotion and reaction. And when we realize that everyone acting stupid is because they're in fear, and it's not pointed at us. It's just, we happen to be nearby and we get hit by the monkey poo that's getting thrown, right? And it doesn't feel good. It stinks, but it's not personal. It's an expression. It's personal on their part that they're expressing their pain in what way they feel they need to in the moment, right? And throughout all this too, with the emperor, this is the Aries energy, very powerful energy, where you're realizing that, you're the one that gets to, uh, clear the throne room of all of the, yappity yap yap, all the noise, like an emperor in a big hall, the royal hall, with everyone, all the advisors, self-appointed advisors, yap, 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 yap. And they're like, you know what? Everyone's an emperor over their own empire. I'm just going to clear the throne room of the noise, all these thoughts and expectations, right? If I clear it away, then I can sit in silence, get into my heart, find out what I want. Then I make a plan and I move forward. But it's getting out of our head and into our heart that's coming in here, getting out of those fears, seeing things from a higher perspective, getting into our heart. And I feel like that's a big piece of, the uh, why this situation is happening for you, not to you. Because you are ready here for this ending of a cycle. Again, the Lover's card is like the Two of Cups, very important relationships. I'm ready to look at relationships differently with people. I'm reaching an end of a cycle and to begin have a new beginning. And, you know, my relationships with other people and how they see me and how I see them, it's all this mirroring, it's all of this growth to set us free and to realize how harsh the voices we have for ourself are, and understanding when people are being nasty, that how nasty they're being to themselves on the inside. Because for it to get out here against other people, we have to have been accusing ourselves of the same things for a very long time. So when you realize when people are being reactive out of fear, there's a lot of stuff going on inside of people, right? Look at the state of the world, right? Wars and arguments and division, everything, because everyone's in fear, when we can calm our Bohinies down, and return to the love of that we are, then that's when peace comes back, right? Yep. And you're in this transition, and a death card is an ending, new beginning, rebirth energy with the Ace of Pentacles, and underneath that, the Ace of Swords. So all of this is bringing you a lot of clarity, not about being right or wrong or that, blame or anything like that. This is all about what am I learning about myself and people and how humans act and react. And it's going to give us a different viewpoint. It's going to allow us to see people differently. Oh, you're a Gemini too. Yeah. So you totally get it, seeing the two different worlds. That's the twins, one that was an immortal and one that was a mortal. And so the human self and the divine self, seeing things from different perspectives. And so I like this where I feel like, yeah, it feels like it kind of sucked and it wasn't a very lovely, experience as we were probably getting triggered through it, as we feel like people were accusing us or blaming us or throwing us under the bus and all these things, and we realize, oh, these were all little kids. If you're in a kindergarten class and kids are saying stuff, you're just like, oh, they don't know any better, they're children. And if we look at it that way, when people are acting stupid, we're like, oh, they're acting like children, they don't know any better yet, because they're reacting from a 7-year-old and younger before our mind 7 to 14 gets created. So, they are literally acting like children because that's the wound, the little wounded child that they are. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. Your fortune cookie here is you are on the right path. I like it. Card number 26. And it says, there are times when you question your steps upon life's path and ask if you're moving in the right direction. This isn't because you've lost your way, but because you're beginning to anticipate great change coming towards you. The spirit masters are telling you to breathe and be patient, and change will come in its own good time. To force it could change your destiny. So when things slow down, there is always a very good reason for it. It isn't because you're going in the wrong direction, it's because you're in a time of change. So stay on the path you chose and watch for a sign that will point you to your future. Ah, I love that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Hang in there. We're sending you a big hug, energetic hug, because it sounds like you need one for today. So many blessings to you, my friend. All right. So let's take a look here. All right. So we've got those. And so we've got JV. Thank you for your free reading request here. We'll get you on the list there. And we've got Anna. Hey, Anna. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Got your donation. We'll get you on the list here. Okay, very good. Put that on there. And all right, very good. So I think I've got you. I'll give that a love and a like since it's on my list here. We've got Ruby up next, and then Anna, you'll be up after that. And let's see, I'm at 3:53. So after I finish these two, I'm going to take a little break because I've been sitting here for 4 hours and my buns are numb, and I need to go to the little boy's room. Maybe I'll get some fresh coffee too. But I need just to get a little movement going, and then I will come back and uh, we'll keep the stream going. And I'll just step away for a moment and then come back. All right. Let me get my little squigglies on here. Whoops. All right, take a quick sip here too. So cheers, cheers. All right. So Ruby 35418. 18, I said. There we go. My fingers did not listen to my brain. All right. So there is your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation. He went Spirit's advice for your court cases. Of course, disclaimer down in the description area. I'm not a licensed attorney or anything like that. Tarot's for fun, entertainment purposes. So always, of course, consult professionals in making important decisions in your life. Let me switch. I have been using that deck. Let's go into the second one here. See what we got going on. So, what advice do you have for the court cases? All right. I have 3 cards coming out. Do you have 3 court cases or more? Let's see here. We got 3 that are coming in. So let's see what we've got with these here. And then overall advice. All right. So on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 2 of Swords coming in, which is the power of story. So advice around the court cases, and this is great advice for anything and everything in our life, is to be aware that the anything that happens in the outside world is meaningless till it gets in our little noggin here. This is our story maker. It's filled with a lot of stories, suggested stories that we had growing up around what something is supposed to mean, should mean, need to mean, have to mean, must mean, right? But it's just opinion. We're the ones that get to decide what something means. And if we're not consciously making a choice about what something means, then we're subconsciously deciding on kind of like autopilot, reactionary, all those stories we were told growing up. So if we're like, oh, this means that, oh no. And then we have of course, the emotional soundtrack that goes with the story, and then the energy, we tend to focus on it, and then the physical actions we react and do. Unless we're responding, then we consciously choose. This is what this means. This is how I'm going to feel about it. This is, the energy I'm going to put into it and the physical actions I'm going to take on it. Not reactionary, right? Because when we're in the reactionary, we are kind of like, yeah, I love it that, all these little strings, we feel like we're at the whim of the outside world, how I'm going to feel, my reaction physically and energetically all depends on what happens next. I'm a puppet to the outside world instead of cutting all those strings and going, I'm the master of my fate. I'm going to choose how I feel about everything. So theoretically, I could choose that no matter what happens next, I'm going to say this is for me. I'm going to have joy and gratitude around it. I'm going to have actions that are going to do that. I'm going to focus on gratitude with my energy. That's going to bring in feelings of abundance in my life instead of energies of victimhood that life is happening to me. So it's a good awareness, and there's no wrong choice, just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. If I don't want to experience fear-based ones, I have the ability to choose a higher vibrational one rooted in unconditional love, joy, laughter, peace, gratitude. Like I said, life is happening for me, so life is happening to me, right? So there's some great energy that can come in with that right here. All right. So I feel like there's 3 here. So whatever court case number 1 would be, I feel like the energy around it is it's taking forever. 7 of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And, at the core of it, underneath it, we fear outcomes. We fear being disappointed. We fear, that something's going to happen. It's going to mean I failed. And that's a good thing to look at here because the slowness of it is giving you the opportunity to face that fear. Again, the power of the story of the swords, right? 3 of Swords is a story of disappointment, that it needs to be, something, you know, um, it has to be this or I'm a failure. Instead of going, if something doesn't turn out, there's a gift in it for me somehow, some way that I may not see it in the moment, but it's there. And if I look for it hard enough, I will find it. And I feel like that's like the lesson and the advice around it, not so much about what you need to do in the outside world, but what to do with it in the inside world. Because the outside world is a projection of our inside world. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So if I'm fearful and I want, I fear I'm gonna lack and bad's gonna happen, then I'm gonna see that in the outside world because that's what my energy is focused on. So when we're realizing the slowness of this first case is to calm myself and look at the fear. What am I afraid of? And what gift is in this for me? Spending more time on you know, the gift than the fear. Because we don't want to grow the fear. We want to become aware of the fear, but just enough to free us, not to uh enlarge it and, add on an extra room onto it, right? I don't want to, I want that to shrink, not expand. The second court case, you got the 3 of Pentacles. I feel like in the second one, this is about, having, like, a tribe, having people, having support, in that one, and not trusting the support, because underneath the surface, what you're learning through it is, here's the devil card, the freedom bringer, right? The freedom fighter who shows us our shadow. Here's all those strings again, that I'm not at the strings of all those, that the hermit, me alone with spirit, is all I need. And I don't have this expectations of everyone should be doing something. This person should be doing this, that person should be doing that. That's us trying to control them with strings. And we realize, you know what? I have a great source of support on the other side, loves me unconditionally. I can trust them. And I'm going to just come to that. I'm going to release everyone from all these expectations. And I feel like the second court case is you freeing yourself from trying to control everything that's outside of your control and cutting the strings, allowing the outside world to influence who you think you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to do, and how you're supposed to do it. So, a lot of freedom energy that's coming through these cases and about doing what you can, but not trying to control everything outside your control. In a way, surrendering it to spirit and the creator, going, I don't know what is for the highest outcome for everyone involved. I just know what I want. But spirit knows what's for the highest outcome of everyone. So when we surrender and give it to them, and and then we do what we can, and in a way step back and just take a breath as we release it, and we do what we can, um, but we don't try to control the outside world or allow the outside world to control you, because they don't, but your thoughts and stories are what give away our power. They can't take it. We can only act like we're giving our power away, because we can't even give our power away. We're too powerful. That's funny. Right. And then the third case, you got the Knight of Wands. This one's going to happen fast and furious. And the Seven of Wands. This is teaching you to be true to your authentic self, not dim your light, not not ask permission to shine, not defend who you are. And the Knight of Wands is a fiery kind of like a huge, like, there's an opportunity for fighting, don't go over the bench at them. This is about being at peace, and this is, see how you can be in this beautiful bubble, everyone trying to poke at you with the wands, trying to get a reaction, but you're in this place of peace. So you're learning that no matter what, accusations or blah 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 and blah blah blah, that you are able to be at peace and to sit in this of, well, they can say and do whatever they want, but the facts are gonna be the facts. I don't have to when I start worrying, "Oh my god, they're gonna believe them." Well, if the facts are gonna be the facts, and trusting that everything is happening for us, then we can just flow with things and not feel like we go into that fight or flight mode and then we react and then prove the point, right? Yep. And underneath all of these, you have the Queen of Cups. And there is an energy, the Queen of Cups is very empathic. She rolls over the suit of emotion and she like I said, very empathic, can feel everyone's emotions. And it's important as you're going through the cases to know that you feel everything very, very big at an amplified rate. So, I have a lot of my podcast in the last kind of three, especially last three episodes have been about empathic gifts and how you can build a bubble, why you feel things so big, and how you can curb that to where you understand what are other people's emotions, what are yours, what are your inner child's, what is astrological influence, what is past life influence. You got all these sources of emotion. And when you can pocket them off and bubble yourself up, you can stay calmer and not feel so overwhelmed by the Yes, I think I said something like being, riding the tsunami of emotional waves instead of being smacked around by it. So I feel like that's an important thing as you're going into these and continuing on with your court cases. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is carry the torch for others to see, wake up the world. I like it. Being a bright light. Ooh, did you guys just hear my stomach growl? Row, row, row. Feed the world. Says you've crossed a line in your life when you find yourself answering questions rather than asking them. When others see you as a guiding light, remember that guardian spirits can help to steer your thoughts, words, and even actions when it comes to sharing truth and knowledge with those who ask, like lawyers. You are a vessel for the guardian spirits now, and through you, they give to others. The student is now the teacher. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And that was the last of these healing spirit cards. Let me just swap these out here. So we're moving on to these new angel number for donations under $5. So I will put those up there and we'll move on to those. All righty. And then, of course, Ruby will circle back around for your free reading here in a momentito. All right, let me just do a couple quick shout outs here. Yeah, Celestial Nebula. I've got 3 Lightseer tarot decks, one that I had purchased, one that was gifted from a friend, and one that my host gifted me. So I got them all mixed up, separated into 3 stacks. So you can get, if you have 3 cards in a reading, you can have 3 of the same card. I had it happen once when I've used them like this. So good catch. Good eye. Good eye. And then Happy Pill. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All righty. I think we're good. All right. So, Anna, you are up. 40819 is your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation. There we are. So, we are doing well. Thank you so much. And so, a reading on your beloved dog E. Had to call the vet today. You're monitoring him for the weekend and supposed to give the vet an update on Monday. A reading, please, on E. So, how is he? Will he start eating or will I need to make a difficult decision next week? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, of course, disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a veterinarian, of course. And of course, you're already consulting those. So, of course, you know the disclaimer. All right. So, how is the Bubba? Will he start eating? Right. Thank you. And or will you need to make a difficult decision next week as well? All right. So your underlying energy on here, you do have the Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands is an important energy. We always it always seems to come up, right? Whatever we're focusing on with our energy is what we grow and expand. So when we're focusing in on our fears and on our, the need, the want, this needs to happen, da 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 da, that pushes resolution and solution further away. When we focus on gratitude for what we have and what we have had, then we draw in, the things that match that. So I feel like it's an important energy to be, to check our energy, balance as much as you can, raise our vibration as much as we can to unconditional love and joy, laughter, peace. When we're concerned and in fear, you know, that's going to grow that stuff that we're fearful and concerned about. We do what we can, and but then we don't have to worry about things, right? We do what we can, and then we try to release it to the universe, focus on gratitude. That kind of energy can help, right? All right. So how is he? Wow, okay. And then so just to say this was the bottom of the deck, and now we have this coming in here. So we do have the Ace of Wands and the Four of Pentacles energy coming in here. I feel like what is this fire, this energy, this Four of Pentacles kind of energy that's coming in here. And it's like there's this energy, and I hate to say it this way, but it's like he feels like he wants to go home. He's being drawn to go home, kind of energy that's here. And it's not I feel like they wanna say it that way, that, it's like Lassie comes home. I don't know why he's bringing in Lassie, but it's like there is this, um, there is a time for everything, and I'm being drawn home. I wanna go home kind of energy. And and I feel like they want you to see it this way because eventually of course it will happen, but I feel like they're wanting you to know it's not that you're not at fault. And I feel like that's like the big thing. We'll look at these other cards and see if it's next week or not. But I feel like they're coming in here as like, how am I? Well, I'm being called home, and I want to go home soon. And I want you to know it's not your fault. I'm fine. I'm wanting to go home. I have an exit, a point. And I feel like that's important. Like that's like big thing that they want you to know. Will he start eating? You know, we've got, the Knight of Swords along with the 10 of Pentacles. I even like that got a doggy on here. This is positive energies here. We have the Hierophant, and which is a change energy here. Um, and so I feel like they will start to eat here with with this new knowledge, with this Knight of Swords. If you change going, you know what? I'm not going to focus in on you need to stay here. No, you need this. No, this can't happen kind of energy. I feel like it's like, you know what, Bubba, you choose for you. I love you. And I feel like that kind of change where you're not stressing out and they're not feeling your stress, that'll bring a change here. You know, it's not, we're not blind to the stairway to heaven here, right? That they want to run, 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 psh, and they want to, they do want to go there, eventually here too. But I feel like the change of energy, you'll see a change that'll happen over this weekend with you changing your mindset, with you changing your energy. Because when mama's stressed, everyone's stressed. And so when you unstress, they become unstressed. And then I feel like there will be a change here with that 10 of Pentacles. Will you need to make a difficult decision next week? You have the star card, which, is an umbilical cord to the upper realms. This is hope energy. This is a a dream come true energy kind of thing, and I don't feel it with this energy right now. Um, so I don't see that happening there, but I feel like it's an important to, be aware of that and to kinda adjust, with that Hierophant, the major arcana master of change, kind of energy. So it's let's swap some energy out, see what happens there, and release the need to control their outcome and go, you know what? You know, the soul behind this being gets to decide. And so they will tell you and they will let you know. Right. So it's your angel number comes in here as well. So you're the first one. Let me shuffle these up. See what your fortune cookie says here too. So what else? This one here. So your angel number is 1011, which is take action. And it says hope, new beginning, fresh start, lifestyle, purpose, spiritual awakening. So this is a call to action to move forward. The sooner you get going, the sooner you will accomplish what you set out to do. Those with patience will eventually reap the reward of their perseverance. So I like this, all that energy of, again, that ace of wands. So, this is this energy of, um, taking action on your energy, I feel like is what this is zeroing in on with all those ones that are coming in there too, right? Yeah. I get you. I get you. For baby mamas. Um, so definitely, but it's in the holding on that we um bring it closer. It's the releasing that allows them to stay longer, which is interesting how that works, right? But hang in there. I know, I know. Sending you a lot of love, my friend. And you got a new puppy too, right? In the midst of all this? He's like, "My replacement is here already." Maybe that's why he's not eating. I love you. They're not replacing you. So, so that is what we have for donations, I believe. And it's like I said, I've been on for a little over 4 hours, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna keep the stream going. When I return, I will do at least 30 minutes of free readings, and then if there's any donations that come in during that period, I'll jump to those, and then we'll go back, but I will finish the free readings, this evening as well. Let me see, how do I got here real quick? That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I have 26 so far. It's not a short list, and I'm excited. So we will come back and finish those out. But like I said, I'm gonna take a quick trip to the kitchen to get some coffee brewing in this cup and then hit the facilities, and then I'll be back and we'll jump in. So thank you guys again for your patience, all your love, all your support, all your thumbs up does help spread the Zen love. So thank you guys again for your patience and getting to your readings, and I shall return. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. right. I hath returned. All right. Get my little chair all set here. Okay, I think we are good to go. I got some coffee. I'm all refreshed. I do have blood running through my buns now. That sounds weird, but okay. So thank you guys again so much. All right. So we will jump back in here. So we'll start the free readings. We've got Swaroop Bobby up first at 42424. So I like it. Look at all those fours and twos and fours and twos. Beautiful energies there. So on Sunday, you had an interview. Will you get selected? All right, let's see here. Based on current energies. All right, boom, boom. Right off the bat here. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Swords here, which I feel like this is a good match energy. It's, like, I feel like they feel like you're a good match for them. But I don't know. We've got the Five of Cups and the Seven of Swords energy, which this is like emotional confliction energy and kind of some Seven of Swords is like lies and deceit and kind of energy that's coming in there. So I don't know. I feel like they might offer you it, but I don't know if you're going to be happy with their offer because I feel like they're saying, "Oh, well, it'll start off at this, and then eventually you'll be able to be moved up and blah blah blah." And you're like, but you guys said it was going to start at this." Well, it'll eventually get up to that, or it doesn't feel like it's what it's cracked up to be here. Because the Five of Cups is like a low vibrational emotional energy around it, like sorrow or, disappointment in a way, and the Seven of Swords is like kinda some deceitful energy, so, um, I I feel like if you don't get selected for it, can be like, whoosh, you avoided that bullet, you dodged that bullet, I think is the way they say it, because I don't feel like they're a very Um, I just don't feel like they're very honest, with that energy there. So feel like you might be better off in not being excited about if you get an offer. When you find out about the offer, you're like, "Oh, okay, this isn't what it's cracked up to be," kind of energy. So I know, but that's all right. We can trust that the perfect place will open up for you, right? But so hopefully that helps, Swoop. That's what they have for you. Hang in there. Many blessings. Right, and we got mini heal. We got 42705 is for yours. So here's your timestamp here. So general future spouse read. All right, let's see. What can you know about your future spouse here? So we got these two here. You get the Four of Wands. There we go. And the Five of Pentacles. So, you got the Four of Wands, which is, this is the wedding, this is the joy, this is the celebration. And the Five of Pentacles here, I feel like they want to, um, you know, I feel like this is like their future self talking to about the Five of Pentacles, about, um, if there's things that you're wanting and things that you don't feel like you deserve and those kind of energies around that. And with this Five of Pentacles there is this it's the fear of being abandoned, left behind, being left out in the cold, being left at the altar, but it's about not having enough and not being enough. And I feel like they're telling you that they know this is a very important day and that they want this, to happen and that they will, they'll do all that, kind of um don't be afraid to ask for what you want, and because it's a very important day. So if you want to alter something or do something differently or have something added, they're like, ask, ask, ask kind of energy. So I love that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Min Heal. So many blessings to you. All right. So we'll continue here in a sec. Hey, Nehu. I see your question. I know sometimes on your end you may not see it, but you don't need to. You're kind of spamming the chat, so you can stop. I can see it now. You can do a paid or it can be free, whichever you prefer. And this is good for anyone new coming in. Thanks for being a new subscriber. Um, but all the details are down in the description area of the video if you want to check that out for more details. But I'll give you the quick skinny. Right now, I'm doing 30 minutes of free readings, and if any donations come in, I will jump to those, and those get priority. And I dive deeper into those too. Free readings are just 1 to 2 card readings. So if you want just a surface level one, it can be free. If you want a deeper dive, then a donation will get you prioritized and a deeper dive as well. So that's the skinny. Hopefully that helps. I'll assume it's a free reading for now, unless you make a donation. So I'll put you on the list here for the free reading. And I've got like 25 people ahead of you in the free readings. Those are first come, first serve. So, all right. So you're in line, and we'll get to you in that proper order. All right. All right. So we will continue on here. We have Asura. You're at 4:30:36. Is your timestamp here. There we go. And you want to know about your career. How will your career be in the future? All right. Let's see what Spirit will share here with you right now based on current energies. Where's your career heading? Yeah, wow. Well, we really like it. It feels like it's going to be a little bit of birthing energy with the Ace of Pentacles, which is a brand new opportunity that's coming up. Queen of Pentacles, she's harvest, she's birthing energy that comes in here. There is a bit of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy that comes in with this, which, is about, she's got this Ace of Cups behind the scenes, which is like choosing from your heart. And I feel like with your career, there is this new opportunity that's opening up that may not be everything that your mind has wanted, thinking it's supposed to and should and all that, but it's something that your heart is drawing you toward. So I don't feel like it's a 180 or going in a completely different direction. I feel like it's more so altering course with, like, let's say you wanted to become a, what they're bringing to my mind just because it's a clear example is like, I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to be a general practitioner. So we start off on this journey of this is what my career is going to be. I'm going to be a general practitioner. And then as we're going through everything, like, you know what? I want to become a brain surgeon because I love the brain and I want to understand it all. And I'm going to do that instead. And so it's still in, um, in medicine, but it's an alternate course kind of energy. So that's what I have in here. It's like your career is in the kind of the same field and direction, but you're taking a significant enough where it feels like a new beginning of I'm going to go off this way and do that. So I feel like that's what's coming forward here. Your heart is drawing you in a different direction. So I feel like that is what they want you to know right now, and it is beneficial. It is a success with doing it. So they're kind of saying, don't hold yourself back thinking, oh, I can't do that. Just know that if you follow your heart and go that direction, you'll do well. So I like that for you. All right. So many blessings to you. And we got Butterfly. You're up 4:33:19. So Butterfly, thank you again so much for all your assistance in the chat earlier. There's your timestamp. And you want to know what direction or timeline feels more aligned with your soul. It's not this one, right? I want to get out of the out of this timeline. At least this planet, right? Let's take a look here. That's what someone said something about. What are we on the something something timeline? Let's switch it, everybody. Let's get the controller. But it's perfect for us, right? Yep. So you've got the 9 of Pentacles here with the 6 of Wands. So I feel like you're on the right direction here, because the 9 of Pentacles, of course, is like a hermity type of energy where, it's, you're alone with spirit in this beautiful garden, and it's about this, you know, kind of being to yourself in the outside world in a bit, but it's also this self-sufficiency and almost like a physical dream come true in the outside world. Um, Something about garden is really coming in strong with this one, which it normally doesn't. So something about plants and herbs and garden kind of energy is coming in, fruits, vegetables, but it feels like more herbal, if that resonates with you there. And the 6 of Wands is a victory energy. It's, realizing that all these people on the outside, they're transparent here, but that it's a celebration of and support of the upper realms. So I feel like you're on the right path because the 6 of Wands is saying you're being celebrated for the steps you're taking, and you might be brought into the spotlight, regarding this out from the garden by yourself out to the spotlight to talk and to share and even to teach, if that's resonates with you. Um, I don't know if you do any kind of performing, but I do feel like because the stage is really standing out too. So I feel like you had this time in the garden and herbs and things, but I feel like you're being brought out into the spotlight to teach and to share what you've learned with the world here. So I feel like that direction is where you're, been being guided to, it's like where your heart is drawing you, and that you won't be alone. Spirit, is with you both in the spotlight, there's the spotlight shining down, and in the garden too with the winged creatures. So of course, you're never alone. So I feel like that's what they have for you for right now. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of direction there. And that's what they have, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Maria P for 3639. So, Maria, thank you for your donations earlier. There's your timestamp. And a general for you. All right. Let's take a look here. So, what does Spirit want you to know about your life here? Pardon me. So, you've got the 5 of Cups and you've got the 3 of Pentacles. Interesting energy here. I feel like they're bringing up this group communication energy. 3 of Pentacles is about being part of, you know, uh, a cohort, of a group, and the 5 of Cups is is the transformation of taking emotional energy from low vibration, rooted in fear, that expresses itself through sadness or anger, transforming that to higher vibration, which is joy and laughter and gratitude and unconditional love, And I feel like this has to do with, well, it's being expressed, we'll put it. It's being expressed through this group at work, right? But that's just it's just the mask or the representation, the puppet for the deeper emotion. So it's being expressed, and that's what the 5 of Cups, it's like there's something more below the surface here that's bringing up the spilt cups, the broken cups, right? And when you realize that, the emotions that are rising within you are your emotional choice, like they can't make me feel this way. Everyone's actions, non-actions, words or silence or whatever, is just their expression. Once I put a story to that and then I have the emotions that I choose to feel regarding that story, that's, like being at the whim of the outside world, and we give our power away. When we realize I'm the one that gets to decide what something means, and then I get to choose how I feel about it too, then whatever they do at work, whatever these little ladies are or don't do, right? That I'm the one that gets to choose. I If I choose lower vibration and I allow their, performance to impact me, I'm allowing it to impact me. They're not doing it to me. I'm doing this to myself. Because I could also be like, "Oh, you guys," and not let it impact me at all. But the more we feed into the drama, the more the drama grows. The more we feed into the more the love grows. So there's a big transformational energy going on. But that's just the head of the beast. But the root of it goes deeper because what's connected, it's like a five-headed beast. That's one head of the beast, but it also is like, how does Wally treat me or not treat me? How does my ex treat me? How do my children treat me? How do my family treat me? You know, all of those are an expression that goes down to a root below the surface that has to do with how you feel about yourself. And so there's a big transformation that comes in with that. So hopefully that helps a little, Maria. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ruby Camellia. Hello, hello. 44024 is your timestamp. There you go. And you want to know, is it beneficial to go to the evaluations, or is it in vain as the previous time? Is it related to the coming career opportunity or no relationship? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, is it beneficial to go to the evaluations? And is it related to the coming career opportunity or no relationship? Oh, we got two cards. So, I feel like it is beneficial. You have the Page of Cups. That's a happiness energy, higher vibrational emotional energy. So that would be a yes. For to go, is it beneficial to go? Yes. Is it related to the coming career opportunities or no relationship? Um, it brings clarity with the Justice card. The Three of Pentacles is a creation energy. I don't feel like it's related to the no relationship energy. Career opportunity, because the Three of Pentacles is about you being true to your authentic self and creating something, like collaborating with someone. So I feel like it can be a job opportunity there. The Justice card again, I feel like a lot of it brings you clarity for yourself on what you really want. And, so I feel like it's more that kind of benefit, not so much about a specific, um, like a no relationship thing, but it feels like it opens your mind and gives you clarity around job opportunities and where I want to go forward in things. But I don't feel like it's kind of relationship, more work group related energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria M9P, not to be mistaken for Maria P. So we've got you here, Maria. There's your timestamp. And a general for the weekend. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know for the weekend? The weekend is here, right? It's Friday. Well, you got a nice balanced energy with the Two of Pentacles coming in here. There might be some choices too. It's like I feel like you're going to have a choice to do one thing or another happening at the same time. So you kind of have to decide. And what I like is when you're deciding with this Queen of Pentacles, this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and you deciding for you, not doing what you think everyone else wants you to do. Um, it's about you. You get to choose for you this time instead of sacrificing yourself for others. You have the Hierophant too, which is about seeing things differently, and I do feel like that's kinda different. Usually, you're like, "Well, everyone else would wanna go do this, so let's go do that." It's almost like you have a choice for your birthday. Do you wanna go to this restaurant, or do you wanna go somewhere else? And you're like, "Well, everyone always likes going to that restaurant, so I'll go to that because everyone likes it." Versus, "Oh, I wanna try this new restaurant, something I really would love to do." Choose that, and everyone else is like, "Well, but I'm the birthday person, I get to choose, let's go." And then they're like, they love it, and if they don't, who cares? Did you love it? That's what it's about. So I feel like this is the kind of energy that's coming in here for this weekend, at least one important thing. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Nicola Jackson, you're up 4:44:29. So Nicola, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you wanted a general read. Let's take a look here. Thank you. All right. So you've got a little bit of a choice energy that's coming in here. You have the Chariot card, which is the power of choice card. And, there's no wrong choice, just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. And I feel like the choice that is coming before you, the two choices with this Queen of Swords. Let me see here if I can get it a little closer, because swords is of the mind, right? So one of the choices is of the mind saying, this is what you should do, supposed to do, need to do. It's kind of a, here, you need to check these boxes kind of thing. This is what everyone thinks you should do, opinions. But down there, you have the Ace of Cups in a prison down here. The Ace of Cups, the heart is being contained. That's what the mind does. It traps the heart with its supposed tos and shoulds, and it doesn't allow the heart to have this, like, big expression. But this is what's coming up is there's a choice now. There's what the mind wants and what the heart wants. And of course, you know, we always follow the mind. When we choose the mind, we feel like we're existing. When we follow the heart, we feel like we're living. But I feel like there's even a third choice they say is coming in here. And if you wait just a moment when you can choose this or this, if you're like, wait for it, take a breath, wait for it, take another breath, wait for it. There's something, a third option that appears that's a combo of that makes your mind happy, but also your heart happy. So there is something that can please both sides of you. But it doesn't come in first. The two other things come in first. But if you wait just a couple breaths, then you see the third option, which will be a no-brainer because you're like, "Oh, okay, well, that one obviously," right? So, I like that for you, Nicola. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we have Snow Nareen. Snow, hey, good to see you. I love snow, so I like your name. So, here's your timestamp. And you wanna know, is MA the one who's gonna help you get the job or someone else? And should you stay focused on things say stay focused or things gonna come itself by chance? Alright, let's take a look here. Let me just shuffle these up here. So, is it MA the one who's gonna help you get the job or someone else? I'll give you 2 cards for that one. And then the job, should you stay focused on things or, yeah, focused, or are they gonna unfold without you focusing? Alright, so is MA the one that's going to help you? You have the Knight of Wands, which is a fast-moving energy, and that feels like an action energy, so I do feel like they are someone who helps you get a job, and the King of Cups even, which is a balance between the head and the heart. So I do feel like, they 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 I don't wanna say they don't get the job for you. They help you, I feel like, by saying, "Here, But then you, with your abilities, the King of Cups is a beautiful balance between head and heart, and that whoever this is, they're like, "Oh my god, we love you, you're a perfect fit." So I feel like they open the door for you, but you're the one that has to step through it, and you're the one by showing them who you are that you get it there, right? So should you stay focused or I feel the justice card is balance, right? I feel like it's both. It's not A or B, it's C, all of the above. So stay focused, but also know that things are flowing. And so do what you can and then trust the creator with the rest, right? So there's a beautiful balance. You can't control everything. All you can do is do the things you can control and then release the rest, which the only thing you can control is you, right? Your stories, your emotions, your energy, your actions, and then, but you can't control anything else. So I feel like that's what they have for you. So hopefully that helps. And that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, let's take a look here. Okay. So I have a few more minutes here. I'm in the middle of doing 30 minutes of free readings. I started at 4:24, so 4:54. So I got about 4 more minutes before I jump out of free reading. So hey, Rose, good to see you. So I'll be to you here in just a couple minutes here. So thank you. I shall return. So we're up to plate of spaghetti at 450. I typed that right? Yeah, 450.27, I think is where it was at. So plate of spaghetti. Here's your timestamp. And your free question, why isn't Will answering? Will, why aren't you answering? All right. Well, we do have the 4 of Wands, which is party, joy, celebration. I feel like they're doing something fun, maybe hanging out with friends or somewhere along those lines, but they feel very distracted. The 7 of Swords, you know, is an energy of course, lying, deceit, thievery, deception kind of energy that's there. Um, and so it just feels like because it, pops in with the 7 of Swords. It's a reflection of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that, that are restricting me and cheating me out of opportunities and things. And it just feels there's like this conflicting loud energy that comes in. It's like usually, we have like, the birds are over here and we can hear them, but when they're in our face and they're all caw, caw, it's like the communication feels loud to me. Like they're not responding because it feels like, something screaming at me, not, a calm Tweety bird. It's a loud caw. And whatever they're feeling, they've got this joy, this celebration and stuff. And in contrast, they feel like the communication feels, I don't know if it feels accusing or attacking. And so they don't want to have someone attack them. So they're not responding because they feel like there's a fight brewing, something along those lines, kind of energy that's here. So hopefully that brings a little clarity there for you, spaghetti. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. Gosh, can you guys hear my stomach is like has started growling and nonstop. So let me take a sip here. Let's fill it up with some water, some coffee. All right. There you go. Something to nourish you. Shush, shush. All right. And then Ket Mia, you're up. So 4:53:19. So Ket Mia, here's your timestamp. And you wanna know, should I do it after combining B and T together, or should I just do it with T only for accuracy and positive outcome? All right. So based on current energies here, if you do it with combining and without, what's the energy here? So if you combine B and T together, you have the King of Swords. I feel like you will get information here. King of Swords is the master of awareness and education and clarity. So I feel like you get clarity and accuracy with the first as well. And but if you do it with T only, well, you get the Emperor energy. This is Aries energy. You get action with that as well. So, the emperor is higher than the king. The emperor rules over all four kings, and there are major arcana versus minor arcana. So I feel like you get results and information by combining B and T together, but you get more accuracy and more positive outcome by doing it with T only. In fact, it almost feels like if you're able to do both to learn, because I feel like you would still learn something from B and T together, um, but for the most accuracy and the most positive outcome, you do the second with T only, but, I feel like you still glean great information by doing the first as well. So, hopefully that helps, if possible. All right, so that's what they have for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. All right, so I did 30 minutes of free readings. I still have quite a list going here, and we also had Ankita come in. Hey, Ankita, good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here too on the bottom. So I will return to free readings here in a moment. Check my emails too. All right. So we do have Aunt Rose in the house. Thank you, Aunt Rose. We'll get you on the donations here. So we'll jump to you next. And then if no other donations come in the meantime, then I'll return back to the free reading. So hang in there, everybody. Thank you for your patience. All right. So Aunt Rose, 45604 is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. So there is your timestamp, and let's give your donation a love and a like there. So you want to know, how would M respond if you reach out to him? And should I? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, how would M respond if you reached out to them? So we got this and we got this, and these underneath. And with spirit, there's no should and or shouldn't. There's just different choices with different outcomes. So what we'll do here, yeah, you can get the power of choice energy underneath the deck there with the chariot. Um, because it's all up to us, right? There's no right or wrong choice, just different choices, different outcomes, different experiences. So what we'll do is, if you reach out to them, what energy is it? If you don't reach out to them, what energy would you experience? And then you can determine what it is that you would like to do, right? It's like asking spirit, what ice cream should I eat? They're like, what flavor are you in the mood for? I don't know. And they're like, well, here, if you choose this, here's that taste. If you choose this, here's that taste. And then you get to decide, because they're not gonna force feed you your life and your ice cream. All right. So let's take a look here. You wanna know, how would M respond if you reach out? So we got the King of Cups, kinda have this balanced kind of just, energy and just kind of, smooth, uh, response here. Let's see what else we have here too. We got the Empress energy. So it does feel, um, you know, good here. I mean, it's a birthing harvest energy, a new birth energy. King of Cups is very, balanced between head and heart. Underneath the surface, we have the World card, which is an energy of, uh, it is celebration, it is victory energy. It is the ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And we got the Six of Cups too. Six of Cups energy. is kind of this it's the return of someone from the past kind of energy. So it kind of feels like but it feels like the same person comes back, you know, meaning that, if I reach out to them, how will they respond? Well, you know, it feels like, oh, well, we can start something. I don't know if you guys had something before that kind of fizzled out or whatever, but it's like, oh, they'll come back, but it's just going to be the same person and the same experience kind of energy. Um, if you reach out like right now. So let's say here, if you reach out to them, what kind of energy do you experience? Oh my gosh, just so you can see. So you do experience what we just said. So, like what you just said. Oh, okay. If you don't reach out to them, you have the 6 of Wands. You do have a victory energy as well. You do have this sense of being uplifted and being seen, standing up above the crowd, kind of energy here. It is a victory, like I said, kind of energy that comes in. So I don't know. It kind of feels that, do you want to do what you've always done with them and get what you've always gotten? If so, there you go. It says you will. If you want something different, then it's kind of like stand on your own, go follow your passions, go, you know, um, do things you enjoy. And when in doing that, I feel like you stand out to someone else, or maybe they're there. I don't know. It just feels like you stand out and you're seen by going and doing what you love to do, and you're out there, that you're not pursuing someone, that you're just going and being you and shining bright, and you stand out and someone notices you standing out from the crowd by being true to yourself and being unique, for you. So hopefully that helps. I like that for you. Let's see what your angel number brings in here too. Let's see if we can get any more clarity. Let's put these cards back in here. All right. So for your angel number, you've got 0808, swift action. So this says wealth, empathy, promises, commitment, affection, inner strength, auspicious outcomes. It says you will enter a time of expansion, so begin taking steps towards achieving your ultimate objective immediately. Finances will miraculously improve. Oh, and somebody has their mind set on you. Ooh, I like that. But I do feel like that's a flow 0808 energy is, about flowing and going with your energetic flow. But, you know, I feel like if you're not wanting to end up with what you've always ended up, then, you know, I wouldn't go that route. I would go I'm gonna go and do something I love to do, and in that, you bump into someone who's also loves doing that thing, and then there's a spark that happens because 'cause you're standing out, there. So, hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right, and then Ruby Grimm, thank you for your additional donation. Thank you so much. Let's get you on the list here. Give that a love and a like. All right. So Ruby, your timestamp 5:02:46. How did we get up to 5 hours already? I feel like we just went to 4 hours. Did I fall asleep? All right, so there's your timestamp. And so you want to get a deep dive on the court cases. There's one custody open at the moment, a renter's dispute soon, and you're curious if the third is your DV or your husband's custody case. Oh, wow, okay. So there was 3, right? Dun, 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 dun. So there's variety coming in here, right? All right. So the custody one open at the moment. See what they want you to know. No, not those. So let's take a look here. What can we know about this custody? Open here. There. That one there. All right. And then you have a renter's dispute soon. So what can we know about that based on current energies? Those two. And then you want to be curious, is the third your DV? So we'll pull a card for the DV and a card for your hub's custody case and see. Is it going to be one of those? All right. So for the custody open at the moment one, do you have the Three of Pentacles along with the Sun card? All right. We like those. The energies, we have a few more cards underneath that, but of course, the Sun card is always a beautiful, card to get because it's a victory. It shines a bright light on things, brings a lot of things to light. And the Three of Pentacles, is a kind of a collaboration energy. It is about um, collaborating. Well, it's collaborating stories, right? But I feel like there is this energy that comes in here, and that you know the there's support that comes in that collaborates your story, and that's what the shining bright light comes on, and that it comes in with that here. um and then you've got underneath that you have the Page of Wands. So being aware of our energy, I think we talked about that in your first reading, right? So this is very important to be aware of your energy um, when you're going into this, because if you're, we talked about it like a ton in your first reading, so I'm not going to regurgitate all that. You know that wherever you're focusing your energy is very important. So it's either going to expand it or shrink it, and it'll be a big victory or a small victory. So whatever your energy is very important going in here. Do you have the Knight of Pentacles, which takes a little bit of time for the victory to, or the results of your victory to come forward? Because you do have the King of Pentacles. So you do get the reward, you do get the blessings, you do get the outcome, you know, the victory, that you're looking for based on current energies. But I feel like it takes a little bit for it to kick into force, as they say. Like you want it like right away, like starting like right now, and they're like, no, we have to do proper notification, blah blah blah. So this has to happen, and this has to happen. So it's like it takes a little bit longer than we want it to, because we want it like a year ago, right? But I feel like it does. And how fast it happens or not, because you have the Page of Wands and the Knight of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. So the amount of the energy that you're putting in, gratitude has it come in faster. Fear, lack, need, want has it come in slowly, right? So I like that for you. And see here. So the custody case with your toddler, I'm starting the landlord tenant case soon, and I was debating open the DV case. I don't really want to. It's also a but he's about to start a custody case where there's something new I don't know about. Okay, I get you. So we'll when we get to that third one. So the renter's dispute, let's see what based on current energy to know about that. Yep. So we have the Knight of Wands. I feel like that will happen, fast once you do it. It feels like it'll be very sparky kind of energy. And that can be, and I feel like you got the Three of Pentacles on one of your readings. You got the Knight of Wands in one of your in the reading. It was one of the three. So I feel like maybe we already knew these. right? But the Knight of Wands is a fast acting, can become a little bit energy that's, coming in there. But the Two of Swords energy does talk about being aware of your story. Not the story you're telling the court, but the story you're telling yourself. And, you know, if I have a story of fear or anger and a lower vibration, then I draw in a battle that comes in there. If I go in just wanting, the contract and this or that to be, upheld and for fairness to be there or, anything along those lines, it's all about the story that is in here is what gets projected out here, my experience of it. And so I feel like it's important when you're going into it to, check the story that, um, what's the moral of the story that I'm trying to present? Is it revenge and justice and rah, rah, or is it just I just want to figure these things out, not from a fiery place, but from a place of self-love, right? Yeah. So it's wanting things, to be upheld and but so, it is this energy of regardless of what it's about, it's the story you're going in with it, right? Under the surface, yeah, you have the Eight of Swords. So you're learning about your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So part of this process is for you to release these expectations of, well, this is how things are supposed to be. Instead, because that's lack energy, because we're focusing on what's not happening. Instead, it's, why am I wanting why am I wanting this? And it's like, well, I just, I would like to get, reimbursed for the damages and, you know, because it's costing me money and so I just want this, right? And it's understanding the why and the source that it's coming from, right? And um, so I like that clarity. I think you get all that. We talked about that a lot. Wow. Okay, and then for this one, you also get a sun card. So 2 suns, just for the sake to know that I have 3 decks that are going on here, you know? So, it's a victory energy, a good outcome energy, but it's about when we let go of the expectations, then we bring in, and we're focusing on gratitude. And for what we have and have had, it's like, "Well, I need this. I need to be reimbursed. I must be, and they better," and, rah, rah, rah. That's lower vibration, right? That's gonna send things into, that direction versus if I focus in on, I wanna be reimbursed for this because costly and, the damage was there, so I need that, taken care of, part of the rental agreement or whatever, right? And so it's like I need to have this stuff happen, and, well, I don't need it, but I would like it to happen, and so I'm going through the process of doing that, and it's good, when we're in that calm process of gratitude and doing it from a place of neutrality, if not love, just as long as it's not from lower vibration, right? That's where it comes in. Yep, and you have temperance, we have patience. So being temperate with the process, you even have the 10 of cups, joy, celebration, kind of energy. And I know it can be difficult. When we're in fear, we express anger or sadness. When we're in a joyful, loving state, then we go in and we're not, rah, 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 come across as, someone who, you know, is out to get people. When we go and we're just like, all I want is, to have this balance out. I'm not looking for a profit from this. I'm just looking to leave whole, in the process. Um, and it's like, wow, when we come from that place, we draw in stuff that matches that energy. So I like it. I mean, hopefully that helps there. And then for the third one, is it the DV, your DV? We got the Full card, which is a new adventure. Let's see, is it your hub's custody case? No, we got the Four of Cups, that's boring. That's we're like, that again?" So I feel like this is, with the DV, this is a new adventure, a new beginning, energy there. So, out of the 2 of these, I feel like that would be the one with the Full card that it's referring to there. So, if it is that, let me just now that we know that, let me just dive a little deep into that one here. What can we know about this one then? So, if it is the DV, yes, here. All right. Yeah, so we have the Moon card, which is a cycle energy. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we've got like these victories that are coming in with these here. You know, um, I mean, the Wheel of Fortune is an abundant energy. The Wheel of Fortune, right? um, so I like it that all three of them have kind of this victory energy around them. The Devil card is letting go of some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And the Moon card is some hidden things that are revealed that come in there as well. Um, but let's see here, what's below the surface here? Yeah, because I do feel like, you with that one, you end up going a different direction than you thought it would with the Three of Wands. The world card, um, the world card is an energy of, you know, a a victory, um, and a ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Again, the full card energy coming in. But I feel like that this feels like a victory because I feel like some information comes in, right? With a moon card, there's something hidden that's brought forward to where with a devil card, you're like, oh, so you're letting go of some old mindsets because of this new information that comes in. I almost feel like you kind of reach a settlement before you go to court. Because I feel like, you have this impression of like, this is what you want to happen because of da 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 da. But then something comes to light where you're like, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know. No one told me. I didn't know that. And so with that, you're like, well, I'll drop this piece of it or whatever. Um, and they're like, well, if you do that, we'll settle with this or whatever. You're like, okay, that's good. We'll do that. I feel like that's how it kind of unfolds with it. There's something new information that kind of comes in that, kind of changes it up. So, so that's what we got. So hopefully that's deep enough. That's what we have for now. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too. Get all these cards back in here. Yeah. And that's based on current energies. If you change your mind, then you're like, okay, no, I'm not going to do that. And that's all right. That can be the Three of Wands too. You could be like, you know what? I changed my mind. I've had enough of court. All right. And then your fortune cookie, since this one was $5 or more. Ah, look, you got Grace. What a beautiful little card. Booty, booty, baby. Card number 25. So be gracious and understanding with yourself. Angels, guides, and spiritual guardians are watching over you and cherishing you. Kindly honor the reality of others as well. I like that. So that's going in it to understanding where other people are coming from and, you know, realizing everyone is in fear. Everyone wants, all have their dream they're wanting. Everyone does. And, you know, there's a difference between me wanting what I want and me wanting what's best for everyone involved. And I like that. I feel like that's kind of how you go about it, um, for the most part, right? Um, so your soul wants you to know there's a spiritual nobility that accompanies true grace. Even if you absolutely know that your opinion is right, sometimes it's wise not to push your point. Let it drop. It's not that important. The creator knows the truth of the situation, even if others don't. There are times to be starkly honest, but this isn't one of them. Hear the truth of others without the overlay of your own opinions. Speak with love, kindness, and diplomacy. Be kind to yourself and cherish your path. I love all this is great advice for court. Affirmation is I graciously accept the infinite love of the universe. I love that. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your dual donations. And you probably will end up writing dossiers and books, won't you? So cheers, cheers. My life as instead of Judge Judy, it's persecutor. I don't know. But cheers, cheers. I love you. Okay. So I think that was it for the donations. We'll dive back in for free readings. Up next, we do have Chelsea 5/20/26. Whoops. So, Chelsea, here is your timestamp, and we are to this stack. So, your close, oh, that's right, your close family member, you feel so called, but I need to hear that again, right? You're so funny. All right. So, Chelsea said your family member passed a couple of days ago. So, heart goes out to you there. Her wallet, her meds, and her purse cannot be found. Has someone took them, or did she hide them? Was the passing natural? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies here, did she hide it or did someone take it? And then was the passing natural? Okay, that's right. I was about to give you like this in-depth reading and go, this is a free reading. Um, I feel that she hid them and she didn't remember where she put it because I feel like with that 7 of cups, they're going, did I put it there? Did I put it there? Did I put it there? And the ace of cups, of course, is like me energy, like I did it kind of energy with this ace of cups. So I feel like she put it somewhere and forgot where she put it. She left it somewhere, it feels. Was the passing natural? Yeah, we got the 4 of Wands. It's a joyful celebration energy. So it does feel like it was natural, a natural passing there. It's like a hallelujah, I'm out of here kind of energy. I don't what was going on with her. I felt not that she didn't, I don't feel like she um, did anything to herself or anything. It doesn't feel like that energy. Just feels like hallelujah, that's over. Whew, that was a rough one. But I do feel like it's hidden somewhere. Um, I wonder if with the 7 of cups, with this energy, I feel like I don't know why it's really standing out, this they're pointing over here at the bowl under the stairs. So I don't know if it's under something. There's like this, kind of thing that's happening there. So it's under a shelf, under the stairs, under something. Because it almost feels like you would walk up it, but it does feel like it's under a bowl, under something kind of where it got stashed. So, hopefully that helps, Chels. So many blessings. All right. Ruby, thank you so much for your additional donation. Let's take a look here. Oops, no wonder I'm not in the right place. I was looking for your name. I'm like, I'm in the free reading section. There we go. So, Ruby, got 52402 for you here. So, there's your additional timestamp. Thank you again. We'll give that a love and a like. Anyone know, is the moon making you hyper? You feel very energized. Well, it is a Sagittarius full moon. So I would imagine so, but let's make sure it's just that. Let me take a quick sip here. Turn that down a little bit. All right. So is it the moon that's making you energized? Okay. Anything else as well? Well, on the bottom of the deck, you do have childlike energy that's bubbling below the surface here. So I don't know if it feels like there's underneath the surface, there's something, the childlike energy making you feel a little bit hyperized. Um, is the moon doing it? I feel like the moon is part of it. Got the Page of Cups, which is the expansion of emotional energy, which a full moon definitely does. You have the Knight of Swords too, which this is the pursuit of truth. And I do feel like there's something activated regarding this with the moon. And I feel like there might be something going on with some um what can I think of the word? It's when the planets are related to the different planets. I can't think. My mind's totally going blank right now. But it's when different planets aspects. Thank you, Spirit. That is aspecting it, which is feels like it's really amplifying your sense of wanting justice, which I believe is a Sagittarius trait. Because my host is a Sagittarius, and she is all about justice at times. So I feel like that's kind of being spawned here a little bit of, ooh, like I feel like there's that kind of ignition. Yeah, and I do feel here you got the magician energy and the 5 of cups energy. So I do feel like there is a bit of amplification with this magician. The energy that you're focusing on, whatever we focus on, gets expanded around a full moon, but just in general, whatever we're focusing on with our own energy is also expanding. So I feel like there's a little bit of, I don't know if this, like you're feeling energized. I feel like the energized feeling is from the moon, but I feel like that's mixed in with some anxiety, some anxiousness that I feel is coming in here with probably your custody case with the child energy that's there. It just feels like you're just very, it's expanding it. So, that you're focusing on that energy and then the moon comes in and gives you all this hyperness. It also floods in and expands everything else that we were already existing in our life at the moment. So I feel like it's a combo. What are they telling you here? Yeah, the 6 of Swords. So if you kind of get your mind, let's say get your mind out of the gutter. No, get your mind off of, as much as you can off of fears into higher vibration. The 6 of Swords is leaving behind my my old focus of thinking right now, focus on higher vibration things that helps take you from choppy waters to calmer waters. So something that can help calm it is get your mind off of those things and focus in on something that you're wanting to expand, you know, joy, laughter, watch a comedy, something funny, something playful, play something, almost get into that childlike energy and have fun and let all responsibility go for this weekend, right? You have the Ace of Wands. Yeah. So here's be aware of where you're focusing your energy. And then you have the King of Swords, which is create new stories, energy. They're the master storyteller. And so I like this that it's what do I want to create? And what it's like almost like they're taking me back to like creative writing in middle school back in Texas when I lived there. And they're like, write a create. I used to love creative writing um, because I loved using the imagination, and that gets you in that to that creativity, and it gets us out of the seriousness, and it gets us into that playfulness too. So I like that for you. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here with your angel number here. Wow, 333. Yep, create, create, create. It is support, but 3 is the energy of Empress and creativity too. Growth, creativity, joy, community, vision, talents. Seeing the angel number 333 is a sign that it's time to focus inward, work on your skills, discover your talents, and use your imagination. There you go. Unleash your inner artist. Doing so will boost your self esteem and sense of competence. It does wonders for your sense of purpose and contributes to your community too. So I like that. I feel like that energy, it's, hyper. I need to do something with this energy, create something, draw, paint, whatever it is, however you create. Now's the time to do it. So hopefully that helps, Ruby. That's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you so much for your donations. I'm very grateful. And then we'll continue on here for the free readings here. We've got CJ and the Cats, 5:30:56. So CJ, here's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And is there a house move for you? Will this be in your best interest? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, is there a house move? And is it in your best interest? Well, it's not a house falling on you, so we know you're not the wicked witch of the west, right? Wow. Yeah. It looks like you have a move coming in here with the tower because there's something being removed out of your life to make space for something that's more in alignment with your energies. And so the second part of your question, everything is always in our best interest, right? Especially when the tower card is something being removed for us. Yeah, you have a death and a rebirth energy. So with both the tower and the death card, there is definitely an ending and a beginning energy, but it is for you, with the tower card because it removes you from a situation, removes you from space that is no longer serving you to make, and then it opens up the space. It removes the obstacles for you to be able to move forward into something that's more in alignment with your higher self. So I do feel it is, and it is for you. So just trust that, when that tower is being burnt down, we're like, no, not that old condemned tower that had rats and leaking gas and the plumbing was, shoddy and the roof leaked, but it was my tower. But after it gets removed and then it gets replaced with 4 towers and 4 walls and a big castle in between, it's like, "Oh, never mind, I'll take that instead," right? So, that's the kind of energy around when something gets removed, it's being replaced with something an upgrade, not a downgrade. So, that's what they have for you, CJ, so many blessings to you. And then Livier Vagara, we're at 5:33 even. So, Olivier, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. Anyone in a reading for love? What is in your path this week? There's a cute boy. Is he attracted to me? Oh, let's take a look here. So, One card for what's your path of love look like next week, and is the cute boy interested? Wow. Well, you've got a little bit here of, the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, focusing in on yourself and your self-love and, getting out into nature, kind of energy that's coming in there. So love feels more internal than external. And is the little boy attracted to you? Yeah, I got the 5 of cups, which is a no, sorrow energy. I feel like they're being blocked from you right now because you're it's all about, pointing you inward and upward rather than outward right now. So they're like I kind of feel like uh they're in a low emotional state right now. So I don't feel like they're looking for love because 'cause they're not feeling very lovely. I feel like they're feeling maybe they had a breakup or a sorrow and they're still getting over something, but I feel like they're kind of not in the mood for love interest. I feel like they're kind of in that kind of, inner reflection kind of energy too. So it's, that's what we have for right now. I know. But that's it for right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. Hey, Aileen, I think, or is it Aileen? Aileen? Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. And then we've got against all odds. You're up 53511. There's your timestamp. And let's see. Do we still see your Virgo and you getting engaged and married this year? Timing if possible. All right. Take a quick sip here. My voice is trying to go away. All right. Is that better? Better? Yeah. Okay. So let's just pull a when card here. And for timing. All right. There we go. So, is it happening this year? Well, you do have the World card, which is a victory card. It's a yes card. It's it's ruled by Saturn, which is a working card, a releasing card. Things that need to fall away in order for it to, move forward, right? And the timing says slowly. So, not giving you a specific time on here, but I feel like that kind of aligns with different things that we got from them in the past, right? It's a kind of a slow roll kind of energy. Let's give you one more card here. And what else do we want to know about the slowness? And we got the 6 of Wands, which is an energy here of it's giving you time, both of you time, but it's for you because it's your reading, right? The slowness of it's giving you time to kind of stand out, to stand up, to recognize yourself, and to be seen for who you are, not shrinking, not dimming your light, or um, you know, trying to, like, meet certain criteria or what I think they want me to be, but you being true to yourself. I feel like the timing is allowing you to be, "I'm gonna be totally me, I'm not gonna be afraid to do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing or whatever. I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna start doing things I love too." And not wait by the phone, wait for them, wait. I'm gonna go do stuff I enjoy doing. I'm gonna get out there and just have fun. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps. And I feel like it's more the engagement, possibly by the end of this year, but it's, their energy can be so fluctuatable, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Many blessings to you. Hey, Aileen. If you all the details of how the whole process works is in the description area of the video. If you want to check that out for more details. If you want a free reading, just put your free uh, question out. If you want a deeper dive, a donation of any kind can get you prioritized because free readings are first come, first serve. So you'll be added to the bottom of the list. Donation will get you prioritized, and we'll jump to you next. So whatever you wish, but all the details on how to make a donation and all that are also down in the description area. So hopefully that helps. Right. All right. Up next we got Debbie O. Hey Debbie, are you still awake? No, you're asleep. It's 11:30 where you're at. You're asleep. Or maybe not. Miracles do happen. Right. So Debbie, hello. So whatever's coming towards you, yeah, so we'll take a look here. So whatever's coming towards you is what you were asking. So we got that and we got this. All right. I do feel here that there is going to be a bit of fire around you with this Knight of Wands and this Five of Wands. So there's going to be some drama that's headed your way. But I don't feel like it involves you. I feel like it's gonna be around you, like you're in the middle of the firestorm, right? In the eye of the firestorm, where there's no fire and, the storm's out there, and I feel like, it involves these friends or whatever, and, like, you're feeling like, "I should do something about this. I should help them solve their problems and, solve the drama." But in this case, they're like, "Nah, just grab your popcorn, grab your little soda or whatever your favorite drink is, your iced tea," right? Is that Texas? My iced tea? Is it sweet tea? Do you have sweet tea? You're probably trying to stay away from sweet, so I know you're trying to take care of yourself, so unsweetened iced tea, bleh, but I like unsweetened iced tea. But, when you sit there and you can just watch the firestorm, because sometimes we can become like a crutch for people, and people need to learn to communicate with each other and solve their own problems with each other, and and so this one, you get to sit out. You just get to watch the drama unfold. You get to sit in the middle, know that it's not mine to solve, and um, and you just get to enjoy it. Just some popcorn, maybe some, Milk Duds, M&Ms. I don't mind M&Ms, and then just sit and watch, enjoy. So you don't have to get involved, even though you have this urge to. You don't need to. So I like that for you. All right, so that's what they have for you, Debbie O. Many blessings to you. All right, you're welcome, Ruby. All right, and then Divine Soul, we're at 541.53. Whoops, let's do that right. There we go. There is your timestamp. And a general for you. All right, let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know right now? None of those. Oh, this one here. Got the Eight of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. Nice. So the Eight of Pentacles is about, something that you've been putting in, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the energy. And um and so it's been taking a while. You've been investing all this, creating all these, pentacles, doing the studying. And here comes the cycle. You have the cycle of the moon here. And the Queen of Pentacles, which is about abundance, creativity, in a way, harvest kind of energy. So it's like you've been putting in all the work and you're starting to see the fruit of your labor coming to pass. But then there's a big abundance that comes in. So I do like this for you. I feel like you are, um, whatever this is that you've been putting a lot of energy into, there is this reward that's coming. So, and it does feel like it's been taking a while. And but the persistence has is going to have a payoff if you haven't started to see the results of the energy you've been putting into whatever this is that you've been wanting to create. It's coming. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Divine Soul. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Elaine, thank you for your donation. As soon as I see your question, we'll jump to you just for the sake of time. Going to continue on free readings until I see your question out there. So, Tim De La Gem. Hey, Tim. Good to see you. And here is your timestamp. And you're waiting on a call tonight. Will this be the call that all of us waiting were wanting? What does Spirit say? Let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, maybe you already received the call. Let's see what we got here. Wow. I think it is because you got the Nine of Cups, which is a dream come true energy. And the Eight of Pentacles is an energy of having put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and all the energy into it. Here comes the harvest. Here comes what's come, what you've been hoping to create, or um, what we've been investing in to have a fruition come. So it does feel like here that this is the call that you've been waiting for, because the Nine of Cups is that beautiful, beautiful, joy, joy, dream come true kind of energy. So I feel like that's what's coming in. Maybe you already got the call, you're celebrating. So congratulations. All right. So many blessings to ya. All right. Thank you so much, Aileen. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name too bad there. So thank you so much for your donation. Let's get you on the list here. And your timestamp is 5:45:29. So there is your timestamp. And happy early birthday to you. Oh, I guess that's June 26th, right? So it's coming up here, but within a month. So happy early birthday to you. All right. So I'm going to switch up stacks here and go to the second stack. And we'll see what we have here. A general for your birthday. So what does Spirit want you to know? So we've got these. We've got these. These. And these. Is that it? All right. All right. Is there a full moon close to your birthday? Because I got the moon card here. Let me just look up really quick here. Because you got June 26th. It's the full moon. Oh, it's on the 29th. So it's close. You have a full moon within a few days of your birthday. Because you do have the moon card on the bottom of the deck here. So, it's a beautiful energy of a lot of emotional flow, but a lot of revelation energy that's coming in here for you on your birthday there. Something about your right? Yeah, there's the big full moon, what is on Sunday, but I'm sure it's big in the sky right now because it's just a couple days away from its being its fullest. So beautiful one, right? But I feel like there is something about seeing the full moon, because again, we're gonna be around the same time, a few days before the full moon. You're gonna see the beautiful full moon in the sky, and it is a fruition type of fullness energy. And I just feel like uh, there is something emotional, especially around mom or mother energy, with this moon energy being underneath the surface of there as well. And um, so I feel like there is this, um, I don't know, this, it's like a hug from mom kind of energy. And then also about motherhood from your sake too. Just it feels like there's this beautiful connection between Mother Moon and the spirit realm and yourself. and I just feel like you just find yourself on your birthday just sitting, looking up at the moon and feeling this warmth energy, this beautiful connection that's there. So I like that. Let's see, that's the bottom of the deck. I just feel like they're wanted to bring in that energy. And then you have 3 cards. You have the 7 of Cups. So I feel like there's a lot there's a group of people around you for your birthday here. Yeah, and you got the 9 of Cups here too, which is like a kind of a dream come true emotional energy that's coming in. And you got the Devil card here too. Capricorn, Saturn energy. Pardon me. Um, and I like this here because I'm being reminded of kind of like a Saturn return kind of energy, but it's almost here that I feel like almost like you're telling stories, and you're sitting around talking about what you learned over these, decades. I know as we get older, right? Decades. Like, wow, look at all the stuff that has happened. There might even be some writing uh, around your birthday too. I don't know if you're writing any stories or if people are writing stories about oh, maybe it's a surprise I not supposed to tell you, but, writing, stories of their experiences with you and stuff as well. So sorry. So, I like this because it feels like a very joyful, very full I feel like you're surrounded by individuals with the 7 of Cups, there as well. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. Again, we've got the 5 of Wands, which is like a friend's energy, and the Hanged Man, which is a bit of an energy of, um, like, seeing things from a different perspective, and this 5 of Wands is a change of energy, a transformation energy too. So, I don't know here if there's someone that hasn't been around. Oh, painting. Oh, beautiful. I love that expression. So, yeah, getting that out onto that that story out of you somehow. I love that for you. So sorry. Let me take a sip here. My voice is trying to go away. Let me grab a throat lozenge here too, just to keep it going here. You get a frog in your throat. There it goes. Ah, okay. So I feel like there is this release. I don't know if you have a friend that's been distant. I feel like you're going to have a friend show up that you haven't seen in a while with this 5 of Wands and this Hanged Man. It's like someone that's been off on their own cocoon. I feel like they're coming back here. This friend energy and this transformation energy that's coming in. So I like this too. So an old friend popping up like a butterfly out of a cocoon, and it's time um, for them to kind of show up, and I like that. And I don't necessarily feel like it's on your birthday that they do, but I feel like they're in town, and they either before. I feel like it's more after your birthday that they wanna go hang out, like, come visit, have a cup of coffee or glass of wine or whatever it might be, but I feel like there is someone that's coming back to visit. I like that. You also have the Knight of Wands and the Ace of, Swords energy coming in here, and it does feel here this cycle energy that's coming in here with the Ace of Swords. It does feel like you're getting some new, like, inspiration for your next year. Like, what is it? Like, what's the theme of my next rotation around the sun? What is it that I want to experience? So, because this Knight of Wands is about, my bucket list, my taking action list. I just feel like the Ace of Swords is that kind of clarity that's coming in about what do I want to do next year, throughout next year. What is it that I want to do? I'm excited. Can't wait, to decide what it is I want to do. And it feels like there is some um around your birthday, I feel with interacting with certain people that you make some plans with them for the next year, going to visit or going together to go visit somewhere, um, and to go visit someone. Maybe to go, like, this is the year we need to go have a family reunion or to go on a little trip where we go visit some of our relatives. Um, so I like that energy. Yeah, with once gas prices are better, right? That's what came in. They're like, "Well, maybe later, like maybe next spring, we'll do it. But by then, maybe things will have settled down." But I like this energy for you because I feel like it is about making some plans on doing some action and doing some things. So I like that. Yep. And then you have the magician coming in with the 10 of swords, which is a great energy. The 10 of swords energy, is this I'm and I get this as we're getting older. It's like, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and trying to make everyone live up to mine. And I'm just letting everyone be who they are. And I'm going to do what I want. And this magician card is that energy of like, you know what? Now is the time for me. I've lived a lot of my life trying to make sure everyone else was happy and doing the things and sacrificing myself here and there. But now this is a year of I feel like you're like, "I wanna do what I wanna do, and, um, and I'm gonna do this?" So I like this stepping into your power kind of energy of going, "I've done enough for everyone else. This is the year of me, this next year." So I really like this energy that's coming in here. Let me see what else we have. I feel like there's something else. What else can we know here? Yeah, I got the I saw it, and then it came up again. I got the 9 of Pentacles, which is a sense of self-sufficiency and being to myself and with spirit, and creation energy. It's realizing what is ready to be picked, what's ripe, and what's ripe for the picking is what's coming in. And it's what's ready to be brought into my life and what's being ready to be let go out of my life. And in this kind of just wonderful, I'm just happy. It's like being happy alone versus being happy, um, you know, to be able to be happy in friendships and relationships. I have to be happy by myself, right? Yeah, right. Oh, well, that makes sense. That's what I was saying, right? I'm learning to be happy by myself. The 9 of Pentacles is I'm realizing I can be happy alone, and once I realize because we can't be happy in a relationship until we're happy by ourselves, and so I feel like that's where you're at. You're like, "I'm happy with myself," and then let's take a look here and, ask specifically here. So sorry. Trying to get my throat clear here. But the 5 of Pentacles is this I feel like you have been really processing and releasing a lot of old fears of, being abandoned, being left behind, being left in the cold, feeling like you're not enough and not being enough. You've really been releasing a lot of that stuff. And I feel like that's the big thing that you've been spending this release energy on. And, but is love coming your way? Ooh, all right. Well, you do have some new adventures coming up with the Fool card and the 7 of Pentacles. Is an energy of in time. I feel like, it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So, there is a little bit of, the Fool card feels like there's an adventure. So I feel like you do meet someone, but I feel like it's slow. It's a slow process. It grows slowly. Doesn't turn like into, you know, romance overnight kind of thing, but I feel like it's the slow roll, right? I know. Don't make it too slow, but the um the more that we uh you focus on that I'm happy and content and I'm more than enough energy, the faster that things come in for you there. But it's being free without any expectations. Um, and that's why I feel like it starts off as a friendship and then it slowly grows into something more. But I do see something coming in here over this next year regarding that. But it has to do it's a reflection of your inner work, because as your self-love has been growing, then your ability to give and receive love to the outside world also grows. So, I like that. So, what's your angel number? Your fortune cookie says here for you too. All right, got 2020. You definitely seen things more clearly, and it's is compassion, mercy, diplomacy, potential, um, service, recovery, adaptability, renewal. It is a confirmation that your assumptions and beliefs are correct, but it's also an encouragement to use your talents and gifts because they will benefit the world and your pockets. Be of service to others. Your potential is enormous. I love it. Absolutely. I love that for you. So, thank you very much for your donation. And again, happy birthday to you. And may your next rotation around the sun be so full of unconditional love and joy and laughter and play that you almost can't stand it. That's my blessing to you. All right. So, thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. Let me just take a look here. You got Aunt Rose. Hey, you're very welcome, Aunt Rose. You're very welcome, Livier. Yes, selling the painting. I love it. All right. So crunchy cake. Hello. Welcome. Yum yum. Yeah, you can definitely ask a question. Thank you so much for being new to my channel. So you can put out your if you want a free question, you can put your question out there. Or if you want, and then I'll put you on the bottom of the list, which right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 10 people ahead of you. And that's like a 1 to 2 card reading. If you want a deeper dive, like we just did for Aileen, then you can make a donation of any kind, and then you'll be up next, and we'll dive deeper in to that for you as well. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So I think was it for donations that I have. So we'll jump back to the free readings. So up next we got Jamie G. Hey Jamie, 60228 is your timestamp here. And so, like I said, I know this is silly, but you were talking to N, you turned your face to look at something, and when I turned back, I caught him looking at the side of your face. Was he thinking that I looked ugly? You have a mole, and now I'm paranoid that he thought you looked ugly. Oh, let's take a look here. Is it like, did you ever see Austin Powers? Where they were it's like, "Whatever you do, don't mention the mole. Molly, 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 molly." You're like, "You just gotta laugh. You just gotta laugh." Let's take a look here. What did he think about you? Does he think you're beautiful? Yeah. So we got the Knight of Cups, which is romance, movement of emotion, and the Six of Swords, which is moving away from old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking, from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, no, he didn't. This is totally flowing. His mind was not on that at all. His mind was on romance. So when he was staring at you, he wasn't staring at your mole on the side of your face. He was probably looking at your lips and your side profile. So don't worry about that. You're so it's not silly because our fears tell us about ourselves. And so when you look and you can tell yourself, you know what? I love that. It's a beauty mark, you know. It it represents something for you. So feel like you find out what that is, and you're just like, you know what? It right? It's human, right? Not silly. I like that, Crunchy. And I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say, like me, I think I have a mole. Where's it? It's on this side, and I've got a little it's a little thing here that my brother has too. It's like a family thing. And I'm like, "You know what? It helps identify the body if they find it." So it was what I tell my brother. So it's not don't worry. He didn't think any bad of it. All right. Thank you, Crunchy Cake. I'll get you on the free list here. And some more space down here. All right, there we go. All righty. Whoops. All right, and then we have JoJo 60541. So JoJo, there is your timestamp. So you have a question today too. So did you at one point some years ago go through an episode? I wonder now, but I never told anyone at the time. An episode. You mean like a physical health related kind of episode? Let's take a look here. Of course, disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a licensed medical professional or anything like that. Tarot's for fun, remember. Entertainment purposes. So you got 3 cards here. I don't know. You got the Ace of Pentacles. You have the 9 of Swords. And you have the King of Swords. King of Swords, of course, is all about the mind, the brain. Were you talking about something to do with the brain? Because the 9 of Swords, is nightmare and insomnia kind of energy, but it is kind of like a fright energy. And the King of Swords, is bringing a lot of mental energy. I don't necessarily feel like it was an episode of what you're thinking was the episode, but what I'm feeling is you had something that really scared the crap out of your inner child, and it did kinda rewire, um, how your brain was filing things going forward. So it might have felt like something strange happened, but there's like, when I was a young lad, how old was I? Must have been it was when I was in 1st grade, so what is that, 6 years old, 5 years old? And walked home with my brother. My brother went to play, and I walked into the house by myself. My parents weren't home. These were the olden days where you could walk home, and latchkey children is what they called us because we'd carry the key around our neck on a shoelace. Um, because both parents were working and, you know, daycare and everything was not a huge thing yet. So, I walked in by myself and didn't realize it freaked me out to to walk into a house all alone at that age. Like, I felt scared, I felt unprotected, I felt vulnerable, and it did rewire my brain. I mistrusted, and that's when I went into therapy. It took me, backwards to that moment, to that was the kind of the changing point, in my life where things were filed differently than what they were being filed. And that's kinda what I'm feeling is coming in here. I don't feel like it was a like an episode, maybe what you were meaning, but there was something that kind of scared you, and because of that, it, like, shook you inside, and it started filing things differently. They actually used, what's that called? EDMR. It's, where they you can use lights or you can use sound. They use sound for me. Actually, when, went to a counselor, they brought it up because I had mistrust issues, and we got back to that moment is when I started mistrusting people. And so, there is this, they did sound, 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 sound. She took me back on a little train back through my life, asking me questions, and we went from all these situations that took us back to the core of it. And it was amazing because after they did that and we got to that, things started just refiling in my brain. Like, things that bothered me before just didn't anymore because my brain was like, "Oh, we changed it, we put it back," and then things just started stacking differently. So it's very interesting, right? So, that's what we have. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. Hey, Cat Marie, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for the donation. As soon as I see your question, we'll jump to you there. But for the sake of time, I'm going to continue with free readings till I see that there. So we've got Blueberry up next. So, Blueberry, hello. Here's your timestamp. And general reading about your surrounding energies. All right, let's take a look here. So, what to know about your surrounding energies? Wow, you got the both the Page of Swords and the Knight of Swords. The energy around you, this is very much about the quest of seeing things more clearly, but also kind of like this changing of stories. And so I feel like there's some kind of some conflicting energy around you. And it's because some things out here are not matching the picture in here. Like the supposed to be, this should be an expectation, a belief of people don't say that. People are supposed to say this. People don't do that. They're supposed to do this. And that conflicting energy is what's bubbling up, but it's bubbling up for you because there's an old fear that's rooted in that. You maybe were punished for it, when you were younger, like 7 years old and younger, or even 7 to 14. Since it's mind energy, that's when we were mental body was created with 7 to 14. So I feel like this kinda happened when you're around that age and you were punished for it, so now we have a strong belief that people aren't supposed to do this because we were told you're not supposed to do this, got punished for it, right? So I feel like you're, getting to the root of this and you're, um, getting clarity and going, "Why is it that I have this strong belief?" When you get to the root of it, you realize, "Oh, I get to release this. Really get to release myself from it. I get to release everyone else from it too." And I feel like it might be more than one thing that's popping up here, because I feel like once you get into that freedom mode of freeing yourself from these rules, these, I call them conditional love laws. They're small t truths rooted in fear that were created again from praise and punishment. So, um, I feel like you're being set free from these restrictive thoughts, through the conflicts that are coming up, but they're for you and they're being brought to you through that conflict so you can question it and be free. So I feel like that's what they have coming in right now, Blueberry. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. So I got to crunch my little cough drop here. Excuse me. All right. I think I got it. Almost all gone. Yeah, but like that cough dropping, like that menthol, whatever, just clears out your sinuses. All right. So, Cat Marie, thank you so much for your donation. Here is your time stamp. All right. Give that a love and a like. And let's see, we're moving to this one here. So, you want to get a message about a dear friend that you've never met. Let me just grab these and put them up here so I can read them better. It's kind of, my chat is a little small for my old man eyes. So I'll grab it up here. There we go. Now I can see him much more clearly. All right. He's a Taurus that you've been helping him stay sane through prison after making some mistakes as a young man. I like to help out nonviolent inmates. He's been saying has feelings for you and wants to pursue you when he gets out in a very and you're very unsure of him. Going to give him a ride to his transitional housing. He doesn't have the greatest family, so I'm feeling like obligated or like a pull from spirit to help him. Maybe. Let's take a look. And so you want to know here, what do you need to know about him? You're not going to go alone, are you? You're going to like take friends with you? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, he's nonviolent, I know, but all right, let's take a look here. What does spirit want you to know about Sir Taurus here? All right. Yeah, yeah. Hail no. Yeah. I know you're smarter than that. All right. So, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 2 of the High Priestess, energy as the underlying energy around this Taurus, and I do feel like, with this time alone, well, not alone, right? But away, that it's been really reflective for them, really been internally looking at things behind the scenes, really diving into their own emotions and, even communicating with spirit in a way. Um, so I do feel like, this has been designed for them in their life to really be able to, I don't know, get clarity that they wanted in their life. That's why they wanted to experience what they experienced here. So let's see what else we can know about this Taurus. So we've got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, so there is a lot of emotions here. We got the 6 of Cups. You do have some past life connections with them. Wow, and the 5 of Cups. You got 7, 6, and 5 of Cups energy here. So there is a lot more emotion there than just from this lifetime. And so there is this draw, this natural connection that you guys had. And that makes sense with the High Priestess too, because that's one of my past life connection energies that's coming in here, right? So I definitely feel that there is a lot of true emotion there. There is some emotional conflict still within them. Um, yeah, but they're definitely in between it all, there is a lot of subconscious because that's where a lot of our past life emotional energies, because that's one of our pathways to the Akashic records is through that which we have access to the knowledge and emotions from past lives and other lifetimes. And I do feel like there is that strong connection here. A lot of emotion, um, conflicting emotion too. Um, so they've done a lot of self work, but they do have some more emotional work to do as well. So I can understand you're probably picking that up with um, what was this? There was something that you said. Yeah, your unsurety of him. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. So, that because you are very empathic, and so you're picking up on their emotional conflict, and you're like, I feel this draw too, but I'm also like, what's this? What's this other stuff over here? So he's, and like you said, hasn't had a really great family. So, he's got those things. And though they might have given him some guidance, you know, in prison, um, they probably didn't have like deep therapy, didn't get to the nitty-gritty, root of things. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, he's working on his self-love with the Ace of Cups. So, you know, he still has a little bit of a journey to go with all this emotional energy. I mean, oh my god. Yeah. So four cups energies and the high priestess as the underlying energy. There's a lot of emotional, you know, journey that they're on that, you know, um and when they say they have feelings for you, you're like, yeah, who wouldn't, And it's all right. It's like, um, when you get to know someone through writing, you haven't met him in person, you get to know people in a different way. And of course, your communication style and how you're able to communicate feelings really resonates with them. And they feel that connection there. But the Ace of Cups is a lot about, needing to, um, raise their love vibration because they can't give more love than they have for themselves, nor receive more love than they have for themselves. So they still have some, work to do that, which, most straight men do, right? You're like, yeah, what else is new? But, I feel like they have a desire, for that too. We do have the Judgment card and the Four of Wands, kind of energy. Um, there is this draw, this I feel like they are drawn to your joy, with that Four of Wands energy, and I do feel like they have a strong desire to marry and to have someone as well, right? Yeah. Well, they're taught to repress their feelings. Society and group thinking and all that. So, you know, eventually it's getting better and better and better and better, obviously, but but I do feel like they have this draw to want marriage and they do want it's almost like they feel like I'm behind, I'm trying to catch up kind of energy too. So they have that draw of wanting that closeness, wanting that, you know, energy that's there. So it's like, all right, well, I don't know. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, we got the lovers card. They truly do mean that. Yeah. And we've got the Queen of Cups there again showing herself, and the Five of Swords, too. Yeah. So, there is that conflict between their head and their heart, and they do want this, and, they've got that draw and all the emotions, but, they still have some stuff to figure out. Um, and, oh, that 19, so, you know, you kinda consider them kind of like still a 19-year-old or younger, because they didn't get to have, well, they probably didn't have a good source of relationships and society and different things growing up in the family they did, and it didn't continue in prison, so you kinda consider that they're gonna come out like a 19-year-old, and they're gonna catch up, but they're kind of starting off 19 or younger still. Yep, and we do have the Temperance, energy underneath here, and the King of Cups. This balance with time, and this makes sense, like I was saying, they will catch up and they will balance their head and their heart, but it does, it's gonna take them a little bit of time, um, and, I just feel like they're gonna need to have some counseling and to, really get into, um, organized assistance, um, in order to do that, so it's gonna take them some time. And so, you know, I like it that there's no rush. They might feel rushed because 'cause they're trying to catch up, but understanding that, they're feeling behind, and but realizing that they're in the perfect, their life has been unfolding perfectly this whole time, even though we might think, "Why would I want that to happen to me?" But it is an energy of, exploring ourselves, who we are, and that they wanted that separateness, and they wanted that, you know pause, and to be able to, you know see what's important and what's not. But I feel like that Temperance card is important for you to, and all this about, well, I feel like you've got a lot of life to live first before you get into a relationship, and you got some stuff to figure out. And, you know, I know there's all these emotions that are there, but, it's important for you to, I'd still love to communicate with you if you feel that way, but, let's take it very, 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 very slow. I feel like who you need right now is a friend, not a girlfriend. And, you've got a lot to focus and concentrate on. You don't need distractions. It'd be a distraction right now, and so you're creating your life, you're determining what you want, now that you're, in this different space of more freedom, let's let you settle into that first, you know? I know it's hard, right? Your fortune cookie, yeah, you got believe. Beautiful card. A little boy and his dog. Maybe he needs to get a dog. It says, "Believe in yourself. Have faith in magic and miracles. If you can conceive it, you can achieve it. And your soul wants you to know," and maybe this is a message for them, it can be for all of us, but I feel like your soul wants you to know one of the secrets of the universe is the power of belief. If you're able to imagine and believe that something good will happen, miracles can unfold. Expectations can act in both positive and negative ways, and your fixed thoughts and opinions about yourself have created your world and your experiences. If you've had an unpleasant history, this often creates negative beliefs about yourself and the world around you. This feels like it's for him, right? Know that the past doesn't need to equal the future. Your new positive conceptions can create a fresh and exhilarating future. Simply believe that it's possible. Visualize and imagine your life as you desire it to be, and most important, feel how good it will be, and hang on for a great ride. The affirmation is, "The best is yet to come." Wow, That does sound like that's for them, right? But that is what they have. So hopefully that helps. Cat Marie, what an interesting situation. So much, such you have such a big heart, but you do have that past life, connection energy that you know, you might have histories of helping each other. Maybe you were the one in prison before in another lifetime and they helped you. Now you're wanting to see, the other side of things. Um, from the different perspectives. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. I love your heart. All right. So I think we are jumping back into free readings. We have Prathy. You're up 62907. So Prathy, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And could you please let me know about your future? All right, we'll take a look here. Yeah, lobotomized. I'm sure you've had murder. All right, let's take a look here, Prathy. So, what does Spirit want you to know about your future based on current energies here? All right. So, I do feel here, with the Eight of Swords, this is an energy of letting go of some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. The Eight of Swords is kind of like a celebration for the work you've been doing, letting things go. And because of that, with the Wheel of Fortune, you're going to see the benefits of that coming in here for you. So I feel like there's opportunities that are coming up for you that where like a year ago, this sounds familiar, but it feels like a year ago, you wouldn't have even thought that's a possibility because your mind, your restrictive thoughts, right? Like this, instead of seeing yourself here, would have kept you from even recognizing they even exist. Very, as well as not going, oh, well, even if you saw it, you wouldn't have been like, oh, I can go for that. You'd been like, oh, well, that's nice, but that's not for me. Now you're like, oh, look at that opportunity. And you go for it. And it brings you abundance and it brings you, um, that fulfillment kind of energy that comes with it. So I like this for you. It's like continue to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, things that made you feel small, restricted, powerless, limited. Now, you're realizing who you are and what you're capable of, and that the only thing that can stop you is this thing up here, right? So I like that for you, Prathy. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right, and then we got a little bit. Hey, little bit. Got 631:35. So a little bit. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a general guidance, please, and thank you. Right, here you go. Good to see you. Right, you got this one, and you got these two. So you've got the Five of Cups, which is, of course, a sorrow energy. It's a power of choice energy too, because there is no wrong choice or right choice, just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. So the Two of Cups, which is usually there's someone standing looking at the three spilt cups with the two cups behind them. So our power of emotional choice, if we realize every moment is either a choice of higher vibration or lower vibration, um, it makes it simple, and then we can realize, "I don't like what I'm feeling," we can switch it to a new feeling because we have the choice of what emotion we're feeling, right? Even though we're told growing up, when that happens, you're supposed to feel this way. That's an opinion, it doesn't mean we have to, but out of habit, we've learned when this happens, we react into an emotion because that's what we were conditioned into. Like a little child, when they fall down and everyone's and the little kid, very empathic, picks up on all the fear of everyone. They have fear and then they cry and they're like, "Oh my God." Whereas if a child falls and everyone goes, "Oh my God, ha ha ha," and they laugh, and there's joy, then the kid's like, "Oh," they laugh and they don't think it's a bad thing. So we're conditioned, "Oh, falling down, you cry, it's bad," or falling down, "Haha, it's funny," kind of energy, that empowerment that's there. And I feel like, so they're telling you here, you have the power to choose what you're feeling and that no one can make you feel a certain way. And that, um, in whatever kind of guidance you're looking for, you do have the Page of Wands and the Ten of Cups, which is your power to choose joy. And I like that. I mean, I remember once when my brother, I guess I must have been like 3 years old and he was like 5 or 6, and he, we're playing and horse playing outside, and he pushed me and I fell back and hit my head on the swing set little poles that were hollow. So when you hit it, it sounds like so much worse than it is because it's hollow. And it was bing, and I stood up and I was gonna cry, and he grabbed me and he goes, "Laugh, laugh," and he started laughing, so I laughed. I didn't cry, and that was it. Now he did it because he didn't wanna get in trouble, but it taught me at an early age, these recalls of this stuff is that you things that normally make you cry, you can laugh instead. And it's a great empowerment that comes in here, and I feel like that's what they're wanting to bring in is your power of emotional choice. No one can make you feel any certain way, and any particular thing happening in the outside world doesn't have to mean anything. Um, you get to create the meaning around it. You get to feel how you wanna feel about it. If you don't like how you're feeling about it, you can change it. Can change it to another low vibration emotion, but low vibration is either anger, sadness at the core, rooted in fear, or joy, happiness, right? So it's those are kind of our choices, and as we're growing up as children, that's what that's how we react as an emotional child. We're either a happy, laughing child, a crying child, or an angry, throwing a tantrum child. Usually, only one of those is welcomed by adults. The other two we have to suppress. And so it's good to know that we have a choice, that we get to express it any when we want now. Just don't hurt yourself for someone else, please. All right. So that's what they have for you a little bit. Hopefully that helps. All right. And then Ruby, 635.56. So, Ruby, thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your timestamp for your free reading. A general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. Yeah, we've got the Hermit and the Devil. It makes sense here. There's this Hermit energy is, this invitation to go inward and upward and to connect with your higher self, because in the lantern normally is a star card on the Hermit card, which represents your higher self, the higher self of the star card. And you got the devil energy here, which is Saturn, Capricorn energy, which is doing the work, right? Doing the shadow work, which we now call freedom work. And, this is a time of a huge transformation for you. I can just sense that you're having these enlightenments and these perspectives and these changes. And this is that time, this period of inner reflection, that you're letting yourself and freeing yourself from a lifetime of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets rooted in fear, conditional love laws, um, things that were reinforced over and over again, that you're seeing it from a different perspective and you're cutting away these small t truths to set your heart free. So your cage has been being rattled this year, last year, the year before, well, all the way back to like what it's like during the plague, 2020, right? Yeah, 2020 is when you started to see your world more clearly, like 2020 vision. This is when the rattling really started, where you really have all this stuff that's being brought up for you to get to the root of to release, to get to the root of to release, to get to the root of to release. And you've been releasing things like a crazy mofo, just seeing things differently, standing up for yourself over correcting on things and then balancing back out like we all do as humans, right? We learn we grow up with no boundaries and then we overdo boundaries and then we back off and have a good balanced boundary, right? Which is how we all work. But I feel like you're in this beautiful transformational time and I like this for you because freedom, 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 more and more and more. So I like that for you. So the more you question these long held stories about what something is supposed to mean, should mean, need to mean, have to mean, must mean, you set yourself free from this and you get to choose the story yourself. Instead of regurgitating and retelling old stories, you're creating new ones. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ruby. Many blessings to you. All right. And then JV, you're up 639.03. So JV, here's your time stamp. Boom, boom, boom. And you landed another interview on Monday. Different company. Any prospects or good news? Perspective good news. Any perspective good news? I get you now. I know how to read sometimes. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what do we got here for Mondays? Well, you definitely have the Page of Pentacles. This is a possibility of a new opportunity. We like that here. You have the Seven of Wands, which is, the importance to be true to your authentic self, not dim your light, not try to be who you think they want you to be. Just be you, because that's who they're going to end up with eventually. But I feel like it's in being true to yourself that you stand out instead of blend in. So it sets you apart. You do have the Hanged Man here. This is an interesting energy because this isn't normally it's a transformational, seeing things from a higher perspective, but I don't know. I feel like do you I'm a fan of Pink, the singer, and she does this kind of thing in her one of her songs, the one that made her that she did it. She does this a lot, different things now, but the original one, there's something about that song about glitter, glitter, you know, very empowering song. And I just feel like this is the kind of energy that comes in here about being yourself and doing something not daring, but I feel like she's such a beautiful, she is herself and tough, take me or leave me kind of energy. And I like that kind of energy going in here. Like you're going in like Pink and maybe listen to that song too. I think it's called Glitter or something like that. But it's the one where she first did it and hung upside down and she sings live the whole time. And as she's spinning and they drop her down in water and then they spray the audience as she's spinning around. I think she did it at like the Grammys or something as well. But it feels positive. The Page of Pentacles feels like a good thing, abundance, energy. So it feels good, but being true to yourself and going in there as well. So I love that. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? I like it. I can still recall it. She's such an amazing person. She's so raw and so real. I love her. All right. So, JV, that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And we got Happy Pill, 64205. So, Happy Pill, here's your timestamp and a general reading for you. Let's take a look here. Whoops. All right. There we go. All right. So, you do have the Ace of Swords with the Four of Swords, bringing you the King of Pentacles, which is kind of this abundance energy in a way. The Four of Swords, along with the Ace of Swords, because the Four of Swords, normally they're asleep on the Ace of Swords, it's like a gift. The Ace of Swords is a gift that allows you to see things from a different perspective, bringing in that clarity. It's double-edged because you're able to cut away old, small T truths rooted in fear, old beliefs, old stories about who you are and what's expected and what you should do and supposed to do and blah, blah, blah. that's restrictive and it limits you. Well, when you get out of your head and you rest your expectations and you're not trying to become something or be someone different, kind of in this being kind of energy, that's where the abundance comes in. That's where this King of Pentacles kicks in because instead of focusing on, this list of stuff that should be and you're focusing on what's not happening, your being, and in that being you start looking at what everything is around you, this gratitude for what is and what you have had, and that changes it. It starts, that King of Pentacles is a gratitude energy where you just start drawing in more toward you because you're getting out of your head around what you think was supposed to happen. Because again, that's lack energy, the need, the want, the what's not happening is pushes stuff away. Whereas when you just come into this place of releasing, being in the moment, loving what is, then you draw in more of what you love and what you are grateful for. So I feel like that's an important energy coming in for you right now. And I feel like that's what they're wanting you to kind of drill down into for your benefit, if you wish. Never any expectations with spirit. I love it. All right. So that's what they got for you, Happy Pill. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. And then we have Nehu, 64443. You almost had 4444. But I talked slower, you would have had it. But thanks for being a new subscriber. And from India, you want to know, is the future with Gurab, he's your boyfriend. It's been 1 month. We're in and want future together. Is he right? All right. So let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, is this, well, let's see here if it's destined, if it's, the energy that is, like a soul partner that you guys want, before you came down here, you had it fixed where you guys were going to be with each other for the rest of your lives, or if this is a stepping stone or what. So let's see what we got going in here. The energy we have, well, we got the Queen of Wands. This tells me that you don't have a faded relationship in this lifetime. If you want to check out my podcast, I have one. This explains it a lot more because I won't go into a ton of detail in a free reading, but here is the link here. And if you're not here, I'll put it in the under your timestamp in the pinned comment. So if you're following up on this, you'll see it in there in the pinned comment, which talks about, faded love, and it explains it all. But when I get a Wands energy, Queen of Wands, that's your power of choice, which means based on whatever choices you make in your life, you could end up with this person. Or if you make different changes, you could end up with this person. If you make different choices, you would end up with this person. So sometimes we have a faded love that regardless of what choices we make, we decided we're going to end up together at some point, earlier or later during a kind of a range of time. And when I get the Wands energy, it means, you know, that it's choice, not fate, that we have in our lifetime. So it is a possibility that you guys could end up together. You have the Two of Pentacles, which is that you're kind of in the range where if you make some different choices, you could end up with someone different because you have this power of two people here. I mean, it's been a month, right? You do have the Eight of Pentacles, which there's still some transformation that needs to happen first for you guys to go forward. I mean, it's like caterpillar love in the beginning, but there's going to be transformation. And sometimes when we go through transformation, the other person doesn't. And then, like you become a butterfly and they can't go where you're going, and the butterfly can't carry the caterpillar. And the caterpillar might go, well, just walk with me. And you're like, well, I can flutter and fly and go great distances. I can migrate 1,000 miles. You'd be lucky if you can make it a mile. you can't make it over this little stream. I can flutter across raging rivers. And so there is a little bit of energy here that you guys are going to be going through some individual transformation, and there's still a lot to be experienced and a lot of decisions to make to see if you end up, because it's like, if you go this way, you end up with this person, this way, you end up with that person, and you're like right here, where just some changes, you can end up with someone different. So, um, it's still too soon to tell is the energy that's coming in here. It's not faded. So it's possible, but I feel like allow, especially like the phases of the moon, take it a step at a time. You don't need to rush forward. Enjoy each step and see where the transformation takes you to see if you guys stay in alignment or if you guys kind of drift into different directions. So definitely check out that video. Some of my podcast, it can give you some more understanding of how all that stuff works. All right. So thanks for being a new subscriber. Hopefully we'll see some more of you. All right. So many blessings to you. And then we got Ankita 64925. So Ankita, here is your timestamp. And what's coming towards you in love? Let's take a look. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's been getting 3 cards. All right. So you got a lovely 3 of Cups energy. And the High Priestess and the Ace of Pentacles. So right now, what you have coming towards you, the Ace of Pentacles will be a new opportunity for love in the future. But before that, you do have that High Priestess energy, which is the High Priestess goes away by herself up into the High Priestess temple to communicate with the gods, the spirit, see things from a different perspective, look behind the veil to understand what's going on, like in my mind, and then also dives deep into her emotions to understand her emotional self. So a lot of reflective energy, reflect on your past relationships, your past love is kind of being called for here. You're kind of being separated from new love right now so that you can not do what you've always done and get what you always gotten. It's you learning from these stepping stones from these past relationships so that you can understand more about who you are and raise your love vibration so you draw on someone different instead of the old stuff, right? You also have the 3 of Cups. 3 of Cups for you is also a kind of a prerequisite before meeting someone new, which is finding 2 besties, 2 best friends. If you don't have them already, these are 2 that would so lovingly, all 3 of you, call each other out um, on repeating patterns and things where, you know, you might say to them or they might say to you, "Oh, have you found someone new?" "Yeah, how'd you know?" Because you're shrinking again, you're dimming your light. You're not being who you normally are. You're trying to be someone else. And that happens when you meet someone and you're trying to shrink to become who you think that you think they should be, blah, 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 instead of being true to your authentic self. And so these 3, it's 2, you 2, and them, these 3 of you are like 3 peas in a pod where you're, you know, coming to this wonderful support because you have such strong friendship love for one another that you're there for one another. And oh, I know Thursday nights is our girls night, um but they want to go on a date, and so can we change that? And they're like, no, you're not going to shrink. They can change their night and whatever. Is there a concert or something on that? No, no, they just wanna take me to dinner, but then choose another night. You have to keep your life, not give it up. That's the kind of energy that comes in. So all that is kinda needs to happen first. You're stepping into your power so that you don't fall back into the old people-pleasing, shrinking, energies. So I like that for you. I know. All right, so many blessings. Hang in there, Ankita. All right, and then Crunchy Cakes, you're up 65306. So Crunchy Cake, and I want cake. All right, so Crunchy Cake. So your question is, what does Spirit want you to know about your finances starting this weekend into June? All right, let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know about your finances? We got this one, and we got this one here too. All right. So, first of all, with the 10 of Swords, 10 of Swords is an energy of letting go of expectations. Um, and and the reason they say that is because when we have this, like, my finances are supposed to be this, and I'm focusing on that, it needs to be this, it should be this, it's supposed to be this. I focus in on what's not happening, not celebrating what is, right? Because we're looking at where are my finances failing? They're not where they're supposed to be in the timing that they should be, and da 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 da. All that ends up being lack energy. And when we focus in on that, we actually push finances further away because our energy is, you know what I like? What? I like focusing on the lack of my finances. So, can you please extend that, make it last longer, and maybe even take more away so I can really feel the lack? And even though that's not what we're trying to do, that's what we're doing with our focus, right? The solution to that is when we focus on what we're grateful for about our finances in this moment and what we have had, what we're grateful for, what we have had. So all that have energy brings in more have. When I'm focusing on what I don't have, I get more of the have not energy. So I love this that, there's a great opportunity just for a little change of energy that can bring in more abundance with our energetic change as well. I also have a podcast episode called Abundance Where It Be. And here it is for everyone here. If you guys are interested, I also put it under your name in the pinned comments in case you want to see it there. Because there's another thing that we do about our little inner child, which the moon card kind of takes us to that emotional area, which is, you know, our inner child, when it's 7 years old and younger, develops a rate of exchange where it felt it gave so much and got so little back. It determines this, like, I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back, 1,000 abundance coins to get one back. It doesn't know any better. It thinks that's fair. Then it all drops into the subconscious and runs on autopilot. So we overgive. We become an overgiver at school and with our friends, with our family, then into our jobs, and then into our relationships. And that's not uh, conducive to abundance in our life because even though we draw a lot of stuff to our city gates, the inner child's the one that opens up the gate to allow the abundance in. If it feels we don't deserve it yet, it ain't going to give it to us. So I feel like with these two energies, there is some great things you can do to really open up the abundance to come towards you. So I like it for you. Great possibilities. So for more, I would check out that video. We dive into, why and tools that we can do to transform all that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Crunchy Cake. Many blessings to you. All right, we're almost at 7 hours, so I'm going to take Cat Marie. Wow. Um, your last donation, and I'm gonna start winding it down because I'm getting tired. I am on Wednesday through Sunday night, so, um, I will be back both tomorrow night and Sunday night too, for if anyone that doesn't know that I'm on, Wednesday through Sundays. Alright, so Cat Marie, we got 657.43 for your additional donation. Thank you so much for that. We'll give that a love and a like here. All right, let me just grab these so I can see them a little better over here. I think my eyes are getting tired. You don't really can see there, but all right. So you want to get a message for Madison. Oh, okay. Yeah, for Madison concerning love. I did a reading for her the other day and talked of transformations. She really needs guidance in her love connection. He's very abusive emotionally. Been trying to get her to leave him because she constantly crying. Oh, I'm talking about him. So much so she made her life all about him. Yeah, that's we do that, you know. She does petty things to get back at him and just not happy. Yeah, that's all that. He's dragging her down with substances and cheating. Yeah. And that's our adventure, you know. Um, and I love your heart. You do want the best for everyone, right? But sometimes I know I learned the hard way, 5 relationships to because they're showing exactly what she needs to see, right? About herself until she sees it, you know. So he can't drag her down. She can only drag herself down. Um, And that's the whole thing is that she's not a victim, you know, she's just acting out of her own sense of self. And this beautiful mirror is showing her how she feels about herself until she sees it, right? So she's emotionally abusing herself on the inside. Um, and she's cheating on herself by looking for her self-worth on the outside too, right? So and until someone's ready to hear it, they're not gonna hear it, you know, that's the way it works is, you know, who knows how many times people told us stuff and we don't know it because we weren't ready for it, we weren't listening to it, we were only listening to ourselves, right? Let's take a look here, a message for Madison concerning love, and I know I learned all my wonderful things the hard way, and boy, those are the lessons I remember the best. Got the scars, you know. So let's take a look here. What's unfolding here? Got a little bit of progression energy going in here. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the star card, which is it's wishing upon a star. And it feels here, she's really, it's almost like an umbilical cord. She's got so much of her worth attached to this dream, this outcome, that it's difficult for her to look beyond that. Underneath it, we do have the Seven of Swords, which is the lying, cheating, deceit energy, which shows that, you know, it's an awareness of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have me losing opportunities and how I'm cheating again, how I'm cheating on myself. That I've got this, that how they, you know, um, how they treat me you know, defines my worth. But, you know, we can get caught up in this. If it doesn't work out, that means I'm worthless, you know, and so her worth, because she has it so it's almost like an umbilical cord attached to it that um the belief that she has is what's dragging her down and tying, you know, and pulling her all over the place because she's defining herself by an unstable relationship with a human in the outside world. So her self-worth is going all over the place. So it's hard for her to get her bearings right now. But something is progressing. We got 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards, then 4 cards. So let's see what's progressing here. Yeah, we do have the Hierophant. So this is a stepping stone. This does say this is the growing pain that she wanted to go through. And though it can drive us crazy, out of frustration and break our hearts to see other people going through things, we can't make someone change their mind, right? We can't force people to make different decisions. Everyone has the power to choose their story, their emotions, their energy, their actions. And the more you try to push someone or pull someone, they go in the opposite direction, right? You try to push them, they, you know, push back. If you try to pull them, they resist. And that's the thing with humans, we don't like being told what to do. And so we can, send love energy and release them to spirit, and because we can't control something that's outside of our control. And if someone can't control themselves, if it's a child, it's different. But when they're an adult, they're gonna learn their lesson one way or another. And you don't know what they wanted to learn when they came down here. There might even be like they were that person to him in a past lifetime where she was he and he was she, and now they wanted to experience life on the other side, not out of karmic debt or anything like that, but just out of curiosity. Well, in this lifetime, I want to see how you felt when I was this way to you. So let's switch positions in this lifetime. Sometimes there's that draw and they can't get away from each other because they have this purpose. But this Hierophant, the master of stepping stones and growing pains, and growth, is what's going on here right now. Yeah, because this is her journey, obviously, I mean, here, what a beautiful picture of this is all about her self-worth with the Ace of Pentacles, and the Five of Pentacles is the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough or having enough, until she realizes that abandonment feeling, and this goes back to her childhood. So she felt abandoned when she was younger, left behind, this fear of not being enough. So she's so attached to trying to prove her worth through them instead of inward and upward, where she finds her, solid foundation of her pricelessness that's rooted in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms rather than trying to define herself by the unstable places of relationships with humans, situations, and things. All those things of the outside world is where we're taught to define ourselves, but all those are unstable, right? I think we might have talked about that in our last reading. But so, this is the journey. This is the five, the Five of Pentacles is the Hierophant five. The lesson that they're wanting to learn through this is my self worth. When I define myself by out here, crap storm, when I then it's all pointing me inward. Eventually, she'll see that all these things are pointing her inward and upward, then she transforms. But until then, like all of us, we go through our little adventures. Little mad scientists in our little mad scientist laboratories doing our little mad scientist experiments till something blows up, right? Which is leading her to, yep, the Five of Swords. Here's the conflict between her head and her heart. And yeah, and then the Six of Swords. She'll learn through this, leave behind old ways of thinking to move to new ways of thinking. And it takes her from the choppy waters to the calmer waters, which also puts her into the King of Wands, which is an energy of I decide what I want. I get out of my head and into my true heart. I make a plan and then I take action. So until they have that change of mindset, the change of things going on, she's not ready. When our fears outweigh the ugliness of not being true to ourselves and what we're experiencing, we don't act. When the ugliness outweighs our fears, then we take action. So she's not to that place yet. So, but she's progressing. Then she goes to these four cards. So we've got the Six of Cups. Here's that past life energy. We got the Knight of Cups, the quest for her self-love, along with the Four of Wands, joy and celebration, and the King of Swords. So clarity that comes in. Um, and so she does learn her lesson here eventually about what she wanted to experience. And then she moves on to something more joyful and celebrating, and as she's finding her self-love. Yeah, underneath the surface, we've got the Ace of Wands too, which I feel like that was kind of a separate card from all the rest. I feel like this is for you and for her. which is wherever you focus your energy is what grows and expands. So the more you're grateful for who she is, what she is realizing, how she has grown, as you're grateful and have that energy, that love energy that you can send her, then that grows that for your experience with her. If you're focusing on who she's not being, what she's not doing, not being in your life, or not learning fast enough, right? When we have those expectations and we look at those things, we actually that's the pushing and the pulling, and it pushes her further away, and they go in the opposite direction. It's almost like a teenager. If you want them to do something, you tell them, "Don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that." They're gonna go do that. If you tell them, um, "I want you to do this," they'll do the opposite because they're trying to prove who they are, right? It's almost like that kind of energy. You know, we just have to understand humans don't like being told what to do. Um, so we just and if you can't, um, stand the crying and the talking about and all the stuff they're doing, then sometimes it's like we don't have to abandon someone and go get them completely out of our life, but we can drastically reduce the time and the availability that we have for them too. So if you're, you know, patience has run out with hearing it and hearing it over and over and them not taking our wonderful advice, right? Then we can say, "Oh my god, this is going on. Do you have time to talk?" And you're like, "Oh, actually, I don't. Not today, and I'm busy tomorrow. Maybe, on Sunday." And they're like, "Oh, I want to talk right now." And you're like, "I'm tired. I have to go. But, if you want to talk, I have time on Sunday." When we start creating boundaries, then, you know, you start feeling better because you're not surrounding yourself by all the lower vibrational energy and all that. And then that you just allow them to, you know, not have the attention because sometimes spirit is bringing up that if I have drama in my life and I get attention by having drama in my life, what how is it beneficial for me to stop the drama if I'm getting all the attention? Because sometimes as children growing up, the only attention that we got was negative attention, and so we thrive on that. Maybe other children got the positive attention. No one was competing for the lower attention, so I got it that way. Becomes a part of who I am, and when I get rewarded for constantly having, drama and pain and suffering and all that, and we're like, "Oh, here, here, I'll give you attention." Um, then why quit? Why do I wanna stop? But if I realize, no, I don't, uh, you know, that's yours to deal with, I'm gonna go focus on my positive adventures, then they realize, oh, and it's allowed. We're allowed to say no to individuals. We don't have to be everything for everyone, and you get to manage yourself, right? So when you realize she is the one making choices for her life and she's the mad scientist in her mad laboratory doing her mad experiments, you can let her do all that. If she blows something up, she gets to clean it up, she gets to do whatever, and you are in your laboratory doing your own stuff, so you don't have to make space for someone. And like I said, if you're rewarding her by attention, she's not gonna change, When you start limiting that and you're saying, and even if you can be honest with people and say, "I it hurts me to see you going through this, and for my own sake, I can't be around this, anymore." And if they're like, "What?" You're like, "Oh, you," and they'll try to manipulate you, like, "Oh, I knew you were gonna abandon me like everyone else does, rah, rah, rah." And you're just like, "Sorry you feel that way, but, I'll send you love from a distance. I care about you, but I can't, this hurts me too much to be around it. And they won't, they're not gonna be like, "Oh, I understand, you go be you." They're gonna be all about them because that's where they're at, right? They're, in that repetitive pattern. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here around this too, but yeah, you don't have to solve it for her. Yep, energy. You can send her energy from a distance. Here you go. Card number 17. Let's see what they have here for you. Vitality, health, healing, and passion. These qualities are expanding in your life. You're a healer and a channel for the life force of the universe. Your ability to sense energy fields is increasing dramatically. Your soul wants you to know when you hold back and repress what you feel, your body and spirit become drained. When you try to please everyone and deny yourself, your life force wanes. Wow. If you strive to meet everyone's expectations but forget to honor your own needs, your energy field becomes dull. Allowing your emotions and needs the freedom to be spontaneously expressed, however, causes waves of energy to expand inside of you. Running on your own resource, it's easy to become drained. However, letting the divine light of the Creator flow through you easily replenishes your soul. Your affirmation is healing energy and immense vitality flow through me easily and effortlessly. I like that. Remembering yourself, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit, but some good truths in that there. Right. All right, everybody. I am going to head off this evening and I shall be back tomorrow. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here's the most recent one, which is we're currently in a little mini series within my podcast talking about how to grow our empathic abilities and spiritual abilities. The last few before this one was talking about empathic abilities and kind of the overview. This first one, is talking about the the first stage of learning the language of emotion, and then we'll have 3 more phases. It'll be a total of 4 that will, help us with all that. So I love it. It's a great podcast episodes. I'm enjoying sharing their information. So that's what they got, everybody. Oh, thank you so much, Camp Marie. Thank you so much. You're so generous there. I appreciate that. Think I'll give that an extra love and a like there. You too have a wonderful night. Enjoy your adventures. Enjoy your full moon dreaming, everyone. We got a Sagittarius full moon in a couple days here, so I'm sure we're having fun dreams. All right. Until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So hang in there, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you soon. Much love.